On the far side, they're driving in. Pass intercepted. It's another stoppage. Beat Durham clean out from out of their legs. And it was good patient defense by India there. They eliminated the pass options for Austria, so they had to drive on the far side. Lots of boos on the far side. Illegal contacts. Yeah, it's the yellow card, number 27. And that's a lot from the stand. I think India is the favorite from at least the left part of the stands. So now both teams have a player in this. Austria's going to the box number 49 still in, so both teams have played it down. That'll be a turnover back to Austria in the offensive zone after the successful defense by India. So now on the far side of the field, number 27 for Austria, or pardon me, number 23 will take possession of the quad, and they're going to have to run it back to try and buy time for their chasers and the keeper to get back in the play. And I think that's going to be another illegal contact. This contact from behind, India getting too aggressive. It's now two players in the box from India. So now
Mingue is here on the near side. France is creating their offensive opportunity here. Dodgeball here on the near side. Ferres is coming for that. France with the fast break opportunity. Miquel passes inside to Bonnet. Bonnet puts it home. For 11-2 lead for France. French team very fast and athletic out here, really displaying their skills on the fast break. Anytime that there's any type of opening in this Mexican defense, France is capitalizing. Pass all the way to the back. Eric Reyes with the quad ball now. Passes long across. Bonnet almost with the interception. John Alvarez with a hard pass or shot that is either way far too far and goes out of bounds back to France. Quadball goes into the hands of Brigault. Albert passes, and it goes off the hands of number 67, Thiel, Emmerich. Again, I apologize for the French pronunciations. I was unable to fence with one dodgeball here on the left. 1-3. Theo trying to create an opportunity. Good stop there from this Mexican team. All right, we're 14 minutes and 23 seconds into the game. Mexico looks for another opportunity. Alvarez here on the near side. Avila passes to the far side. Looks like there's going to be a penalty called on the Mexican player on the far side. We have a stoppage of play. Oh. That penalty is on the French chaser, number 6, for neck contact. So that will put the quad ball back in the hands of the Mexican team. The French chaser will be, that is Alia, will be in the penalty box here for 1 minute or until Mexico scores. Again, the score is 11-3. Mexico with the quad ball on the far side of the screen. Pass goes up to the top. Tries to hit Avila. It's not able to. Thiel passes across the center. Yeah. That goal is good for Mexico to make it 11-4. Oh, well, there's going to be a conversation now with the refs. as we wait for a moment here to make sure that everybody is understanding what is happening. We have a timeout. It is a weather stoppage timeout. So due to the heat index here, we will be taking stoppages at the 15-minute mark, and so that's where we are now. And recapping the game so far, it's been a lot of fast breaks from France to give them the 11-4 lead. This Mexican team, with a lot of talent, a lot of ability out there, definitely can get back into this game. So, since we are at the 15-minute mark, I am going to mention the IQA rules for in-game, which, if you are unfamiliar with them, may be a little bit different from what you're used to if you watch USQ or MLQ here in US. At the 20-minute mark, the seekers will be released. The flag runner will be on the pitch. There will be no stoppage. And yes, it's apparently in the corner of the screen here. You can see that. So the seekers can pursue the flag runner. The catching the flag is worth 20 points. 30. I would have said 30, except that's what I thought I saw on the screen for a second there. If the team that caught the flag is ahead at the time of the catch, they will automatically win the game. If the catching team is not ahead, the game goes to overtime, which is a set score. The first team to reach the target score is set at the non-catching team's score plus 30. So, in case you didn't get all that, at 20 minutes, the seekers go out points, and as we saw earlier in the Hong Kong versus African Nations team, a team may elect to concede at that point instead of continuing, which would not have an effect on the tournament otherwise. Joined by Matt Dwyer here in the booth for the rest of the game, which is great. We are at the weather stoppage at 15 minutes with France with the 11-4 lead over the Mexican national team. So how are you doing out here? Welcome, Matt.
Hi, thank you for having me. We're doing well. Just saw an absolute nail-biter of a game between Team India and Team Austria. It was goal to go. 220 to 215 was the final score. It was wild.
All right. Well, thanks for that. Bring some of that energy here. I think that we have the ability to get there in this game. This Mexican team has shown a lot of promise. The French team is really fast, really great on the fast breaks, but I feel like if Mexico can slow it down and get it back together, they have gotten 2 goals in a row here after being down 11-2. And we are, as I said, at the 15-minute mark.
I guess we'll see if they're able to turn it around. I worry that some sort of stoppage would stall their momentum if they're 2 in a row and then immediately being stopped on it.
Yes, it's funny that we're having these weather breaks because it is humid, but I haven't found it particularly hot. But of course, I haven't run in 12 years.
I think that you will find it to be very hot later on today.
Yes.
As I mentioned on our previous stream, it's looking to be perhaps even 90 degrees today Fahrenheit, or for our friends across oceans and in other countries, approximately 32 to 33 degrees Celsius.
All right, that's good. That is the level at which we need to have these stoppages. So I think we're just ensuring that we have consistency throughout the day. All right, so we're ready to start back here. France with the quad ball. That is, you want to take a chance at these French pronunciations, which I've been butchering on these poor people for this entire game so far?
Clay, I took Spanish in high school.
As did I. I think I've been all right with the Mexican team, but unfortunately not great with the French team. I'm going with Brejol. And there we go, restarting after the stoppage. France sending both of their beaters into the fray over here, trying to settle things down. The half court has not been as effective for France so far this game. Thiel goes over the top and is not able to connect with that pass. It rolls out of bounds. Nice stop there for Mexico. Continue their momentum maybe if they can get a goal here. Eric Reyes on a fast break, running up the pitch. With the pass, oh yes, the pass dunk to David Avila is able to put another goal on the board for Team Mexico.
Yeah, that was a great athletic play by Reyes and Avila there. Reyes, longtime USQ player, I have been on the receiving end of an Eric Reyes drive. It has hurt.
I think one time I tried to tackle Eric Reyes. It may have been the last time I tried to do anything physical. And there was a pass to Nouvel here in the middle. The Mexican player is knocked off Broom by the attempted contact. Albert. With Albert. Let's just call him Albert. That's what it says on the jersey. That is good. So that is 12-5 for Mexico now. Oh, yeah.
Team ready. Wait. Okay, we ready? Oh no. Stop. Go. Grab. Yeah, I think we're ready. Stop. Please. Come on. National team. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Hero's gonna be the first to his own miss. He's gonna go Sanchez, just a little pitching check. Another shot. Similar shot. 3-0 Team USA lead. Augmento with the first 2 goals for Team USA.
Amazing here.
Super aggressive pass attempt from Team USA. I guess it was a deep space so wind away from Josh Johnson. Tackle attempt. He's violent. Come up with it. Team USA gets another stop.
To integrate Rachel a little bit into the offense. I don't feel like she's good at getting the ball, and she's an amazing playmaker.
Yeah, I think they're setting her behind, which is where Team USA has been trying to look so far. Let's see if they work it for her. To the center to Josh Johnson. Deadly long-range shooter. Looks like that's what was trying to set up. His signature right to the medium group, and that makes it 30-0. Team USA out to a quicker.
And since I said I want to see Rachel healed on, then she was able to sit back there player and so I was able to get a shot.
And the Team USA duo, Jackson Johnson and Taylor Field, dominant with control so far, making it very hard on Norway to work their offense. The strip for ball, it's going to be Henry Sanchez, so another time for USA and a break attempt for Team USA. Jackson Johnson leading the charge towards their hands. Sanchez was going to get right through. He's straight hoops in a huge run. Header advantage might be kind of Rachel Hoops first to loose ball. She gets into Johnson. He's going to drive and find the floated shot. I can't tell if that was called good or not. Either way, the refs are going to play dead for the advantage that's going to be assessed here. Need for net contact against Sanchez.
Hard there. It's going to stand, so the card is not going to be serving hard.
So the ball is going to stand. No time will be served for the penalty, as Julia said.
We're seeing some really great initial defense from Norway. It's the issue I see them having is just maintaining and getting to the ball first.
Second and third attempts. That's where USA is finding the money. Glenn's going to handle the ball. Going to run it over. I'll view to mine. It's going to be another stop for Team USA. It's going to be stopped for Team USA for the first time.
We've got dodgeball control with Team Norway right now. Johnson in the
Fields. Aggressive. Not the passes to a huge Warriors for 8 knockout double Zdenovic. Missed shot from Zdenovic. Chaos as the bludger came into the dodgeball came into the booth here. A missed shot by Zdenovic, so no goal for Team USA. Just chaotic sequence with the dodgeballs. The blue's going to end, I believe, with the Shields have one. She does, so it ends back in Team USA's hands. And Jackson Johnson might immediately try to press here. But if Johnson going to lay it back and going to get called natural motion on that, so clean play. Zimmerman handling the ball for Norway. Trying to work on Taylor Crawford. Going to go across. This ball handles on the Stormers' side. She fakes. She shoots. Bullseye. 40-10.
amazing shot.
And we saw a lot of that. Not the most confident driver and dancer with her fork. John Jackson's going to send 2 guys in. He's going to try to find a better shot this time. When it gets to pass it off, though, behind to Taylor Crawford. We're going to break one cycle. His shot is high and rims out. Lindsay Morella for Team USA is going to be first to lose ball. She's going to go back to that. She's going to look for that hoop again. Back to John Jackson. He's going to finish. Team USA strings a bunch of passes together, misses the initial shot attempt, but gets their own rebound again, and that's going to be another goal for Team USA. They lead 5-1. 50-10 now the score. Byland's bringing it up now from the hands of Stranded. He's going to try to work it behind him. Likes this part of the field. We're going to try to work on Taylor Crawford. It's slick turn, but he manages to keep his footing. Move it back to the middle. To Byland. She's going to go for the run pass. It's just out of Stranded's reach. He's going to save it. Send it back to the center. That's going to roll out of bounds. Stoppage.
Of course, Team Norway, one of the teams this weekend was pledged to play the
A 3 since a 4-match gender rule. You see that with how much ball handling they're getting out of the.
just how confident they are.
From all 4 players on the field. As John Jackson's going to bring it up for Team USA. Casey Irwin and Tate K, and then Peter for Team USA. Holding bunch of draw. Likes this area of the field if she can find a shot. We're going to try to break the wrap. Does. Her shot is blocked. It gets to her teammate, but he made his way to Morella. She passes to John Jackson. The beat. Missed, but Jackson looks like he was stripped. No, he was beat. And eventually it's going to be called a turnover. Jackson was beat, so it's just going to be a turnover there. So good defense from Team over there. One of the better sets we've seen from them. The Belgium's going to look to push the pacer, get it to Strandon. Strandon makes this wrap and down by Alexander from the pass back to the position. She's going to save continuously will come off with the stops. 50-10. And this line for Team USA all played together on the New York for the United States champions 2 months ago. To John Jackson, patiently assessing the Norwegian defense, who's all the way behind him. So I think Jackson's going to go and he looks at the shot. The shot is blocked, but he gets a goal rebound. He gets a Gavrozdanovic. To Morella, he's going to try for 60-10.
See, Norway's immediately going to bring that Quadball up.
It'll be Lenz handling the ball now. To Strandon again. Strandon would like to probe this right side. We'll see if he has more success on Morel than he had on Crawford. Casey Irwin's going to step to him, so he goes back to Lenz in the center. Lenz puts around. Shot is blocked by Gardner Johnson. One breaker in for Norway. Jackson sees Gavrozdanovic trying with him. 5 on the count. That was it, I think, was he got the shot up in time. The beater slightly out and then threw it to Gavrozdanovic, but he gets the shot up in time. So 70-10 now, Team USA in the lead.
Team Norway, I would consider bringing the ball up on the side that one of the point defenders to play this sport is not on.
Switch in, and Team USA will see if they have more success against these point defenders. Stream 30 seconds. Breaks on tackle. Steps out of bounds. Just free to reach the ball away. And Team USA is going to get another stop. Blood control is with the Norwegian side, so Team USA is going to slow down so that we haven't seen pretty much so far in this contest. Nearly shipped from behind, but free man to hold our ball. Going to pass off to Miguel Esparza, one of the fastest players on the field. There, she's going to find Darian Martic. Ellis was going to juke fake, over it dunk. His signature move comes off into the process, but the goal is going to stand 8-10. That's the answer. Thinking shot. He's beat. And it's going to push a little bit more. He's going to let you go the other way. Street is beat. Team USA should win the rest of this ball. His hands up. From Felmir there. But eventually Spartans is going to fight free. And Blunders does like when Blunders likes to have their beaters come high like this, put some pressure on the American side. Here it comes. Free's going to beat out. Gets to Marcin Callis is going to beat. She puts a stop. Chance to run here for Norway. Blunders going to do it with a big tackle. Is there any takes it up there, gets the she gets one more. Case Aaron was able to come up with one for Team USA, and that's a big stop for the American side. Under control still with Norway, so another slow walk up from America. Celine Richard, something to Peter. Norway wants to press here. Marcin Callis is right at the midline, but Richard is protecting him now. Long beat attempt. Winfield pressuring the ball now. Her beat contact with Suicide is going to get the pass on. Here, Richard. Marcin Callis recovered. Time from Winfield. Space now for Brewer there. She's going to but it should be first to the loose ball. It frees and now puts the ball on the ground. They're going to stop the play and assess whatever the penalty is going to be here. Now we see when Norway both guys balls they're trying to create. So they put some pressure on the Americans, but the American chasers are longer on the so the Americans are taking advantage to win control back, like we saw from Celine Richard there. They both for the contact against Richard. The penalty is on Zimmerman, the beater for Norway. So the initial contact was clean and then might have been engaged from behind. But Team USA will have a 1-point advantage. Leo Free is going to fake once, fake twice, and score. So Zimmerman's released. The score is now 90-10 in favor of the Americans. And we'll see Constriction there. Even handling the ball, she has the one Norway side. Gonna go back to Strandon though. Norway likes this passing across the top. Look, as the beater try to make something happen. Zimmerman fresh out of the box is gonna try to win control back for his team. Gonna tap out Julia Bear, who gets away with a little dance swap there. And that was a nice play by Quadball, who had her fist up so she's not beaten. Norway's going to get to work with nobody's going to play. The shot is going to rim out. Eberg's in the first of this ball. Going to move around. She's going to have a chance at another shot. It's rip. So when Eberg gets space to work with from her beaters, that shot is deadly. 90-20 now the score. And I think that's what Norway needs, just a little more blooders to create room for their chasers to operate, and they've got some confident shooters. Try to win blooders for the American side. Julia Bear's not going to take the space. It's going to be patient with extra slug who's now pressed to Bear. She's got space to drive now to try to get to Uber. Figures off to Leo Free, who is totally uncovered on the hoop. And America scores again. That should be 120.
In fact, it is.
And in that scrum, they managed to spot the control, so we'll see if they can learn a shot off of England, possibly something for Strandon, who's going to work to the left side. Team USA is calling out shooter. They seem to burn them twice. She's going to find Strandon on the pass. He's got space. One extra pass. Hard to run, though. The score of his tackle, and so who might not come up with the goal there. Good passing sequence from Norway, but great defense from Team USA. Everything else is going to push up. Blood control still with Norway. They've had it for the last few minutes of game time here, forcing Team USA to play a little slower, but they haven't been able to score in these slow half-court sets. Marzicalis fakes. Confident shooter and quick time for them. So 110-20. Team USA takes a little off on the go as far as this goal. The ball's now in the hands of Shaw. By the time we're seeing him this game, second forth passing with all of us. Stranded. One of the more confident drivers on the region side. We'll see what he makes of Leo through here. She can shoot again. She shoots. The guy gave her the ball. Can shoot ability. So, but when America's able to keep their hands and hold button control, they've been able to shut Norway down. That's what Norway needs to keep finding. As America's going to sub that first line back in, Julia Bear's going to stay with Sanchez, Johnson, and Monroe again. Chaser game. So Matt Brown and Cylinder Star as the beaters for Team USA. Brown is beat, and Norway might be able to press off of this. Big tackle from Cylinder Star is going to slow the Norwegian beaters down. Johnson, he misses by an inch, and his shot also misses by an inch, and eventually Ebert is going to come up with the ball, and all they're going to get to stop it off some very impressive play. Richard is going to can push here. Richard, but Ellison should win the race for the ball here, so it should be a no for Norway. Tied a shot. Richard is out of the temptation right into Sanchez's hands, and America gets to the stop, even with no budget. That's still. And he's going to slip it through with
Cecil and Richard running across the pitch, trying to get one dodgeball into that play. But Team Norway was to keep her out there.
I think Norway is so locked in and trying to keep America's viewers out of place so their side could slow. When the ball turned over, America was able to just have Joel Cherry down low and get the easy goal there. We've got some sort of stoppage. I think this is a discussion on water break. All right, 15-minute mark. Heat break with the temperatures here today. So a 15-minute mark, quick heat break, and then there'll be 5 minutes of game time left before releasing the flag roller. But it should be 110 with that goal that Monroe just counted. So 110-30, America in the lead. And we'll have the stoppage here. So we've seen mostly America in control, especially early. The last 5 minutes of the game have been more, I think, the game Norway wanted to play. They dominated dodgeball control. They will line up a couple of great shots for Eberg, who's their leading in. They score on all three of Norway's goals. Yeah. But those first 10 minutes were all Team USA. So what's going to change in these last 5, Julia? Last 5 minutes or so.
Minutes. see them like working to get it to more of their players. Like, couple possessions, they were having a bit of trouble just like working everybody in, taking it slow, actually seeing what's there for them. But especially with Eve and the 3 goals on the board that she's got. They took time, they got the ball to her, they let her take just the exact amount of space she needed, and that's what's giving them those goals. They just need to continue to work on creating that same scenario for their other players. I can see that players trying to take those shots, but he's getting the opportunities they need to get those going. If you just keep working on that and allowing their players to get those opportunities, I believe that they could get that gap just a little tighter in this game.
And the biggest thing I think we're seeing in the difference between those two teams is physicality, which is started with the United States and then came back to Norway in their overall. But on the American side, when America's on offense, they've been able to get through the Norwegian point without too much trouble, and that's why they're getting these short, medium-range shots right in the zone, or the easy pass off to a cutter on the hoops. And on the other side, Georgia, a couple of plays where they could have had goals. I think with Americans chasers bearing down them, just not wanting to absorb those hits. I think they, especially that no-bludger situation we saw a couple of plays ago, the rules, and try to find one extra pass. Just a little more patience for Norway. We have a couple more goals on both of them, but the physicality that Americans bring in the chaser game has been the difference so far.
And seeing Team Norway, one of the differences is that Team USA has been consistently bringing it. They've been hustling to the loose, just stopping after their first stop on defense, after the first loose ball on offense, where it seems like Team Norway is having a little bit more trouble getting to those loose balls or just continuing to stuff on defense.
And we've seen Team USA, when they get wrapped, doing a good job throwing the ball to a spot that their teammates are help with the rebound. Whereas a couple of times when Norway's been wrapped, the ball's just kind of gone nowhere in particular. That's the one good thing I think they can clean up as we are live again. Zimmerman's going to have the ball here for Norway. Go across to Violent. That's to Zimmerman. Going to try to work on Sanchez. Across in the middle here. He's going to go back to where I want to pass it across the top from Norway here. Follow side for a second. Back to Violent. And that's your stop. And just a lot of movement here from Team Norway. Eventually getting a line. And finally Norway's beaters make an open into the chasers. And Byron just going to run out of bounds, pursued by Sanchez. So that's a turnover. Good defense from Luis Sanchez to get the stop and force Byron out of bounds there. A bludger game, but Norway should retain control.
We've got one behind.
It's Athena Mayer in the game for the first time at Chaser, along with Monroe, Johnson, and Sanchez, still the Texas Cavalry Chasers. Mayer out of the Boston Pandas program. Monroe's going to take the one-on-one. Easy pass to Johnson, and Johnson with the alley-oop finish there. That could 120-30. Norway's immediately going to push the pace. Zimmerman's getting down to that left side of the field. Going to go back to the center. To Linfield, and she's going to look for a shot as well. That was ripped down by Monroe. I think she was trying to find the pass to Zimmerman, but Monroe rips it down. Now the attempt gets Danny Williams, and now an immediate pass attempt for Norway. So America had to rush that in the Norwegian pressure. What a good stop for the Norwegian side.
Good try by Team USA, but a better stop by Team Norway.
So Zimmerman handling the ball now for Norway. 120-30, still our score. Lions back to Zimmerman. Working on the right side against Sanchez. Hasn't been able to break Sanchez yet this game. Now back to Linfield. Sasha with confidence with the ball in her hands as her teammate moves. That's going to sail after. There's a little case of bludger pressure there.
Something interesting I'm seeing from Team Norway, and we saw this against the developmental academy. Their offense, they're quite a bit, and that's not necessarily something you see a lot of in American football. So it's nice to see it work out.
I think with this, the America's so super disciplined in their zone because the hope with that overlap is to get the point from that position. But Quadball is blocked by a dodgeball, but a great piece of Danny Williams are going to stop the attempt to run. And now Josh Johnson has an easy pass to the man or just to go himself. Pretty finish there. Sanchez has had to Sanchez. Soon Johnson would just put it through the open hook. Sanchez gets it, but he beat for a wasted opportunity for the USA there. And Zimmerman, I think for the shot. No, Fonz. The pass, Lenz gets it through the small hoop, through Athena Mayer, an attempted tackle before the boot can be made. That unforced air for the States leads to a Norwegian goal. Great passing in transition.
JJ knows that he's going to take a quick sub.
130 to 40 on the score. Full lines of it looks like 40 Americans. Julia Berbeckel with Darian Marsick Ellis, Miguel Esparza, and Leo Freed. Fields, just heat back into the weather. The ball goes to now. Behind the bear. Defense from Strand in there. Marzigalis are going to go behind short Sparza. Going to turn on the Jets. Break through one rep and scored on the tilted hoop for another American goal. 140 to 40 now the score. 319 mark, so it's 1 minute away from the flag runner release. It's Ryan Davis is going to be the first shooter for the American side. The game seeker coming now. He's going to be Maiza. Crystal Maiza against Ryan Davis in the flag runner game. America with a 100-point lead. Flag runner is worth 30. Sure, across. Great. Eveberg, and when Norway has been able to get the ball in their hands in space, it's been a goal every time. 140 to 50 in the lead. For international play here. Once the flag is caught, the game is over if the winning team after a catch, if the team that caught the catch is in the lead after a catch. If not, we play a little end game scenario where it's first 3 goals ahead of the lead this score. So if America catches, they win. If Norway catches, the game would play on for a few more points for either team. As the ball goes to Leo Freed. So Team USA is just going to camp right in front of the line to beat the secret immediately, and now give Ryan Davis the first crack at the flag on it. Some great content. Said if she read where that pass was going and rips it down, but we do have a stoppage.
It's a positioning by Eberg.
Yeah, that's a cut that Julia Bear has made many times in her career, but Eberg read it well and ripped it down. There's going to be a penalty here against Violent, I think, for the contact on Freed early in that drive. So Team USA will get the ball back. So we're rolling through his hands here. This should be
He can take
one
it.
step. Fair on the pass. Easy goal for America. That makes it 1-15. Again, to bring the ball down. Keeping as well as Quadball game line. Even if Norway catches, they still have America would still have a sizable lead. Because everyone's going to handle now. Pump fake. Try to drive around Drew Bear. Nothing doing there. Across the island. Aggressive by Taylor Crawford. Here goes the beat press from the Americans. And Marsick Ellis is able to pull it down. Here comes the Marsick Ellis in transition. Jukes Byron, space to work with. Great connection between those two. He's had all the this flag runner. Lenz is subbed in as a leader for the Norwegian side. He'll have a chance now with Davis knocked off for him. So Lenz all day here, as always, going to keep it patient on their offense. Almost had it on that one. Here comes the beater press from the United States side. Another fantastic pump fake from Eva. Her shot this side gets the top of the pump fake is getting some of the American points defenders every time. We're going to go back to passes to Zimmerman. We have a flag catch potentially from Ryan Davis for the American side. That would be the game if the catch stands.
Yeah. Refs are gonna gather and discuss.
And so our final score here would be 190. Our final score would be 190 to 50 if it stands. America's currently lead 160 to 50. The hometown crowd very excited by that Ryan Davis catch right in front of the stands there.
I wish I could predict whether or not that catch was good or not, but I was mystified by Eberg's dancing on offense.
Fantastic pump fake. Just got the Team USA point by sorry about a shot to bite. But that's the end of the match. Ryan Davis catches good. America wins 190 to 50. They improved to 1-0 on the day. Norway falls to 0-1. A lot of games like this will go for both teams. Final thoughts, Julia.
I really like the attempt put up by Team Norway. I saw some really good. I'm never going to shut up about Eastberg. She did fantastic during this game. Team USA, that they were putting a couple different looks out there. I just want to see a couple more people get into the minute, and I think to the finals.
Signing off, we'll be back for the next game shortly.
Could you look up the screen and just see what?
Oh boy, he might have to move in between us.
And just yeah, just go to YouTube.
I can be loud. Yeah, same. I'm not worried.
So listen to him talk.
But we will we'll test it out. Once we figure out that this is working properly, we will see if this computer can move in between us, or therefore I can move over, you can move over, whatever it may be. But
we just sits in the middle.
Exactly, because they're kind of going to need access to all that. Let's see if I can find the appropriate rosters.
I can send you a screenshot if you want me. Like, if you give me your number.
That couldn't hurt.
Do you know what this is going to be under?
That I have no idea.
Okay. IQA roll call. Pitch 2.
Okay. Even if you send me the link.
It's just, they were saying, like, don't share it with
Mr.
anybody.
Christian
Or I
without
guess
hearing. Yeah, I need it too. Yeah.
That's why
Yeah.
I'll talk to you in 2 minutes.
it's the same warning they gave me, I guess. Just can't share with any team.
Yeah.
Only for live stream people.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hey, do you see where the
So,
volume is?
what's your phone number?
403. Is that an iPhone? Yeah. Do you want to airdrop it to me? Then you don't have to do an international call. Should be able to.
Because it's a Google Drive.
Yeah. Airdrop. Bluetooth is off. So I'll turn the Bluetooth on. Give me a moment. Play. Guess I've got it set for everybody. Everybody. And there you go. Accept.
Alright.
All right.
I think it should be good. It does sound like it's like way behind the lag.
Oh,
Because like I was like, it doesn't sound like it's you guys stuff. The sound's working. It's just like a big lag.
Okay, that's fine.
Is
Is it like stuttery or is it?
It's like I could hear people talking, and then all of a sudden, like I heard the number that it's like
Okay.
Are we already going?
almost.
All right, so we should be good.
Do you want to?
Yeah, it was.
All right. Welcome to Canada, Australia, and Canada. Looks like Chris Radievsky out there for Canada's keeper, veteran player from Canada. He's been on almost every iteration of this team in some form or another. Bludger control, dodgeball control for Australia. Shot block.
Say long pass.
Quick drive, no goal. Shot.
Strong
Australia.
defense by Canada.
We got beaters in there, and
Canada gets the
There we go.
volleyball back.
hopefully the sound is okay. Video's still not displaying.
I promise there are people on the field.
Yes, there are people on the field. There are things happening. We will do our best. Our microphone is this laptop right now, so hopefully the audio is okay.
Right. Both teams showing a strong defense.
Number 0 for Australia.
The Australian team singing holiday tunes.
Ha ha. 'Tis the season. Or something.
It is winter down there for them.
It's true.
Like a great catch by Australian beater, number 71.
Pass behind the hoops. Pass to the side. 32.
Oh.
Shot and just misses. Australia still in.
Oh.
Did they get beat?
Beat before.
Just barely beat. Nope. Penalty on the play.
I believe he passed the ball right after being beat. Still going at a strong 0-0. Both teams have been attacking hard, but have had a stronger defense.
Canada with a slow move forward here. Pass behind the hoops.
Short pass, still behind the hoops.
Shot and is missed. Back to Canada. Oh, big hit. That's going to be a call.
All right.
Keep an eye on it. We're just working on trying to get the feedback up, but we are in a play stoppage.
Classic turn it off.
Yep. Classic turn it off and on again. There we go. So you guys get your video on the screen just in time for not much to watch. But welcome. Fix your stream, Blizzard. Who is winning? It is currently a 0-0 game, according to the clock over there, but I don't think that's right. The clock, that can't be right.
The clock is not going.
We are having some technical issues on this pitch.
The clock on the big screen is off, but it is, in fact, still 0-0.
It is in fact 0-0. All right. Confirmed. All right.
All right. Canada player was able to walk it off back to the sideline. It was always a good sign.
Yes. Michael Wanless comes out to take their place.
Australia does have the volleyball right now, but Canada has at least one beater back on defense. Australia will be taking it slow. They have
volleyball control
and dodgeball control.
Yes, thank you.
They have all the controls.
They have all the controls. Wow. This is game number 2 and day number 4.
This is game number 3 on this field.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. See, that's how long.
Still a strong defense from Canada. Doing a fast break. There is no defense. Dunks it right before being beat. That is first goal of the game for Canada. And a poor hoop has fallen in the midst.
Just destroyed. And play is live as the volleyball comes back into play with the keeper. They're slowly making their way forward.
Canada has a very strong defense set up right now. Very compact.
Both these teams have had a fairly strong history over the last few World Cups, so this is definitely going to be a game to watch.
Not to mention, this is a battle of the Commonwealth.
Yes, it is.
Australia is still hugging the outside of the Canadian hoops. Canadian beater coming in. Takes out number 79 on Australia.
Pass to Crawford, 88. Back to 6. Australia passing that volleyball all over. Big, just Hail Mary up to number 3, the keeper for
Lots of
Australia.
contact
Driving
happening.
forward.
Canada not letting go. Ooh.
Rogue Ledger almost took out the live stream.
Yeah.
Dodgeball, sorry.
We have not had enough technical issues, so that would be on par. Canada holding on to their broom, number 7. Call on the field.
Not sure what's going on here. Oh, hey, we're starting to get some rosters. This is amazing.
We have names now.
We have names.
I always said I'm better with faces than names.
It's true. Wonderful, fabulous, amazing. Beater's running back.
All right, Australia beater. Playing monkey in the middle. Strong
Ooh.
contact.
Big Beater takedown. Canada maintains control.
That is a blatant call. Helpless receiver, I believe.
I think so.
I can't see his number, but the Australian chaser back behind hoops. Contact was made with him while he was up in the air, which is illegal in this game.
Checking. Waiting for a call in the field here. And still waiting. Is there a call, or are we just discussing? All right.
Does not seem like there's
no
a call. Coaches are booking it off the field. All right.
So now that we've got things more or less running properly, welcome again. My name's Dave Chapman.
My name's Diego Rojas.
And we are going to be your commentators for today. Or at least for this game.
I'll be here, or not on this field, but I'll be around for the rest of the day.
I will be probably on a Canada game later on today. I am also on the reffing crew.
Ooh.
Big tackle on Wanless.
Oh. Kenner number 96, Nathan, has a broken broom.
Oh, that's impressive. Nathan Unrow with that broke. He's going to have to keep that. Mount that sucker on the wall. That's impressive.
A lot of targeting happening to our very sensitive wires.
Yeah, that's a souvenir for Nathan for sure.
All right, he's gotten his replacement.
Feel free to throw that broom over by that orange bag there. I'll totally give that to Nathan after.
Kenner number 7.
Yeah, right there.
Joanne Lamb passes it back behind hoops. Number 18.
Oh, breaks the tackle. Goes down anyway.
Another call on the field.
Number 18 for Canada down hard.
Whoa, I believe number 11 on Australia ran back to tag up on hoops during the whistle. It's not allowed.
I am very confused at a little bit of what's going on there. That looked like a slightly improper tag back in, but we're going to run with it.
The refs corrected it.
Exactly.
They made number 11 repeat it. We're all good. Australia is coming in slow on the offense, but waiting for an opening. A pass across.
Just barely safe.
Ooh. Both players slid. Hard to tell if either one of them made an illegal play. Australians use a Did they use a reset? They have used a reset. All right. Number 3, Callum Mayling coming up with the volleyball. All right, Australia's moving in for the attack. Passes it all the way behind hoop.
Oh, I thought he was safe, but he got beat.
He got beat before. I believe it might have hit just his broom.
Canada's chaser and keeper were kind of fighting over the ball themselves there for a second. Always entertaining when that happens.
All right. Canada coming up on offense, number 16. Is that 16 or
18?
18. So coming in on the offense. Passes off, but the beaters are there. Take out Canada number 20.
Oh. Bit of a slight body block on a Canadian beater.
Though I do believe that is legal.
It is legal. There was no wrap there. It was just shoulder-to-shoulder contact.
All right. Australian drop airs coming in on offense. Hoping to tie it up. A very intense game, though not a high score. All right. Possession returns to Team Canada. Yeah, to be honest. We had 4 subs coming in for Team Canada. Very refreshed. We'll see if they'll be able to hold on to their strong defense, though. A lot of times a sub change can mean a bit of confusion on the field. Very physical game.
Very
Number 16.
that
Pass
was
it back to number 4. Haley Yap.
Well, I guess
Very
Beats.
close.
big sprint back. These Australians are just massive.
They are one of the tallest teams that we have here.
Oh,
in
beautiful
Richmond.
block.
And Canada retains possession. Number 4.
Got a little bit of something in the face. I'm not sure what.
This content is a physical, or this sport is a very physical sport. Number 4, Haley Yap.
I think that was incidental. She was able to make it off.
All right.
High pass gets missed by Canada, but
All
they
right.
still maintain.
Canada number 29, Brittany. Anthony? I apologize.
We have now. Who is that? These numbers. We have a roster that's not great. This roster is not correct.
It is better than no
It's
roster.
better than no roster. It's true.
Somewhat accurate is better than not accurate at all.
Exactly.
But as I was going to say earlier, the Canadian beater, Haley, or Brittany, I apologize again. Very good defense on the volleyball.
Kahaney, I believe.
Haney. That sounds much better than what I said. Australians are having very good cheers on the sidelines.
They always do.
They have a good rhythm.
Yeah.
Them and the English have, across all sports,
Yeah.
very good sideline cheers.
I think it's that football/soccer, depending on your country, mentality.
I'm a U.S. citizen, but my family hates football.
I'm Canadian. My family's hockey.
Oh, sorry, no, like soccer. We call
Yeah,
football.
I know.
All right, strong fight. Canada retakes possession of the quad ball. Still 1-0 in favor of Canada. Anything could happen in this game. All right, pass to number 33.
Soleil Haney.
All right. Number 16 passes it a bit too far back. Australia is able to get control, and I believe that might be back contact.
That is a
Violated
card.
by 33 Soleil?
Soleil Haney.
Soleil-Hini, yes. Yellow card for Soleil-Hini for back contact. All right.
Was that? That can't be right. No, that's Michelle Ferguson.
Oh. 32.
Yeah.
Michelle Ferguson, I apologize.
Soleil is on the pitch. She's over there. Oh.
Right. Remember when I said I'm good with faces? I'm starting to doubt that a lot.
Oh, goodness.
For those of you that don't know, for a yellow card, players will spend 1 minute in the box on the sideline or until the other team scores, whichever comes first. All right, Canada is coming back on offense after successfully defending.
Canada reshuffling on the field as they slowly move forward.
Canada also maintains dodgeball control. They have full control of the field at the moment. Doing 1.5 beating.
Hold on. Sorry, I need any more.
And Canada number 36 running in, looking for an opening.
Go.
Australian deep.
And Chris shoots a little bit low. Goes down as he
Canada
does.
number 9 and Australia number 10 got physical, but A strong beat.
Yeah, that was a head. That was a head beat. That was an intentional head beat. It was not. It was not forceful, but it was very much intentional.
It does become a gray area with head being another beater, where there are less limitations on that, but that did seem like it should be a callable offense. Or a callable offense.
That should be a. There we go.
All right, refs will. I believe they're discussing the head beat.
I would be very surprised if that's not what's happening. I mean, yes, it was just a bop, but it was still a head beat.
So in the sport with the dodgeball, there are very specific circumstances you can
45.
hit someone in the head. If there's any other option, you must be able to take that. All right, number 25 has received a yellow card from the ref. He seems to be arguing to defend himself, or not arguing.
Coach is at least having a conversation.
Yes, talking in defense of his actions.
So Big John Golos
deliberating.
Yeah.
He might have been able to successfully defend himself.
Josh Lady Blue! Hey. Robert. Sorry.
All right.
Waiting for
stand. The call has been revoked. No yellow card for Canada.
Interesting. They must have said it is not forceful enough to warrant it.
It did not seem like a strong hit.
No, it definitely was not. But
that again, it's a gray area. It could be called either way.
Yeah. It's worth noting, at least the Canadians are certainly not necessarily used to playing by IQA rules. British Canada does have its own rule set, which is closer to IQA than USQ in a lot of ways, but
that is a good point. A lot of these players this weekend will be playing from different rule books from all around the world. So having to learn this rule book will create some confusion.
Also for the refs too, because some of these refs have only ever done it once or twice. Some of the European refs especially have definitely used the IQA rules.
What a catch by an Australian beater.
Big pile up at the Australian hoops. Beats all over. There we go. We've untangled everybody.
Right, and Australians are able to successfully defend their hoops. This match reminds me a lot of a soccer or football match where it's not high scoring, but it's very intense throughout. Australia number 0. Max Brenner coming in, charging through. Well, he passes it, and that is a goal for Australia. We are now tied 1-1 here at IQA World Cup in Richmond, Virginia.
That's 10-10. Score is tied. A very low-scoring game for how long in we're in and how aggressive this game has been.
They have been attacking each other hard, but their defense has been even harder. A fight here.
I agree. There's a comment in here. Game time is 14:43 at this stoppage.
So we are currently doing a heat stoppage where at about every 15 minutes, we will be stopping the game for 4 minutes, or at the first 15-minute mark.
Yeah, I think it's 10 minutes after that.
Yes. Here in Richmond, we're expecting that the weather is going to get extremely hot and humid later in the day. So from the beginning of the first games, we are doing a heat index advisory. After this moment, in 10 minutes, there will be a break for 2 minutes where teams will be able to get water. No? I believe that there will be further breaks as time goes on. They'll be 2-minute long. And after a certain point, every 5 minutes, there will be a break.
Will there be future breaks for heat after this, or what is the interval?
So next one is 25.
25
Okay,
minutes?
So 10 minutes, that's a 2-minute break.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, confirmation from head ref, 25 minutes, next one.
And then after that, I believe it's every 5 minutes. Perfect. As aggressive as this sport is, we care first and foremost about player safety. one of the favorite parts for me of this sport is how the community cares and how supportive it is. We don't want to see any major injuries on the field. With these being elite players, we're not expecting to see a lot of more muscular or skeletal injuries, but the athletic trainers have mentioned that heat-related illnesses and injuries remain to be a major concern.
What have you thought about the game so far?
I genuinely love it. Again, I'm a big fan of soccer, football for our international audience, and a game could go 1-0 and it could be one of the greatest games you've watched all year. Here, even though it's 10-10, it has been so intense. Their defenses have been incredibly strong, but their offenses, they keep pushing and pushing. I don't see any sign of slowing down in terms of exhaustion as of yet from either team. How about you?
Yeah, it's been a very interesting game. Low scoring, obviously, but the defenses on both sides have been holding up. So we'll see. With this essentially basically a free timeout for both teams, what adjustments will be made by the offenses to see if they can crack the other team's defense.
Yeah, the game will be changing up in a few minutes with the release of the flag, which we'll explain more in a moment. But at this point, like you said, it's a free timeout where they can restructure. Each team will also have one timeout that they can call or ask the head ref to make a call for if they want to take a break or if they want to restructure their strategy. How have you been thinking? What do you think of the
I think it's been a great game. I'm back. Sorry about that. I went and checked the roster.
Abandon us.
I abandoned you to check the roster. We have now got at least the numbers and the names are theoretically matched for Team Canada.
Australia.
I have no idea.
I apologize in advance, and I've been apologizing the entire time.
Yeah, that's
I got
that's us
family in
today.
Canada, so
Hey, whereabouts?
up in Burlington, so about an hour out of Toronto.
Okay. Other end for me, but about half this team is east.
I do have a friend that lives in Nanaimo.
Okay, a little farther, even
Yes.
farther west than me, but yes, no, Nanaimo's a beautiful city.
Are you more in the
I'm out in
middle?
Calgary, yeah.
Okay.
I'm based out of Alberta.
There was one summer that I got to spend a camp out near Thunder Bay, canoeing
Ooh.
out in the Canadian wilderness.
Yeah.
It was an amazing time. We got to see the Northern Lights.
Nice.
Looked like a city haze, but there were no cities nearby. I count it. All right, the game is starting up soon, and right now, Australia
on the
coming in. Canada hustles to defense. Australia has crossed the midline. Canada retains control of the dodgeballs.
Pass back to 75 on Australia.
All right,
Pass it off to 0.
on Australian
Pushing. Dumps it off to another chaser.
Australia
Interception.
has no bigger support. And a call on the field, I believe that might be back contact.
Back contact. Possibly
A yellow card right off the bat. The Australian team manager is coming up to dispute the call.
So that's going to be a yellow card for, I think, back contact, I think we said.
For Australia number 2, Joshua Lindley. And it will be down one chaser for 1 minute I apologize. Australia will be down one chaser for 1 minute or until Canada scores. For those of you just joining this sport, a chaser, they are the players with the white headbands. They're the only ones that can score. Or I apologize. They are one of the two positions that can score the volleyball, the other position being a keeper with the green headband.
Black headbands are your beaters. They have the dodgeballs. They're technically on the defense at all times. If you get hit by one of those dodgeballs, you have to come off your broom, return to your hoops, and tag in before you can.
Australia is
play.
fast breaking. I apologize.
Oh!
He keeps going, gets right back into it.
That's
Can he find an opening?
That
Passes it. Oh, Canada just barely blocks it. Takes out two hoops, though. And a call on the field.
ball's also gone out of bounds.
Yellow things
card.
about the innocent hoops that get taken out in this sport. They take the brunt of all the action.
High tackle to number 9, Anna Nikolai. New player on Team Canada, veteran kind of returning to the sport. Just a bouncing bubble of positivity, that player. Getting reset.
Right.
What?
Australia maintains control.
I don't know. Resetting the volleyball player.
All right, Australia's coming in. One chaser down. The Canadian defense. Australia passes it. It's a bounce pass, but they keep going. Rolling on the floor. Are they able to maintain control?
Yeah, sort of.
And the Canadian keeper has gained control.
That was an interesting sequence, just kind of batting it around like cats.
There is nothing in the rules that say you cannot. If
No.
you want to kick the ball like a soccer ball, that is perfectly allowed.
So did you know?
30 seconds left in the penalty to Canada.
Canada attempts a
Game time is 16:30.
all right. Canada has no beaters, I believe. Australia coming in for the offense. And that is a goal for Australia.
That ends the penalty for Canada. Big cheers from the crowd.
Australian drop bears are up 20 to 10.
And Michael Wanless with the volleyball moving forward. Canada making a few substitutions.
All right.
Nice beat to the feet.
Canada number 9. A long pass, but beautifully caught. No goal. And a beautiful dodge by Canada beater number 5, but
Number 2.
what a beautiful. Everything's beautiful.
That is just, yeah.
Number 8 on Canada. Drop airs are at 30. Canada at 10.
That was beautiful. We're just sitting here quietly because it's like, I'm speechless.
Yeah,
That was
no.
just- wow.
I was in the moment with the crowd as well. The
Right?
crowd and the Australian sidelines. Very happy with that play.
Meanwhile, Canada on the offense
Coming in.
passes it
Long
back.
pass.
Darren Bell, the keeper for Canada, has it off to Wanless.
All right, we have
Long pass back to
a
Bell.
bit of a curve on that throw, but gets to its target.
I'm not going to complain. That curve is probably the wind, and I'm glad that we have it.
The breeze has been a beautiful help this weekend.
Canada recovers the ball.
No
almost
reset
with
used. I
Is
believe
that-
that is a pass.
Yeah.
An attempt at a goal, but Canada does not make it.
I think it was definitely after beat though, so it would have probably been disallowed, unfortunately.
I thought I saw it as
But that's speculation.
he might have thrown it right before, but that's why I'm not repping this weekend. That's the rest.
To be fair, I'm not a ref in this game, so I don't get to make those calls.
I've had to rep in the past, and it is a very stressful and thankless job.
Boom.
Australia
Goal
on the
for
roll.
Australia.
A goal for number 3. Callum Mailing brings the total to 40-10. All right. Both teams have their flag runners stacking up on the sidelines. The flag runners, for those who don't know, if you see out on the field, one person in all yellow, that is our flag. They have a flag hanging off their waistband. One player from each team must attempt to catch that flag. If they do, they gain an extra 30 points to their team, equivalent to 3 goals.
Whoa, that's a missed shot by 75.
Flag runners are
And he
released.
gets it back on the ground and shoots again. Still misses, but that was impressive.
All right, the Canadian flag runner and the Australian flag runner both making attempts.
I think it's still Seeker.
Are
Flag
they
runner
still
is the
Seeker?
flag runner is the official. So it is the flag
I
runners in
see,
yellow,
okay.
and the flag runner is down. They've lost that flag. So they're gonna reset.
They are immune while they are resetting, and after they're ready, they get 5 seconds head start.
Trying to see who that is. Flag was down. Seekers had to come back and get a count. They are now active again.
All right.
Custer's working hard to try and get that tail, that flag.
If Canada is able to catch, they will tie this game with one move.
Australia trying to go over the top, knocks the snitch down. That's going to be a stoppage.
All right. Snitch is standing up. All right. We are getting a water break.
Let's see
for the snitch.
What's going on with the...
or for a player.
Yeah. Yeah, water's Canada's got a great volunteer corps, so they're just booting her out there, getting the water out to people.
As much of attention we give to the players, they would not be where they are without the support staff.
Yes,
has joined them for many all the way across the world.
Oh, a little bit of sportsmanship as Canada tosses their water bottle over to one of the Australian players. Gotta love it.
And this community, this game, we all care about each other. We all love each other.
So we're at this point, we're just kind of waiting to see if there's a call on that play against the Australian seeker. Make sure that the flag runner is safe and healthy and able to continue. Looks like they are, but it's hard to be entirely sure. We'll just give it a few moments.
Here, the flag runner. Each flag runner has a different play style. Many of them are agile and fast. Some of them come from a wrestling or rugby background, and they will just stop any seeker that comes up like a wall.
Australia definitely has a bigger advantage than most against this particular flag runner because they are just such a tall team with such long arms.
Not to mention, years ago, Australia, I don't believe it's here, a beautiful catch by Australia. We will see if it is legal.
Corey Smithson.
Oh, we need a trainer.
Nope.
The flag runner has been hit hard. I can't tell him. The game will be stopped until we know for certain that everything is okay.
This has been such a just insanely physical game. We are sitting at a game time of 21-22, it looks like. 40-10 in favor of Australia. If this all works out and this catch is good, that should take us to a tie if I'm reading this correctly.
If Australia catches it,
if Australia catches it, win. Was it a Canada catch or was
no?
It
it's an Australia catch.
That was an Australia catch.
Potential Australia catch right before the goal. If the catch was good, then the goal wouldn't count. That's how it is.
There we go, Australia.
Catches successfully.
You know what? That's a disappointing loss for Canada, but at the same time, that was an incredible game.
I don't think any player should feel guilty or bad about how it is clear that they put everything on this field throughout the entire game. It was pure intensity.
That was crazy.
Watch now as they're lining up, high-fiving, hugging. You can see the care and love in this community. The tallest Canadian player enjoying that the Australians are very tall.
Australia is the tallest overall team.
Though I believe Canada might be the tallest player.
Oh, I'm very certain. Armageddon, as John. So, but we are going to wrap this up. 70-10 is the final score with Australia's catch. I've been Dave Chapman.
I've been Diego Rojas.
Thank you guys very much for tuning in. We'll be back in a few short moments with the next games. So keep on keeping on, I guess.
And check out our other channels for all the games happening throughout the tournament.
Entering this pool play matchup 1-0. African nations defeated Hong Kong in game 1. The United States defeated Norway in game 1. This will be an interesting matchup. A lot of the African nations players have played in USQ or MLQ during the regular season in the same league as the United States players, so a lot of familiarity between the teams. Ben Mertens and Julia Rankin here on the call, and we're just about ready for the rush. It's going to be Trey Presley versus Augie Monroe for the Quadball. and Jackson Johnson versus Tyler Walker for the dodgeball. And Julia, what are we looking to see in this matchup of undefeated teams today?
From Team USA, I have to imagine that they're just going to keep doing what they did against Team Norway. They were having some crisp, clean passing. They were using their options and they were being patient on offense when they needed to be, and they were rushing it when they had the opportunity and when they could see it. From Team African Nations, I just want to see some like chemistry built between these players. A lot of them have played together, but not necessarily all of them together. And I just want to see them put a really good fight against Team USA. A lot of these players have made a name for themselves in USQ and MLQ, and this is their chance.
Augie Monroe is going to knock Blues ball free, but Trey Presley is going to swat it back. It hits the referee. That's really unfortunate. But African Nations will still end up with the ball. And dodgeball control is going to go to Team USA. Jackson Johnson and Bailey Fields win budget control for the United States. So Lee Hodge is going to bring up an aggressive press attempt by Jackson Johnson. Lee Hodge is going to send it deep behind the hoops. And this should be an immediate scoring attempt for African Nations. Going to go for the floated pass back to Hodge. Hodge is hit in mid-air. No call, and it's going to be a stop for the United States. Good attempt there from Ty Bird to Lee Hodge, but not able to find the mark. And now Team USA will go to work on offense with dodgeball control in the hands of African Nations. Ball's going to go behind the hoops to Augie Monroe. Back up top to Rachel Heald. Now over to Luis Sanchez. Very flat look up top for the United States as it goes to Jackson Johnson. Ty Walker with an aggressive beat attempt, and there'll be a press chance here for African Nations once Walker gets back into play. He's going to try to eye off Bailey Fields too, and then rush back in. U.S. beaters are back, so there will be no press attempt. Another exchange of beats. And that should end up eventually being still budget controlled African Nations and a very slow offense from the USA quad ball players here.
Like I said, Team USA willing to be patient when needed, and this is certainly a time for them to be patient.
Bailey Fields is going to tap out Ty Bird to try to create space for Augie Monroe. He's going to go back up top to Josh Johnson, who's got space if he wants it. A lot of bodies on the hoop so that Josh Johnson shines there, but a pass Rachel Heald. She cuts, she scores. They're going to call her beat before, but Lee Hodge is immediately beat. Augie Monroe is wrapped hard, gets the pass back to Josh Johnson, who's going to shake one tackle and put it through. So African Nations gets the stop, but a really smart bludger play from Team USA leads to a quick turnover, and they do get the goal.
Yeah, that was a very good showing on defense from Team African Nations. Just Team USA, their beaters created that opportunity. The chasers were working together. Again, they were patient. They were willing to see what was open for them, and that's what ultimately got them that goal.
1-0 the score. We're just over 2 minutes into the game. Oliver Hodge moves it over to Ty Bird. Back to Hodge, who will definitely function as the main ball handler on this first line for African Nations. Now back to Bird. Has Piper behind the hoops. Back to Hodge. A lot of just passing back and forth, trying to bend the USA zone. Bludger control is in the hands of African Nations. Ty Walker's just kind of probing around the sides. Now the ball in the hands of Trey Presley. Longtime Charlotte Aviators player. Presley's going to try to work on Sanchez. Big beat attempt from Jackson Johnson. Hodge sends it deep to Piper. Piper bounce pass to Ty Bird. It's not going to work, but Bird's going to save it before it goes out of bounds. And back to Trey Presley. Now here comes a possible press from the United States. Presley had no one to pass it to and is just going to get beat, and Team USA is going to come up with the stop. 1-0 still the score. Sanchez handling the ball now, passing it off to Josh Johnson. Had that first goal for the United States. He goes to Heald on the wing. She's going to go back to Johnson. An attempted 1.5 from Jackson Johnson, the United States beater, but it's not there. Walker's trying to force USA to rush the play. Here comes Sanchez, rips the shot through the middle hoop. And the hoops defenders from African Nations just caught a little flat-footed there. USA goes up 20-0.
Something I think is interesting from both teams is that both of their chaser lines out there right now have three players who have a lot of experience playing together in USQ and MLQ, with one additional player, that fourth, coming from a different team, but still having that chemistry with that core three.
And more patience from African Nations. Bird and Hodge are going to play a little back and forth on the right side here again. Now back to Presley in the middle. Going to have to try to work on Augie Monroe. Finds Khalif Piper right on the hoops. Piper gets past Rachel Heald and dips the shot in. African Nations is on the board. 2-1 our score at the 4-minute mark.
The United States want to run again. There's no dodgeball back for African nations. Here comes Sanchez. Jackson Johnson trying to lead him in. He gets brought down by Lee Hodge, but manages to pass off to Rachel, who goes to Johnson, who's stripped, but manages to catch his own dropped pass and puts it through. Good defensive stand with no dodgeballs there from African nations, but Team USA scores eventually. It's now 3-1. And now here comes the press again from the United States. Already taking out two chasers. Jackson Johnson right on top of Trey Presley, who's going to go all the way to tie Bird behind the hoops. Bird is tackled hard.
The ball.
Did not have the ball, and I think this is going to end up being a penalty on Josh Johnson for tackling Bird when he didn't have the ball.
I think that was a smart pass from Presley because they had their other two teammates, Hodge and Piper, were beat out in that scenario. They didn't have any other option other than Bird, and Bird rightfully took that space behind the hoops because if a turnover were to happen, then Team USA is not going to necessarily get that fast break opportunity.
Yep.
That also allowed for this situation to happen where Johnson's going to be in the box with a yellow card.
And Bird can reset over to this side of the field here. So he'll have a chance to run in and shoot, and if he misses the shot, it should, if he puts enough heat on it, just fly back to his own teammates who will be back near midcourt now that they've tagged in.
Yeah.
Also has Lee Hodge lurking as a passing threat. So let's see what Bird does here. Going to rush in and just passes it high to Lee Hodge.
That's
African
a
Nation's
fine
going to slow it down. Tasha Connerly there to protect Hodge. Tasha Connerly, a Richmond resident, played their college game at VCU. Beat out. Ball goes to Piper, who falls down trying to hit the shot. It gets to Bird, but Bird gets to his own miss. He's called beat, so it's going to be a turnover Team USA, and here comes another chance to run for the United States. Jackson Johnson trying to beat out Sanchez. Sanchez goes to Monroe. Monroe is grabbed by Bird. That was low. That's going to be a penalty, but Monroe's going to score. So Bird's going to get the yellow card because he got Monroe beneath the knee, but Monroe was able to shake out and score anyway, so Bird should get the yellow card but have no time served. That makes the score 4-1 in favor of the United States.
We are currently a little over 5 minutes into this game. We're at 5 minutes, 21 seconds. Another 10 minutes, we should be taking a heat break.
It should be, but
So discussion about the result of that play.
Doesn't look like anything came of it. Just the goal standing.
All right, so the goal is good. 50-10. All Rogers is going to send the ball deep in the face of another Team USA press, and Team USA is going to need to African nations are going to need to figure out how to keep the Team USA beaters off of their chasers because it's been 3 presses in a row. Here comes Rachel Heald in transition. Great passer. She finds John Jackson. He's going to try to get around Hildreth. A great screen from Rachel. Johnson just has to try to throw the ball away. Great defense from Hildreth. Jackson comes up for him. Taylor Crawford gets it behind the hoops. He's wrapped. Gets it back to Heald, who's beat. And someone African nations just needs to pick up the ball, but Jackson Johnson's there to cover it up, so Taylor Crawford from Team USA gets it back. He's going to look for a shot, and he manages to get it through on the spin move dunk. That should make it 6-1. Some discussion from the referees here.
I believe that it's 5-1 now in favor of Team USA.
Long discussion from the referees here. I think there was some foul during that sequence, and Team USA scored anyway, so if it's obviously against the Team USA, the goal won't count. If it's against African nations, the goal will stand and the player will be released. But we'll see what the referees come up with here.
Seems like if there is a call, it's going to be from the sequence of events that occurred in the beater game.
Yeah, because Taylor Crawford ended up finishing the goal with no beaters to be seen for the United States off that pretty spin move dunk. And it looks like it is going to be a yellow card on African nations beater. Goal should be good.
But again, the African nations beater will not be serving time in the box because, they will not be serving time in the box because that foul happened before Crawford was able to get that goal. And so that goal is going to negate their time. Oh,
right,
but
so
we have another yellow card.
And I think Jackson Johnson. Jackson Johnson gets some card here. I'm not sure if it was with the play or with the discussion with the referees after the play, but regardless, the United States will be down a beater, which will be a huge bonus to African nations who should be able to either win bludger control back or at least have a 2-on-1 advantage in the beater game and possibly create something for their chasers.
Jackson Johnson actually getting that yellow card for contact on the neck.
Okay. So net contact on Jackson Johnson. I think the goal is still going to stand. All right, so subs in for African Nations. Quincy Hildreth, the longtime leader of Terminus Quidditch, is handling the ball for African Nations with a fresh line of chasers, including Zach Armitrating. Ball's in the hands now of Anya Dillard, flanked by her beaters who have gone control off of the penalty. That's Natasha Connerly and Philip Sam. Deep pass behind. It's floated, but the chasers are able to break the wrap. Pass is not able to be pulled down, but African Nations dominating the bludger game. They're going to be able to get the loose quad ball.
It's still a great cut from Dillard, just not able to finish it. Keep making those cuts, and you're going to get there eventually.
Here comes another look. Armitrating is pressed. Casey Irwin is beat high, and Armitrating just going to try to bully his way to the hoops. He is brought down by Taylor Crawford, smothered by the Team USA chasers, and Team USA gets the stop. Zach Armitrating wanted to score on his USQ's teammates, the Warriors players, but they were all able to bring him down there, know his game well from practices.
Armitrating usually able to get through the defense, not here though.
50-10 still a score. Taylor Crawford bringing it down the left side. Finds Janko Gavozenovic, who's immediately beat. They're going to give him natural motion on the pass. Crawford's also beat, and they're going to say he got the shot off as well. So that makes it 60-10. And both players for Team USA got beat there, but they got natural motion on the pass and got the shot off before the beat from African Nations, so the goal will stand.
Some very clean passing from Team USA there.
Yeah. And again, all four of these chasers on the field right now for Team USA play together in the USQ season for the Warriors, the United States champions. So a lot of chemistry here. Christian Barnes is in the game at beater for the first time for African Nations, the team manager. Really aggressive beater play. Now a pass to Armitrating. Going to get through Marilla. Going to shoot and score. Armitrating gets it that time, and that makes it 60-20.
Like I said, Armitrating usually able to get through that defense. He is an amazing driver on offense, and I'm glad it worked out this time.
And that time shows off the mid-range shot instead of trying to drive through three bodies, finds the open hoop and puts it through. Ball in the hands of John Jackson now on the right side for the United States. And here comes another aggressive attempt from the African Nations beaters, but I think it's eventually going to end up with bludger control for Team USA. Gavozenovic is going to try to drive in. Throws it backwards, no-look pass that John Jackson is able to field. Jackson goes high to Taylor Crawford, who's not able to field it. And African Nations is going to come up with the loose quad ball here and get it back to their keeper, Quincy Hildreth, and get the stop. And here comes for the first time Darren Creary, another VCU alumni from right here in the city of Richmond, subbing in for African Nations. Number 43, huge alley-oop threat and a great seeker. We'll see if African Nations tries to use him that way. Hildreth is going to go deep behind. Bludger pressure from the United States. He gets called beat before on the pass, was trying to go for a block, and here comes the United States. Gavozenovic met by Armitrating in transition, goes back to Taylor Crawford. Now to Gavozenovic behind the hoops. Met, wrapped. It's going to be a penalty. Gavozenovic throws it to John Jackson. Jackson wants the screen. Hildreth with a huge hit on Jackson. Taylor Crawford's got the ball. Taylor Crawford is eventually going to find the hoop, and way earlier in that sequence, I think there was going to be a foul on African Nations anyways for the initial wrap on Janko Gavozenovic behind the hoops.
And this was a story from Team USA during their game against Team Norway. The initial stop that's happening on the defense from the opposing team is not stopping them. Every single player on Team USA is running for the loose ball. They're getting there first, and that's what it's allowing them to have not just one chance, but 2, 3, 4, every time on offense. And you just need to have, when you're on defense, when you're going up against that, you just have to keep running toward that ball. You can't ball watch. You gotta just sprint right to it to try to at least get them to waver on their offense. And it's just not happening here.
And because of how talented Team USA is, a lot of teams are playing zone against them. And of course, zone is popular across the sport right now. The downside of the zone is if Team USA gets wrapped but keeps their ball hand three, they just have to try to throw the ball to open space near where a teammate is, not necessarily make a crisp pass, and they'll be able to keep the possession alive. And they're doing that much better than their opponents are so far. For African Nations, we saw in that play before where Chaser had the ball behind the hoops and tried to go for the block. Just pass the ball onto your next teammate there, and they'll be able to find better looks. We've seen when they've swung the ball around a few times and got space to work with. We saw that nice goal from Armor Trading, that early goal as well. They've got a couple points on the board here, and they're at their best when they're swinging multiple passes together. As this discussion from the referees continues.
And across Team African Nations, I know that they're able to make those smart, crisp passes because a lot of their players, even right now, who are on the field, they all have that experience, like ball handling. They're able to like make those plays happen. I mean, you have Hildreth, who was on Team USA not terribly long
That's
ago.
right, in 2018 for the last World Cup.
You've got Darren Creary, who was certainly one of VCU's biggest assets when he was playing for them. And the talent doesn't seem to drop off from there. So if they're able to work together and just swing that ball to the open space, I feel like they can do these exact plays that Team USA are doing.
Yeah, and we'll see. The bludger game has been mostly in favor of Team USA. They were able to African nations were able to win dodgeball control back when Team USA had a beater sent to the box. But even with dodgeball control with African nations, Team USA has put so much pressure on their beaters that they've still been able to create opportunities for scoring, and that's certainly helping the United States to not have to worry about a bludger and be able to string all those passes together and eventually find the opening.
Yep.
I think we're almost ready to resume. There's been a very long discussion between the United States assistant coach Ethan Sturm and the referees here after an already long discussion between the referees themselves. But I think, and now Christian Barnes, the African nations manager, is asking for clarification on the call as well. But we should be resuming in a few seconds here. On the field right now for the United States, we mentioned it's the all Warriors chaser line, and then Tate K and Casey Irwin, who are both University of Texas alumni. Tate K also played on the Warriors, who won the championship 2 months ago. Casey Irwin was on Texas Cavalry, who were in the finals and lost to the Warriors and has won many, many championships throughout her career. So a ton of championship experience on the field right now for the United States.
And you can certainly see it. You can see that these players have been playing together a long time. They know exactly what to do with each other, how to utilize each other. And it's just amazing to see from an audience perspective.
And we'll see a lot of discussion between the African nations players here. I think they're trying to come up with a plan for what they're going to do, both immediately when the whistle blows and just long term to try to get a little closer in this game. Not out of it by any stretch. They're only down 7-2. Had a couple nice offensive looks and a couple more that just unfortunate to not get the finish. But they need to figure out what to do on these press situations that Team USA has consistently been able to generate.
And if Team African Nations is able to bring it closer and keep it close, they have a stellar seeker line that can certainly keep them in this game. But
So Chrissy Hildreth is going to push the pace right away. Christian Barnes is trying to go aggressively at Tate K in the bludger game to create space. Now I think African Nations is going to want to slow down a little bit. Hildreth goes behind.
Vallejo with the ball.
They try to snake the shot through. No good. Head coach James Hicks picks up the rebound.
Another Team USA alone.
Former Team USA player and coach, now coaching and playing for African nations in this tournament. Back to Hicks up top from Vieja. Bludger control with Team African nations. They're going to try to use this to create something. Darren Curry signaling to set the screen on Hicks. A lot of patience here. Hicks and Hildreth are both very experienced ball handlers with a lot of years under their belt, just trying to find any sort of opening. Hildreth is going to go behind to Viejas again. Rips the shot.
Not a bad
rims out. Hicks has it now. And if they can TK have something behind, like in the run, Hicks rips that one. That one also hits or misses. Viegas, that one goes through. I think they're going to maybe call him beat before. There's going to be a discussion between the referees here. James Hicks thought it was good.
Yeah.
And the ball went through the hoop from what it looks like. I think the question is going to be if Viega was beat before the shot or not.
I'm really liking the look of James Hicks out there. He's certainly someone who's willing to be patient on offense. And
goal is good.
Great goal from Vieja.
And that was a really smart play from African because Vieja and Hicks just trading shots from behind and front and always getting the rebound. So they scored on the third shot there, but they were able to get 3 shots on the same possession because of how they set up the offense there. Team USA will look to respond now. Bludger control with African nations. Tate K and Casey Aaron will look to win it back to the United States. Lindsey Morella handling the ball. Back to John Jackson up top. Guarded by Quincy Hildreth. Can't get beat in the keeper zone wearing the green headband. Ball goes behind the Taylor Crawford. To Gavos Denovich, who's going to look for the shot. No, the pass to Morella. Morella to Jackson. Jackson is beat, gets it off just in time. Hildreth's going to press Morella. Ball goes behind to Gavos Denovich, who's beat. And African Nation gets the stop, and they should be able to run. TK does manage to field one bludger. So African nations will slow down, but they get the stop and maintain bludger control. And we see for the first time Alex Obi O'Banner, one of the assistant coaches for the team in the green headband, working it down the wing. Very experienced ball handler with TC Frost and the Minneapolis Monarchs in the USQ and MLQ seasons as we get a stoppage for a referee discussion. But African Nations has made the score 70-30. They've scored on 2 of their last few possessions and done a good job stalling the Team USA offense for the last couple of possessions. They can string a few more plays like this together. They can get back into range where a flag runner would determine the outcome. And a yellow card
On TK.
and
For
against referee disrespect. I think a little frustration among the American side here leads to an unforced card and a huge opportunity for African nations here. They'll have 2 dodgeballs, and the third dodgeball will just be on the ground in the middle of the field. So the Team USA will still have to, African nations will still have to get through the Team USA chasers if they want to score here. But there's going to be a temporary no bludger situation. Christian Barnes should run right in, beat a chaser, and then pick up that bludger. That's exactly what Barnes is going to do. And here comes O'Banner, met by Taylor Crawford, but goes for the shot, and it's ripped down by John Jackson. Very unfortunate sequence there. African nations, instead of trying to swing the passes around, goes for the shot, and John Jackson reads that all day. As we get a line set for Team USA, Tyler Trudeau and Ian Skura sub into the game.
Skura and Trudeau both missing from the Team Norway game, so I'm glad to see him out now.
Here comes an aggressive press attempt to try to force the United States to play fast. Skura's behind, a very talented shooter, but a lot of bodies there, so eventually he'll reset it to Julia Bear. Hoops look from African nations here. A lot of bodies on the hoops. Darren Creary guarding Skura. One of the few players who's taller than Skura. It goes back to Tyler Trudeau up top. Trudeau to Bear.
Hey!
Patience from the United States here as they wait for Tate K to be released from the box. Trudeau back to Julia Bear. Alex O'Banner just forced to kind of run back and forth between the chasers here.
That penalty on K has been successful.
Skura's going to be able to get all the way to the hoops and eventually try to find a shot. Oh, and the Christian Barnes beat misses, so now Skura signed, but Skura tries to throw it to Julia Bear. No one's there, but he gets his own miss. Someone's got to get to the hoops here for the United States. Another missed beat, though. Skura is wrapped, but manages to flick it to Julia Bear, and she manages to put the ball through. That took forever from the United States, but they eventually find the open hoop.
I mean, you've got great defensive presence on Team African Nation right now. Not only are they all willing to go up to that player and put some pressure on them, but they're also making these really smart rotations on the hoops right now. That's just keeping Team USA from cranking those shots, especially when you have a player like Ian Skura out there. Julia Bear can shoot. You want to keep those hoops solid, and they were able to for most of that possession.
So a really good defensive sequence there. Unfortunately, for African nations, Christian Barnes hit his head on that play, so Natasha Connerly has subbed in for them. The score is going to be 80-30 after that good goal for the United States. So that's what the United States was looking for. They get a very, very long offense that eventually leads to a good goal. Great patience. And they were able to kill all of Tay K's penalty, and Kay was able to regain bludger control with the help of Casey Irwin, who's now subbed for Bailey Fields.
Score is currently 8-3 in favor of Team USA. We are 13 minutes into this game.
Sorry, change up for African nations. Tyler Walker is back in the game at beater, along with, I believe that's Gomes. Ren Morgan in the game, along with Ty Walker at beater. James Hicks handling the ball again. Going to go deep to O'Banner. No pressure from the United States zone, so O'Banner can keep taking his time here. Ball's going to go back and forth, swatted by Leo Freed, but it's going to be off of Freed, and that should be Alex O'Banner's ball.
We do have Gomes in the chaser game, right?
Yes. So this should be O'Banner's inbound.
Their first time seeing the field this game. Gomes.
O'Banner probably will pass it right, either to Gomes or James Hicks here. No, he's going to go behind, I think, just try to kill the play and prevent Team USA from getting a fast break. Not a bad idea. Their Team US, African nations will get one bludger back, thanks to Tyler Walker relaying it to Morgan. Daniel Williams is beat by Morgan. What an aggressive play from Morgan. It really works out. And now Bailey Fields is also beat. African nations will win dodgeball control. And with no bludger in the play, African nations looks like they're going to get the stop here. Julia Bear manages to save it from going out of bounds. Tyler Trudeau gets it to Ian Skura. Still no dodgeball in the play, but Team USA still not able to find the hoop. Eventually, Ian Skura drives and finds the shot. Good initial defense from African nations, but they're not able to fall on the loose ball.
What I would have liked to see on defense there from Team African Nations, you've got Darren Prairie, one of the tallest people I've seen in my life. He came off the middle hoop when Obi was already covering Skura. You just got to trust your teammate there. And when you're the height on the hoops, you got to stay on the hoops sometimes.
That's right. Skura is one of the deadliest long-range shooters we'll see in this whole tournament. The African nations need the shot blockers there to be able to slow him down. O'Banner's got the ball now. Morgan and Walker holding budget control for African nations. Going to look to create any opening here. Morgan has the free beat on Jules Bear if she wants it. Not going to take it. Now Walker's trying to put some pressure on the United States beaters. Pass behind to Trey Presley. Another willing shooter. Wrapped by Skura, so goes back to O'Banner. Very patient offense from African nations here. They're not actively. Back to O'Banner in front. All the way behind to Trey Presley.
Exchanging these crisp passes.
O'Banner's going to rip a shot, but it's going to go wide. Rebounded by Presley, and eventually the United States are going to come up with the stop. So a long, patient offense for African nations there, but eventually Team USA gets the stop. And we're at the 15-minute mark.
It's going to be our heat break.
A heat stoppage. So score is 90-30 in favor of the United States. We've seen a very strong opening from the United States and a slower second half of the game where they've kind of slowly extended the lead one play at a time rather than that fast break sequence we saw at the start of the game, as African nations was able to eventually stop Team USA from just pressing them on every play. And on the African nation side, they strung a few goals together. Their defense has been very, very solid. They forced Team USA to earn every goal, but Team USA has been so good about getting to loose balls, keeping plays alive, and getting second chances that they're still putting points on the board, even when African nations gets that initial stop.
Yeah, if anyone's looking to beat Team USA this weekend, which every team should be looking to beat Team USA, that's just one thing that they're really going to have to work on, is making sure that those players aren't getting to the loose balls.
Yeah. 90-30. This is a bit of a closer contest than we saw in Team USA's first game against Norway. African nations has kept it lower scoring, just needs to put a few more points up on the board. We're about 5 minutes away from a release of the flag runner. That'll be something to see. Some of the best seekers on earth on both of these teams. Obviously, for African nations, we already mentioned Khalif Piper and Darren Curry. For the United States, Leo Freed, Ryan Davis, Mo Hagag, Tyler Trudeau can put on the yellow headband if necessary. So some of the best seekers in the world. Tyler Trudeau, I believe, pulled the flag in the to beat Team Australia in the previous World Cup back in 2018. So has some catches on the biggest stage of the sport.
Yeah.
But we've got 5 minutes of game action before we get there, and we'll see if African nations can respond here. Their chasers have done a very good job forcing the United States to swing a ton of passes on offense, and they've been on defense and on offense for African nations. They've been very patient, found a lot of good looks. Team USA is definitely winning the beater game overall in this contest so far, and I think that's why we see the difference that we do on the scoreboard.
Yeah. Team USA beaters, just phenomenal playing. The Team African nations, their beaters also putting up a very good show. It's hard to go against these people who have been beating together for years and years across the biggest games we've ever seen.
One of the differences we're seeing is when Team USA has ball control, they're using it on defense to try to create presses and turnovers, and on offense to try to create space. African nations, when they've had ball control, have tried to be a little more conservative with it to hold on to it. We saw that one play where Christian Barnes tried to aggressively create the opening for his teammates, and unfortunately lost the budget control off of it, and African nations had their shot get ripped down by the United States during that sequence. And that's kind of the difference in this game, both the play that the beaters are making, but also how the chasers are taking advantage of the play of their beater teammates. And the United States has just been a little cleaner in that regard. But again, the United States has been playing at international competition dating all the way back to 2012. A lot of these players have practiced together, play together on their regular season teams, whereas African nations is competing in their first World Cup. A lot of these players come from different programs in the regular season or even different countries. And so the chemistry is just naturally not going to be quite on the level of the United States. But
and yet they're putting together a great show right now.
Yeah, 90-30, still very much a game African nations can get back into, as we're going to have this delay take just a little longer as the hoops are being repaired on African nations' side.
Something you alluded to earlier, Ben, and something I really want to hit on is just like the seemingly clean communication that we're getting between positions on Team USA. The chasers are really working off the beaters. The beaters are showing the chasers in. And although it seems like we're seeing some good communication between the chasers and between the beaters on Team African Nations, I'm not entirely sure I'm seeing that same cohesiveness. So maybe if they were to like, when they're bringing that ball up, because they're trying to do it at a slower pace and bring that patience into the game, just take those couple of seconds to just communicate, like figure out what the game plan is on your way up the field.
Yeah, one thing you hear a lot of coaches talk to their players about is it can't be the chasers playing rugby and the beaters playing dodgeball. It has to be all 6 players playing quadball. Team USA is playing quadball. And African nations have had some plays where they've been that cohesiveness, but there's also been some plays where it's been the beaters are locked in on the dodgeball game and the chasers are locked in on the quadball game without that interpositional communication. As we're live again, Tyler Trudeau walking the ball up for the United States. Great blocked beat by Ty Walker for African Nations. Ball's going to go to Jules Baer. And now Walker wants to try to press the United States. Here comes Trey Presley to put some pressure on Leo Freed. Leo Freed got the ball and then is still brought down. I think it's not going to be a card because the refs didn't communicate that Freed got the ball out. So unfortunate for Freed there, but he doesn't seem any worse for the wear. Ian Skura's probing the defense. Ty Walker's going to tag, and this should be a press opportunity for African Nations. Daniel Williams is there, kicks one bludger back. And Team USA is going to be content to just slowly working around the perimeter, and African Nations is going to be content to just sit in. That was an unforced error. That is going to be a turnover. The bad pass, under not that much pressure, just sails over Jules Baer's head, rolls over the keeper's own line, and that will turn over to African Nations. Now, Alex O'Banner will get the ball right here. He'd have to break Tyler Trudeau's tackle and Julia Baer's tackle and worry about Daniel Williams picking up that bludger. So I think he'll probably slow it down here, but let's see if he's feeling daring this afternoon. No, O'Banner's going to slow it down.
Smart choice.
Leo Freed lurking behind. O'Banner sees him, dodges it. Tyler Trudeau's going to try to meet him right at half court. Tyler Trudeau comes off broom, and then both players came off broom there. That should not have happened. That should have been, once Tyler Trudeau came off broom, that ball should have turned over to African Nations, but the refs don't call it that way, and Julia Baer gets the free goal in transition.
That was also allowed, what we were talking about earlier with the communication and with Team African Nations beaters playing a little bit of dodgeball. The Team African beater, I believe Morgan, was caught up in an exchange right by the hoops, and instead of focusing on the fast break coming right at them, they decided to go for that exchange with the beater, which I just don't think was the call there.
And hard to do with Daniel Williams from Team USA getting in your face there. Like, it's always hard as a beater.
Oh yeah, Williams definitely forcing that error, and that's a very good play on his end. Looks like they're just trying to figure out what they're going to do on that.
We're trying to hear what the call actually was. So, unclear what that stoppage was about. No call seems to have been made. Even the coaches seem a little confused about what happened there, but we're live again. Team USA is leading 10-3 off that transition goal from Julia Baer.
Got Bird with the ball.
Ty Bird's got the ball. Tyler Walker trying to create a lot of pressure in the bludger game for Team African Nations. Dillard handling the ball now. Has O'Banner and Walker and Presley all as good passing options. Matt Bailey-Fried going to go deep to Presley, who's met and beat immediately, and that's an easy stop for the United States. Bludger control still with African Nations. Trees look from African Nations. 3 chasers on the hoops, 1 at point. Ian Skura is going to send the ball behind to Jules Baer. This line's been out here for a long time for the United States. Ian Skura falls off broom trying to save a kind of badly thrown pass that rolls out of bounds. So Alex O'Banner can pick this up, and that's a free stop for African Nations. 2 unforced turnovers in the last 3 plays for the United States.
Yo, by the way,
Ball's followed. Big tackle from Leo Freed. Tasha Connolly is there to pick it up, but Daniel Williams is there too. Yeah, Leo Freed was beat in that sequence and kept pulling onto the ball. And so O'Banner is going to get it to Ty Bird, who gets it back to Trey Presley. Now the United States is going to be broken on by African Nations. Ian Skura definitely got Trey Presley from behind there, so a free play for African Nations. Presley blocks the dodgeball and is going to look to get all the way to tackled again. And eventually we're going to get a stoppage for the pretty obvious. Ian Skur is already walking towards the box. Didn't need to wait for the ref to make the call on that one. He knows it. But if you're going to commit a foul, he gets Presley down to the ground and stops the possible transition goal there. And now all his beaters and chaser teammates are back, and African Nation is going to have to try to score on a set Team USA defense that will be down a player, but not a bad penalty to commit by Skura there.
You know, sometimes you just have to eat the card in order to stop the other team from scoring.
Trey Presley will be able to pick the ball up and choose what spot they want to resume play at. So they're going to bring it all the way over here, and I think look to possibly run in and get a shot on this hoop closest to us here before Tyler Show can get there, or if Trudeau oversells on it, go for the middle hoop. If they miss the shot, got teammates back here to pass it to. Long shot!
Nice!
It goes through. What a bullet shot from Trey Presley. That makes it 100-40 in favor of the United States. Huge goal from Presley there.
Presley has always had a great shot.
Always trusted their shot. Dating back to their time at Appalachian State and their years with the Charlotte Aviators. Trudeau sends it behind the hoops to Julia Bear. Blunders drill is with the United States now. They'll want to hold on to that as we get closer to the flag runner. Ball goes back up top to Skura. Trudeau is beat. Daniel Lenz makes a really aggressive beater play, and now it's a no-blunder situation. Skura is going to go for the very floated pass over Leo Freed's head. Met by Bird. Freed goes back to Skura. Todd Trudeau streaking in hard, gets the ball, and is going to try to do a pen, and Todd Trudeau bowls it, but is brought down hard by Presley, and the ball pops out, and Lee Hodge comes up with the stop. Hodge is immediately tackled. The ball pops loose, but Ty Bird should be first to it. A very aggressive press attempt from the United States here. Oh! Bodies hitting the ground. Total helter-skelter sequence. Eventually, a dodgeball is back for African nations, but the quad ball ends up in the hands of the United States there. No calls assessed during that very physical sequence for the loose ball. Jules Bear goes back to Ian Skura. Skura loves to shoot in a situation like this. Ball about hoops. Now back to Bear. She goes over top to Leo Freed, who's going to fight, but the play is broken up by Anya Dillard there. Manages to smack Leo Freed's dunk attempt out of his hands. Looks like we're either having some sort of referee discussion.
I have loved the last minute of play right there.
Well,
That
you
is
see
just
a lot
great
of
to
times
see.
when teams settle into that tree zone is they're doing it because they don't think they can match up physically with the other team. African Nations doing it just so the Team USA can't shoot. When Team USA gets to the hoops, they're not getting free dunks. African Nations players are bodying up on them, trying to smack the ball, trying to make grabs. And we saw Anya Dillard just knock the ball right out of Leo Freed's hand there on what should have been a dunk and an easy goal for the United States. So really, really big defense there. And the difference really has been that sequence where Team USA has gotten free goals off of bad turnovers at the top. When African Nations have forced Team USA into the half court, they've really slowed down their offense. And African Nations has 4 hard-earned goals that have all also come in the half court, or 3 that have come in the half court and 1 off the stoppage of that long bullet Trey Presley shot. It's the transition game that's put Team USA in this 110-40 lead. 100-40 lead, excuse me.
Yeah.
So another long discussion, and it's a yellow card against Daniel Williams.
Illegal charge.
So Daniel Williams in the box. Team USA will be down a beater and lose dodgeball control right before the release of the flag runner. So again, another huge potential opportunity for African leaders here. And Lee Hodge can look to run here or look for a patient approach. It looks like Lee Hodge is going to be patient. Jules Bear is going to get beat. Now Lee Hodge has room in front. We'll just have to beat Ian Skura. Team USA's one beater is sitting on the hoops. That's Bailey Fields. Ball goes to Presley now. Presley tries to shoot over Ian Skura. Skura's too tall for him.
See, there's about to be a release.
Rachel Heald and Josh Johnson back in the game for the first time since that opening line. Christian Barnes is going to aggressively press. JJ's beat in the back. And Lee Hodge is going to bring down Rachel Heald. Hand is going to go up. I thought Hodge's initial wrap was clean, and then he swung in the second arm, but they might be saying he got neck, and the referees are going to call advantage here, so it's a free play for the United States. And Josh Johnson is going to shake off Lee Hodge's wrap and float it through the middle hoop. And now we'll get the stoppage for the discussion on that tackle.
How much time? 14 seconds.
Some sort of contact penalty
It's
on
going to
Lee
be a
Hodge.
yellow card for Hodge.
Goal.
Time's going to be negated by the goal.
So Team USA scores with a beater in the box, and I think African Nations beaters got kind of caught up on if they wanted to run a press or move over to Seeker there. And once they pulled away from the quad ball game, Team USA was just able to drive through the African Nations chaser defense and put that one through. So 110-40 now.
Hodge with the ball.
Dodgeball control is going to end up eventually in the hands of the United States. I think Jackson Johnson's got one here. Once they was released from the box, the extra bludgeon behind the hoops. Christian Barnes could race for it if they want to. Barnes instead is going to beat the seeker for the United States, Mohagog. So America should end up with bludgeon control here. Lee Hodge is going to work on Casey Irwin. Team USA got Josh Johnson in the green headband, but Casey Irwin playing point on Hodge here. Pass goes way behind Tavias, who blocks the dodgeball and now has some space to shoot. Misses the shot, though, and that should be a stop for the United States. Decent look at it there, but you'd like in a snitch on pitch situation to get all the way to the hoop there. Tail fell off there. Khalif Piper was trying to make a play on it, but the tail just fell off, so it's not a catch. I think we'll have possibly a side to see if they can find a
new
more
pair
secure pair of shorts.
Because that is like the
runner
second or third time that tail's fallen off.
Yep. Change of shorts here. 110-40 still the score. And Team USA just slowly extending their lead here.
Team USA with a nice little chaser line going on here. You know, we've got Johnson in a keeper, we've got Morella, we've got Heald, and we've got Irwin who
played beater for most of this tournament.
Yeah, has been known originally for playing great chaser game. But in the last, I believe 2 seasons has been playing beater and was listed as a beater, but she's coming back out to remind everyone why she made Team USA as a chaser.
As a chaser in 16 and 18, but on Team USA for over half a decade now.
Yeah.
Aggressive beat from Christian Barnes. Blood control is going to stay with the United States. Mohagog is going to have all day with the snitch, and Team USA scores in the quad ball game. That pushes the lead to 120-40, and it's starting to get a little out of hand here. Lee Hodge blocks the dodgeball with the quad ball. Now going to try to work on Casey Irwin. Snitch gets knocked over by Mohagog. Quincy Hildreth looking to try to create some space on offense. Jackson Johnson's going to beam it at him, but it's going to sail out of bounds. And that's actually a mistake because Christian Barnes is going to pick up the other dodgeball, and Jackson Johnson's going to have to rush after his own miss there. Josh Johnson towing the keeper's own line so that he can't get beat wearing that green headband. Quincy Hildreth's going to have to try to drive on him or work the ball to another part of the field here. Nowhere easy to drive on this Team USA chaser defense. Now Hildreth has space. The beat hits Johnson instead of Hildreth. Hildreth dunks it through. Big goal. And that makes it 120-50.
That was a great drive by Hildreth.
Great patience. Got Johnson wrong-footed, drove, and then got a little lucky that the Team USA beat him, hit Johnson instead of Hildreth, and Hildreth gets all the way and finishes the dunk. We're seeing a look that I think you'll see a lot of from Team USA this weekend. This is something the Warriors, who are the U.S. national champions and are coached by Michael Pratt, who's also coaching this team, like to do inside on pitch. Double male beater set, in this case, Tate K and Daniel Williams, I believe. And in the quad ball game, 3 female chasers along with the 1 male keeper. So Josh Johnson, the green headband, and then the all-star group that we discussed of Rachel Heald, Lindsay Morella, and Casey Irwin. Morella and Irwin both able to play on-ball or off-ball defense. Heald, obviously, a top-notch shot blocker, and then Johnson able to, at 6 foot, but also a play point defender, able to float between the hoops and playing point defense. No easy place to drive, even without a beater in the game. Hildreth was able to find something on that last one by beating Johnson one-on-one. That's a very, very hard thing to do.
And we've actually got Williams and Jackson Johnson out there as beaters, both on the Outlaws for MLQ and Heat
Texas
for
Hill Country Heat for
which
USQ.
explains why they're playing so well.
Yeah, a lot of chemistry over the years together. Some discussion, I don't know if it's about Mohagog's headband or something, but long stoppage here. I think we're getting ready to resume. Mohagog's going to be off brim. African Nations, Christian Barnes, and Ty Walker are keeping the USA Seeker away from the flag runner for now. Bludger control is with that pair we discussed of Daniel Williams and I believe Jackson Johnson is the other bludger.
Yeah.
Back at Team USA's hoops. And after the good goal, Josh Johnson will be able to pick it up and run immediately if he wants to. Would have to go through Lee Hodge. We'll see if Morella or Irwin wants to try to set a screen on Hodge here. Slower. Josh Johnson's just going to pass it off to Lindsay Morella. Hodge is going to come up to try to pressure her. Rachel Heald's going to try to set space for it. Now back to JJ in the middle of the field. Morella's lurking there, trying to set a screen. There's the screen. He's going to snake the screen, nothing there, and just slow it down and pull it back out. Got all day with both teams putting their beaters in the sneaker game. Here comes Johnson again. Pass to Rachel Heald. Big tackle and the ball pops out. And African Nations gets the stop there. Nice defense from Villa there. And now here comes Quincy Hildreth. Wrapped by Johnson, beats it, but beat in the back by Daniel Lemps, who's doing a great job coming in between the Quadball game and the snitch game. And Khalif Piper looks like the catch is called no good from a beat from Jackson Johnson.
That's fine. Piper will just have to do it again.
Team USA burned their one reset there in the face of the African Nations pressure, but now going to go to work on offense. Khalif Piper basically tackles the flag runner there and not able to call with the catch. JJ's going to get all the way hoops and try to pass up. It's deflected by Quincy Hildreth. Hildreth is immediately beat. Chaos in all facets of the game right now. Here comes Lindsay Morella. The play has not been blown dead. Now it's been blown dead. I think all the beaters and seekers thought it was blown dead, but the Quadball game just kept going on the other side of the field there.
Someone get this man some ice back.
120-50 still our score.
We've got Sturm telling the refs what's going on in the game.
The American coaches really, I think, want Khalif Piper to be carded for essentially knocking over the snitch and what they think should be a secret charge. A lot of consternation on the American side right now.
We got a yellow card.
Piper does get the yellow card that the USA coaches were asking for charging the snitch. And he did just physically overwhelm the flag runner there and knock him over. Yeah, now James Hicks, the African Nations coach, looking for clarification there. I think regardless of whether the call is good or not, African Nations side is very annoyed that Team USA asked for the card and then got it. I think the refs would have eventually gotten there anyways, but that's very frustrating for the African Nations side. But Piper basically tackled the flag runner, so I think it's a pretty easy call to make. Back to Morella. Morella's going to float it deep to Rachel Heald. Heald back to Irwin. Ryan Davis has all day on the flag runner for the United States. Irwin back to Johnson. Now going to try to set a screen.
USA going against no dodgeballs right now.
Now Ryan Davis is the one who knocks over the flag runner. It looks like the flag runner is down. Connerly's beat by Jackson Johnson. Ball goes to Rachel Heald. Back to Johnson. Team USA taking their time, not even really in a rush to score. I think they're just trying to let Khalif Piper sit in the box for the full 60 seconds, and give Ryan Davis as much time to catch the flag as possible. A smart strategy. They just got to avoid a delay of game penalty. Here comes JJ. Puts it through the top hoop eventually and scores through some tough contact from Hildreth. Great finish by one of the best scorers in the game right now.
That'll release Piper from the box.
Here comes Hodge. Hodge is beating the back. Casey Irwin gives it to Johnson. Johnson's going to work on Presley. Screen from Morella. Johnson is wrapped, but puts the ball through the hoop. One of the best shooters in this tournament. And Team USA pushes the lead to 140-50 now. Team USA is very, very upset that the flag runner keeps getting knocked over by their seekers or falling over in their estimation. It is making it hard for the seekers to do anything. Goes down to one knee again.
And we finally got a switch up in the seeker game for Team African Nations. Piper gave it his best, but we've got Ojo in now.
Yep. But Team USA's beaters try to just keep anyone but their own seeker from getting any looks at it. John Jackson gets all the way to the hoop there and scores. That'll push it to 150-50 if it's a good goal. 90-30 at the release of the flag runner, I think. I think we're at a 60 or 70 point deficit. Team USA's pushed it to 100 points with flag runner out here.
We're about 25 minutes into the game, so 5 minutes since the flag runner has been
we'll
released.
Start approaching the time when the flag runner will be subjected to some handicaps and try to encourage an eventual end to this game. Team USA fully in control. They've been the superior team in the quad ball game with flag runner and pitch, and their beaters have given their seekers a lot more looks. Piper had a few good looks at the snitch, though I think we're possibly just seeing a tough situation for the seekers on both sides where the flag runner is physically getting overwhelmed and getting knocked over, and it's robbing the players of a chance to actually try to make a grab on the flag.
Yeah.
We saw Piper get sent to the box for it, but the Team USA seekers have knocked the snitch over a fair number of times as well. Not necessarily from a illegal charge perspective, just they're physically overwhelming, who he kind of has no choice but to go to the ground.
We kind of talked about this earlier, where both teams on the pitch today are just they're bodying up against each other. They're both playing a very physical game. And you just need to have a very solid flag runner out there when you've got players like that.
Yeah, so we're coming back out now. At least the refs and the flag runners are. I think it looks like we're going to see a switch in the Seeker game next for African nations. Team USA can't tell who's in what headband from their huddle here. Leo Freed's out there right now. Caught the flag in the college national championship for Harvard. UTSA was still able to win the game even with that, but did come up with the catch in that game in a big-time Seeker.
Davis giving Freed a little bit of advice.
Yeah, Ryan Davis, a great seeker in the right, also a great seeker coach. Has just been seeking for a very long time. Knows most of the flag runners at this tournament. African Nations coming back out now. Trey Presley, Alex O'Banner, Zach arbitrating, and Dilliard in as the quadball players, beaters. That's a new beater back there. We've got Morgan and
Bear with us. We'll get the name of the other beater.
And then at Seeker, still Ojo. And then for Team USA, Leo Freed at Seeker, Erwin, Morella, Heald, and John Jackson in the quadball game. And at beater, we now have, I believe, that pair of Tate K and Daniel Williams. Tate K and Jackson Johnson. O'Banner's beating the back. Dilliard is the first loose ball, but Lindsey Morella is going to end up with it eventually. Armitrane's also beat. Morella's met by Presley, passes it to Casey Irwin. Irwin goes back to John Jackson. John Jackson breaks some ankles, breaks another tackle, breaks a third tackle, puts the ball through the hoop. Signature John Jackson there, pushes the lead to 160-50.
Team USA was able to get that off after Amani Burton, the other beater for African Nations, attempted to do a long beat on Morella after she caught the quad ball, but it just missed her by a little bit.
Matt Brown in the game for the first time for the United States. Beater for the Boob Train program that made the Final Four. Long shot. Trey Presley hits a second shot from that exact same spot on the field. Right past the outstretched arm of John Jackson. That'll make it 160-60, assuming the goal is good. We've got another stoppage to discuss here.
Scored that for African Nations.
That was Trey Presley again. John Jackson gets all the way to the hoop and answers through the tackle from Alex O'Banner. That makes it 170-60. And I believe Mo Hagag just caught the flag. We'll see if the refs are going to call this good or not. But Mo Hagag, another member of that national champion Warriors program here in the United States, gets to the flag and looks like pulls the tail. We'll see if the catch is going to be good or not.
If the catch is good, that means Team USA will win this game. If it's not good, we're going to resume the game at 16-6 in favor of Team USA.
Catch is good. So the final, I think, is going to be, it was 17 after John Jackson's goal, and the catch a second later would make it 200-60 our final. So Team USA improves to 2-0 on the day. African Nations down to 1-1. Julia, final thoughts on both teams?
I mean, we see it again from Team USA. They dominated Team Norway, and they were in complete control this entire game again. Team African Nations, like we talked about, has a little bit less time spent together than Team USA does, but they still put together an amazing show for today. I loved watching these players play. We have some old names, we have some new names, just making a stand out here, and it was a great match to watch.
Both teams still have to play Belgium, who were in the World Cup final 5 years ago in 2018 and are the second highest seeded team behind Team USA in this pool. So we'll look forward to both of those matchups.
Thank you for joining us.
Done. Ready? Who you got?
And we are live. Australia versus Germany. Third match of the day for both teams, I believe. I'm Michael Rodriguez.
Matthew Cooper.
And looking forward to an exciting game today.
Yeah, I mean, these teams should both be pretty close. I think they're undefeated so far in the games previously. So on paper, it should be a great match.
Absolutely. We'll see. Australia's last game was pretty low scoring, so we'll see if they'll be able to get some more points on the board.
We might have a little delay here.
False start to start off.
Yeah, great. They're that excited. Oh, really? A car? Okay.
Is a false start a blue card probably?
Yes.
So,
If they I think they can say it's like no harm, no foul. But yes, if it is trigger, then it would be a blue card. But
Interesting. So it looks like
oh, and they have to switch out the keeper head.
right because they are keepers, so switching it out.
Look,
Interesting. So I guess it'll be an uncontested brooms up, or does someone?
no, I think they can sub in a new one.
Oh, they sub in. Someone else is going to do the rooms up. Interesting.
Right, he should be in the bot. Okay, he's coming. Yeah.
So
Do we keep?
exciting things. Game technically hasn't started yet, so
Yeah, already exciting.
exciting.
So that was number 7, Leander Troll for Germany. And oh, interesting. Between the legs, pass back by the Australian chaser and
Another stoppage. So far, more stoppages than playtime, but I'm sure everyone's rearing to play some serious quad ball very soon.
absolutely. So I mean, just off rip, it looks. I'm trying to see who has control at this early stage. I see.
It might be Australia.
It looks like it might be Australia.
Australia with control. Germany with the quad ball. Not much to analyze so far in this match, but it is getting very, very hot. So expect there to be multiple heat stoppages.
Right.
In order
So
to keep
how does that work? Do you know?
I believe when the referee, if it reaches a certain heat index, the head referee will call an official timeout. So it'll just be like a regular break, and then every 10 minutes after the 15-minute mark, there also will be an automatic one, just in case whenever there's a stoppage in play.
So it's just a bit of a ref discretion, sort of.
Ref discretion, and then also a regular reoccurring, just in case, especially towards the end of the game, you don't want players pushing, really close when it's head-to-head and trying to go a little bit harder than they should when it's getting really, really hot. So we're going to give them multiple breaks so it's consistent for all the teams, right? That way, ref discretion, but also some consistency throughout the tournament.
I think that's, considering we can stress it is very hot here, that I think that's a fair way to handle it.
There is some conversation about whether the teams from hotter countries are more suited for playing in this tournament.
It's funny. It is when we have nothing on the pitch to analyze, we then think, are the Germans prepared for this heat? I can't imagine that. I don't know the latitude, but
Okay, so they were discussing a potential head beat. It looks like it is going to be no call, no harm, no foul. Well, it's been 5 seconds so probably still a lot of time. Yeah. All right, and we're off.
And so Germany 16 with the volleyball, quad ball, and he's looking for his opening. Looks like the Germans, there's no bludgers. I don't know why they're waiting. He might be afraid of the physicality of the drop bears, but
a lot of patience from Germany's offense.
Absolutely. Yeah, pass back behind. So now they're setting up from behind. Another pass back to keeper number 16. They're also, be aware that the Germans might be trying to stall out their man down situation.
That is true. Yeah, they are down in advantage.
So they have been very patient, but that could be why.
Yeah.
16, they pass across the top. It definitely looks like they're keeping their time. Yeah. Only a few more seconds on the time. Pass behind. Does she have an opening? Looks like he does. And a great score by number 55 for Germany.
Germany takes first blood in this game.
The Australians come in firing immediately back. Very different style. This sort of the slow and patient on one end. Did you see who scored that? It was so fast.
So fast, yeah. But now Germany on the counterattack. 55 with the ball. Gets wrapped up, taken down at the keeper line, gets rid of the ball.
Tackle. Oh, and we have
possible foul on the play.
I think it seemed like the head ref called it off, but I'm not.
All right, leave it off. Germany.
Okay. No, another great.
Head ref says it's clean. Advantage is called. All right, so another stoppage. Score is currently 10-10. Quick trading of goals. Very impressive by Germany to score while they were technically still one person down in the box, but Australia immediately on the fast break able to answer back while that person was still off rim trying to tag in. But
right, it seemed like the German strategy was sort of a lob pass over the top to a chaser in behind, confuse the defense. It can be something that can be jumped on, but it seemed to work out there.
Yeah, it's smart play to be a little bit more conservative on offense when you know that Australia has so many fast and quick players that even if you do score, you don't want to give up a goal in transition. So being a little bit more patient to have a good opportunity to score without exposing your defense could be what they're going for in terms of their set pieces.
That's exactly right. Love the teamwork of bringing waters during stoppages. That's a well-oiled team support system.
Absolutely. Were you able to hear what that call was?
Hopefully they're going to repeat it. I think that might have been.
I thought they said something about water. There's a lot of people running out there with water bottles to keep everybody hydrated, which is super important. Yeah, the previous game Australia played, it was they caught and they won 70-10 over Canada. But it was a very low scoring game for the first 10, 15 minutes. So,
which is surprising considering how fast Australia seems to be here. The Canadians may have tried to essentially slowball them. That may have been an actual strategy. So this is an interesting scrum where they both start with their hands on the ball. Somehow Germany came up of the okay. So we have the German number 7 at the top gets all right. The defender back to hoops. Yeah, what a great shake! Wow. Oh, yeah,
there's
problem
there.
Yeah.
So that was a bit unfortunate for Australia. The keeper stepped out of the keeper zone and was beat by the dodgeball, which is why they were forced to run back. And in that opportunity, almost the defense for Australia sort of collapsed there, and that allowed Germany to sort of press in. Obviously, there was a foul there, so it looks like they're going to get a second chance opportunity.
Yeah. It seems like what happened was number 1 kind of dove at the back of the chaser as he was going by on offense, and you can't, it's a pretty easy call for the ref when you leave your feet like that and sort of just fall into the back of someone.
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of space there for defensive play either when everyone was collapsing at the hoop. So sort of, last ditch effort, try to do something to get a stop, but unfortunately ended up being a card. Germany probably looking to answer up and take the lead now at this point. A lot of
I don't even see the blood. I don't know where Australia's beaters are, so I'm not sure they can. Generally, only beaters can really stop.
It looks like number 7 from Germany.
Oh, an underhanded pass.
Very clever.
From number 7 to number 16 for Germany. Oh, it's a crash. They messed up their reset. Number 7 is trying to one-man army it. I think he drew the flag, but certainly, I mean, opportunistic defense to offense by the Germans.
It was such a quick series of plays. It was hard for me to follow what was going on.
So it seemed like the keeper has protection before after a goal until he gets the ball, and then after he leaves the keeper zone. But it looks like the keeper may have left quickly out of the zone or past it,
lost immunity, and then
I think it's either a fumble or he got beat, and that might be 2 yellows on Australia number 1, who
that is second yellow,
and then he was one of their starting players.
Second yellow. 2 minutes into the game, 2 yellows.
That is, I mean, it seems like a team that loves their physicality, so that is a brutal loss.
Yeah, so that's going to be 2 yellows equals a red in the IQA rules. So now
always already, so he's out.
Yeah, 2 yellows is a red in the IQA rules. So now number 19 is going to spend 2 minutes for them in the box. It doesn't matter if Germany scores the red.
No,
All right, so Germany scored their.
I thought 13 scored. Okay, so 7 ends or 3rd. Okay, that's what I thought. All right, well.
What's that?
Oh, so no, it wasn't. Well, wait. If it was red, he should be still in the box, right?
Keep going.
All right. So we're learning about missed shot by Australia. We're wondering if we're wondering about the 2 yellow situation. I think we're going to find out about that.
Okay, yeah. So 2 yellows is just an ejection; doesn't automatically add up to a red. But you're ejected as if you were getting.
So they've lost. Great beat last second. Can they push it? No, the beater's there. It's probably but they're fighting for it. The scrum. Great box out by the Australians. Does he have support? Really? Well, either way, Germany with the great
Amazing read by the keeper there.
So I mean, it seems like number 16 that would be.
Coleman looked wide open on Australia there, but that German keeper, reading that play from miles away, jumped up and intercepted it.
Yeah, I mean, so without Australia's now down one of their starting chasers, number 1. So it's a question to see what they can do. Great block by the Australian chaser keeper, but Germany still has the ball. So Germany number 7 has the quaffle up at the top with beater pressure. It's just some tappies to open it up. He passes back up to the top. Good pass under pressure.
Movement. Very nice.
16 with the incisive pass. Through the middle is a tough pass, and now it's an instant. This is exactly what Australia wants. Okay, so they got the beat.
Callum Mailing.
Oh, good tackle. But no beaters to clean it up. It's unclear what's going on in the beater play.
This pileup is going to keep going until the Australian beater.
The German beater seems to be completely not paying attention.
Well, it looks like the German beater was able to get there first.
Yeah.
If they have a fast break opportunity, if they want to take it, they stepped out of. Let's see, they're going out of bounds because of the pileup. So now she's able inbounding the quad ball.
All right. So again, number 16 for Germany, walking it up. I was sort of taking all the space that Australia is giving them. Another pass up top. Another pass up top. I think it seems like they're just waiting for their beaters to create them an opening.
Yeah.
And long mid-range shot by the Germans. I don't know if that plays too much to their strength. They seem to have a great patient offense. So squad substitution for the Germans. That first squad or whoever said was a great. They definitely won that first chunk of time. It's really up to the Australians to see if they can turn it around. Australia is walking the quad ball up. Either they must be waiting for their beaters to make some ordering, but now they just get pressed and have to a desperation heave to the back.
That was a really nice pass, though.
But Australia has the ball behind the hoops. Another long pass, but that's such a tough pass to make.
Yeah. Looks like Australia's a little bit frazzled here. The defensive stops by Germany have been good, but also the offense hasn't quite been connecting on the passes, and losing a player on your team that early to 2 yellows is probably affecting them right now.
And here comes the German with a sort of patient passing attack again. Number 10, walking it up. It seems a very similar. The last few possessions for Germany have been pretty similar with this sort of patient style.
Yeah, they look very composed.
Great cut. I don't think it's wow.
Oh, beautiful. Amazing. That play was calculated all the way.
There's a great incisive pass by the chaser up top to the keeper cutting from behind. Yeah. But here we have a
Good
drive.
Pick by Australia, giving Callum Mailing some space, unable to connect on the pass.
Oh, but no beat. So Australia has the ball under. There it is.
Oh, head ref saying that the player was beat before. Unfortunate. Yeah. So another unlucky break for Australia.
Yeah. And Australia had a good drive going, but the sort of desperation pass over the hoops is. It's easy for the beater to jump on.
Yeah, exactly.
So again, Germany number 10 bringing it up, passing it across up top. They're trying. Looks to me Australia's now trying to cut off that passing lane, but with the one beater, they seem to be walking it up. Australia has control, but they don't seem to be doing much with it. And the beater's actually out of position. This could be a shot.
Yeah, Germany's being patient here because they're waiting for their beaters to make a play to try to get dodgeball control back. But Australia holding true to their defense. Callum Mailing, keeper for Australia, right at the keeper's own line, can't be moved by a dodgeball. Also is not letting himself be moved by the Germany chaser trying to set a pick on him.
And it's just really. I'm about to say.
Amazing shot by Germany.
Wow. I'm going to say their patience, and then all of a sudden he shoots it. But if you make it, that opens up the defense. So great goal. Number 10, Christian Foreigner by Germany. I mean, they're hitting. I mean, Germany's hitting mid-range. They're getting the lucky bounces. They're winning the beater war. I mean, it's almost basically a clinic at this point.
Yeah. So Germany takes the lead up to 50-10. Good offensive possession. Let's see if they can repeat that success on defense now. Ooh, another quick snipe beat.
Yeah, it seems like number 3 for Australia is trying to, he's subbing out now, but he was trying to sort of do everything and make something happen and pass it, but it didn't quite work. So he's
driving in and then passing at the last second, but probably could take a few more steps to maximize the space to increase the scoring opportunities.
What's interesting about Germany is that number 13 for Germany, Johannes Spangerberg, is a keeper who was behind. And a lot of teams, their keeper is their ball handler, but for Germany, their keeper is actually like a cutter.
Yeah. Ooh. Great beating play by Australia there to get bludger control back, but then immediately lose it.
So they're trying some pressuring. So again, here's the cut by 13 Johannes, but kind of threw it away. But they might be. Oh, that might have been an offensive sort of foul.
It looked like there might have been 2 fouls, one on the beater game, one in the quaffle game.
I see.
But that was also sort of the first sloppy possession Germany has had so far. Germany was able to get dodgeball control back, and Australia was able to put up a defense of just one dodgeball. Looks like there's going to be no foul on the play, so Australia happy to come up with the quad ball after all of that.
Sure.
Losing control, but coming up with a stop, which is probably arguably more important at this point. You don't want to keep giving up goals to Germany and give them momentum. So coming up with a stop without control is very impressive.
Absolutely. All right, again, so now Australia's coming up.
Oh, another stop. Okay. Australia taking a timeout. Okay, very smart, very smart. I like it.
I mean, it's hard to say this early game that you need a goal, but they are really hurting for a goal. I mean, I think they're down 4 goals right now.
Yeah, they're down. It's 50-10 Germany right now in favor. But to Australia's credit, they did manage to get their first solid stop against Germany's offense, which so far has been firing on all cylinders. So this timeout is probably a good point where, hey, listen, you regroup the team, get everyone to calm down, relax, recalibrate. We saw what Australia was capable of without dodgeball control. So now if they're able to get that back, they could potentially swing the game more in their favor.
And I mean, they really only need to stay 3 goals down. I mean, that's sort of the nature of quadball, is that the runner is worth 3 goals, and so I would consider that success if they keep this game within 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah, absolutely, I would agree. They're only down 4, so it's still pretty much anyone's game at this point.
We'll say as a side note, both these teams seem to be relatively deep in terms of just looking at their benches.
Absolutely.
Hard to say who actually plays, but they came strong. So this isn't, I don't think they're going to be running out of players per se.
Yeah, I think it's likely that we'll see both squads use their full roster and try to maximize everybody's minutes, but also not let them get tired in this very grueling heat. As I feel it go up a couple degrees. And the sun shines on us here in Richmond, Virginia.
Australia walking slowly into the dual
high press by Germany. Losing Quadball just rolling by itself.
Yeah,
Germany finally picking it up.
German chaser. He's looking for the Australian defense looks completely frazzled right now. Ooh. Number 19 with the ball behind for Germany. A pass behind. The chaser needs help.
Good
what an
passing
amazing
play.
1-2 combination.
Oh
wow! It looked to me like the female chaser was stuck like in no man's land, but
that was amazing. I think everyone on all the quad ball players on Germany got a hand on that play. I think great work to get the ball from the sideline, pass it across, get wrapped up, keep your head up, don't panic, get off another pass, a second pass, and that third pass is what made the difference. Finally finding someone to score. Amazing teamwork by Germany.
It does seem like Germany is. Oh. So no goal.
So what does that mean? I'm not sure.
Unclear.
Right now the score is still 60-10 Germany. Goal was good. Okay, we got confirmation. Goal was good.
Well, that makes it 6. That makes sense.
Yeah. Australia. A lot of chaos here. Australia's beaters beating out all of the chasers. There's only one person in front of the keeper zone. Good pass across.
Pull a pump fake. Yeah.
Pass back to no one.
That might be almost a reset.
Stops it before crossing mid pitch.
Pass
good
behind. Australia's moving it. I just don't know what that was. I mean, I think he put his hand in to say, "My bad."
Yeah, it looks like that was supposed to be a pass to Australia's keeper. 33 was cutting in, probably for potentially an alley-oop, but just didn't have the accuracy to connect on that one. Looks like there's going to be another stoppage.
Actually, after that first, blitz of stoppages, I thought it's actually been relatively quick. I don't know.
Yeah, first couple stoppages were definitely a long time of waiting, but so far after that, all the stoppages have been very quick. Okay, so it looks like Australia is going to get the quad ball back.
So that maybe it was actually a great pass that was deflected. Benefit of the
Deflected
doubt.
out of bounds. Yeah, deflected out of bounds, so now it's going to go to Australia. Okay.
The pass up to the top to number 33 for Australia. Walker with the ball, passes it. All right, go to that, working behind. I mean, which is always a great idea to move the ball.
Hockey passes it back up to Walker. Walker's looking to shoot, taking a space. Besides not.
Yeah, didn't like what he was looking at.
Yeah.
I don't know what the far Australian chasers doing from them right now. They're kind of got a flash for them.
Yeah, Germany playing a very hybrid sort of hoops 2-2 zone, fluctuating in between depending on.
Take the space and there's a beater right there. Oh, that's so unfortunate. But I don't even know.
Locked into its.
I don't even know how you score that. Probably who shot it.
Yeah.
So was that the keeper you think who shot that?
Yeah, it looks like Germany's keeper tried to put his hand through to push it back out, but was not able to get the stop. So Australia's on the board with 20. Walker calling out the defense for Australia, telling his teammates where to go, what to do.
I mean, you kind of need that kind of leadership when the team is sort of struggling here. Sometimes someone just needs to take over.
Yes, absolutely. Stepping up, leading the charge, being aggressive. Good point defense.
Germany's still with control, but they haven't done a ton. Oh.
It
was a great
side step there, but just couldn't connect on the open hoop. But I like the play. Germany is not afraid to initiate contact and get hit and still shoot out the open hoop. They just weren't able to score on that one.
So now Australia coming up again. Oh, what a beat! Well, who will get it first?
Oh yeah,
just
like no harm, no foul.
Let them play.
Wow,
what a great!
Australia able to pick it up. Looking to drive 1-on-1. Gets beat. Oh,
that's great catch
no
by the head ref.
Yeah, great catch by MCP. Great catch. Like there's a little bit of bothering over there by the beaters. Germany being patient once again, number 16.
I don't think we have 16.
Ham looks like it's the name.
Good.
Hale might be Hale.
12
He tried. The chaser tried to thread the needle to someone on the far hoop, but that caused a fast break. Oh,
unlucky.
Willing to put his body on the line, number 1.
Yeah.
Or 0.
Misses the shot, but gets his own rebound. Unfortunately, looks like it's going to be a turnover anyway.
The bucket hat is an interesting choice for a full contact sport.
That technically was an open shot at the hoop. He just barely missed it, but I do think that Australia, in that opportunity, probably should have tried to dunk it and finish with some authority.
Maybe he didn't want his hat to fall off.
Put a stamp on this game saying, hey, we're still in it.
Again, we still have Germany working it behind. I think that seems to be their MO for this game.
The 13-minute mark, Germany, good long pass, still being very patient, unafraid to pass, get multiple looks.
It's a great shimmy, but that's a great tackle.
Great tackle, great wrap.
Just latched on and wouldn't let go. The question is, how are the beaters going to clean this up? Okay, he goes right to 16. Can he make a move? He's sort of outnumbered. Oh, he found.
Amazing. No.
Oh, too low. That's
too low.
It is hard when you jump up in the air and try to slam it down. It can be tricky.
Oh, that was so look. But again, Germany on that play, every single chaser getting a chance to touch the quad ball at least once. And that passing play really is getting Australia confused. It's hard to cover everybody at once.
I mean, it seems like it must be almost a strategy that they maybe know they can't get past the physicality of Australia. So when they get this no beater situation, they seem to look to pass it out. Too hot to handle. And play is resumed. Australia has the quaffle, and seems like Germany has bludger control, so that's probably why Australia is taking their time walking up the pitch. So we're at the 14-minute mark, and in the grand scheme of things, Australia has kept this relatively close considering all of the difficulties they've had. Germany again, all the bloods on the ground. Germany might just try to take this on. 75 for Australia is doing a good job slowing the chaser down, and again, a great tackle by Australia. I mean, that's sort of what's keeping them in the game is their sort of last ditch effort defense. And it does seem that Brenner for Australia is an enforcer, so to speak, for Australia. At some point, you sort of have to become aware of who those enforcer or like sort of true tacklers are on the team, and just you don't need to drive at them. You can pass the ball.
Yeah, Australia has a lot of physicality and speed on their side, which is helping them on defense. But a couple of passes with lacking in accuracy, some drives a little bit unlucky. Australia has not been able to match Germany's offensive power. But
Number 3 again. Oh,
perfect pass.
Okay, so that was the play that Australia has tried to run basically all day, where number 3,
Callum Mailing, yeah.
Callum Mailing, sort of tries to take on one or two people, make them miss, and then float up a pass to someone behind the hoops. And that time, it worked. Maybe the pass more accurate, or maybe the defense collapsed more aggressively.
Yeah, I think everyone here knows, if they've studied Australia's film, that Callum Mailing is a really good driver and he's very difficult to take down. So I think every single time he has the quad ball in his hands, he is a scoring threat, and Germany knows that. So collapsing on him to take away his driving lane opens up his teammates for a good look. So earlier in the game, wasn't able to connect, but this time finally able to score. And now the score is 60-30 Australia, and we were at our first heat index stoppage. So players getting some water, trying to cool off. Very hot day, and it's been still a very close game, all things considered.
I totally agree, and I don't know if you can see on the live stream, but there are a lot of umbrellas in the fan section, and I think that just speaks to how much of an impact the seat is having.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely see on the live stream maybe a little bit the color of the grass getting brighter from how bright the sun is now, but there's very little shade directly on the pitch, but there's lots of tents on the sidelines for our players to cool off. Pretty sure it looks like everyone in Germany is trying to get under the tent right now. Same for Australia.
I think the Australians seem to be a bit more out. Maybe that is them being used to the sun. Yeah, this is the desert, right? The desert in northern Richmond.
Yeah.
But is this a 3-minute stoppage? It's a pretty substantial stoppage.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it might be at least 2 minutes. But 4 minutes? 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Yeah, and that is a
Yeah, during the stitch handicap once or two.
I see.
But that's
So that's a long time. I mean, it's good. I mean, that means it allows your starters to have
recovery. Yeah,
basically an entire rep off. That's 4 minutes off the pitch would be.
And the refs as well. The refs get a chance to cool off as well, because
we have to think of the refs.
we can't without the refs. We can't have the game, right? They're super important. A lot of them are volunteers.
We could play.
You could play. I think it would be a bit more contentious for some folks. A lot more flagrant fouls probably happening and not being called. And ones, as they say in basketball.
Right.
But in quadball, such a full contact sport. Refs are super important, and the dodgeball game, especially with the beaters. There's so much going on. It's almost impossible to keep track of it by yourself.
See why I thought it might be good for you to AR and not just HR? Yeah. Center of the field the
So but we'll probably back and resume play in about 3 more minutes, so just bear with us. But we'll be back with Australia and Germany very soon. All right, we are still in our heat stoppage. A couple minutes longer. But yeah, so it looks like right now Germany's winning 60-30, but they haven't scored a single goal in the last 4 or 5 minutes, whereas Australia has been able to answer back with 2 of their own. So coming up with 2 really good stops and returning the favor against Germany with 2 goals of their own to keep this game still in range.
I would be really intrigued to see if they keep number 3 mailing for Australia, because it seems to be the only thing that's worked so far. I mean, beginning of the game not as potent, but
yeah, Malin driving in and then passing out to someone else. Yeah,
because other than that,
driving dish.
I haven't seen much sort of consistent offense from Australia. Whereas Germany seems like if they can string together a couple passes together, Australia kind of falls apart unless they make the last stand tackle.
Yeah, I will say though, I think that Australia able to get blooder control back prior to the stoppage might be another factor in helping them press up against the German passing game, which has been very, very clean so far. But you can't catch the pass if you're hit by the dodgeball first.
So we have Foreigner for Germany carrying the quad ball, and as you're saying, Germany now has blooder control. So we should really see how aggressive Australia is willing to be on defense when they don't have control. So Foreigner is carrying the ball up for Germany. He's looking. He might just shoot this. I mean, the middle hoop is open to some extent. Germany again, patient play. Foreigner with the ball.
Yeah, I like the passing they're doing. Not trying to force anything either. Sometimes it looks like you have an open shot, but you want to wait for a higher percentage play.
That's true, but I mean, they're also not really doing anything at this point, right? The keeper is sitting at the keeper zone, so he can't be beat. And then, right, this is a fast break. Other way, Lindley for Australia. I mean, he seems like he's built for a good drive, but working with the beaters is tricky because they don't have control.
Yeah, so even though intercepted,
that is the worst thing to do.
1-2 step, Germany scores number 45. Keeper.
That is the cardinal sin of quad ball is the lame duck pass to the middle that can just be so easily picked off, and then you're going the other way, right? That was
yeah. So in that last possession, real quick, before Germany scored on that fast break, even though they weren't able to convert, and to most people that might look like a bad offensive possession, their beaters didn't have dodgeball control, and it looks like they were making a play, the chasers, in order to buy time for their beaters to isolate one of the Australian beaters, and even though they lost the quad ball, Germany was able to get dodgeball control as a result, and because of that dodgeball control, able to force the fast break going back the other way. So overall, positive +10 for them.
It does seem interesting that Germany seems to be more willing, or at least so far more capable of creating pressure with their bludger control, which is, you would think the Australians with their sort of chaser physicality would be pressuring it, but once again, Australia is only slowly bringing up the quad ball, waiting for. Oh, but I think their leaders may have just gotten control. It's going to be a scrap. All right, pass out the back.
Beautiful pass by Mailing.
Question is, will they try to slow? It's sort of all wrapped up.
Mailing looking to drive.
We got a big man.
Drive through 2. Mailing taken down.
I think Australia has advantage, so they sort of a free play here.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, we don't want to. And all right, well, so Germany survived the advantage play, but they would likely be drawing a penalty.
Yeah, Australia has so much momentum going into that. They looked anxious to try to score on that possession, but just not able to. Malin running through 2 people eventually before being taken down. Looks like there probably will be a foul on Germany. Well, there you go. That'll explain why someone goes down for sure. Illegal contact.
The only way to tackle Mailing is to do it illegally, I guess.
Possibly. Or get your teammates to come. Teamwork makes the dream work. People. Yeah.
Teamwork is.
But that's the hard part, right? If Germany sends 2 people to stop Mailing, he's a good enough player to know where to make those passes off to the side.
On the reset, hard to track down the quad ball when it's this much chaos. But it looks like Germany has the quad ball sort of behind the hoops. No one's actually no defenders are at the hoops. Oh no, let's see. Australia, there you go. Australia coming.
Oh,
threw it right to the only chaser in the play. That's tough.
So close. This has been the story of this game. Australia having so many very, very close opportunities to score, but just not finding the pieces to execute. And Germany coming up with what seems like a little bit of a lucky stop there.
Yeah, and Germany again will probably slow the ball down, waiting for their man down situation to end.
Yeah, I don't think Germany is going to rush this game if they're up by 100 or if they're down by 30. They're going to play patient and take their time.
So pass back to Foreigner. It doesn't even look like he's looking towards. All right, will the pressure work? That's a turnover. Yeah, I mean, that's textbook pressure, man down. Germany looked a little lackadaisical with these long passes across, and now Australia has the ball.
Australia with dodgeball control as well. So with that high press, like you were saying, able to get the stop on defense, seeing if they can convert some of that control into offense.
It's interesting that Australia is actually still also taking it slow when there was, maybe 10 seconds where Germany was man down.
Yeah,
but,
Germany was down a player in the box for a while.
But here again, number 3 mailing with the quad ball. I mean, he has a mismatch right now. Number 8.
Beater misses.
I mean, he might be a mismatch for every player.
Oh.
I just don't know if that sort of long pass to the corner is really plus EV for them.
Yeah, that felt a little bit forced. I think once that beater missed on mailing, I think he probably smelled blood and thought, oh, now there's the opportunity to go. But instead of taking his time, taking a page from Germany's book and being a little bit more patient, just sort of threw the pass to the open chaser, but wasn't.
But it seems like Australia has now chosen that they're going to be aggressive with at least their beater play. Well, that's a great pass. I mean, that's a turnover. Again. He doesn't drop. He doesn't catch
Germany
that.
being super.
Oh, that's a bit. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that.
A little bit of confusion there with the beat before the pass or after the pass, whether or not to call natural motion, but definitely should be Australia's ball potentially if it comes up.
I think they're going to call essentially a no self-help rule. Germany probably had a quaffle turnover, but Australia came in and knocked the ball out of the guy's hand, and we don't. That's how you can start a fight, right? That's sort of a antagonizing position. So
I think there could have been some miscommunication because ref was trying to call advantage, and technically you are allowed to steal the quad ball from behind if you don't make contact with the person. Sure. So maybe he thought that he could get a little bit of a sneaky steal while there's some confusion going on in terms of the turnover. Whether or not it's advantage, once the ball switches hands, the ref will blow the whistle. So it's usually a good idea to make the play for the ball no matter what, because if you don't and it goes against you, you lost that potential power play.
No, that's certainly true. But it doesn't. It might be a little bit of a no harm, no foul kind of situation.
Yeah, it looks like the refs just want to regain control of the game, make sure everyone knows what they're doing, what the rules are. Clarifying with the captains for both teams. I don't think it's likely that we'll see a card, though.
So we're getting really close to Seeker floor at this point. It's probably 19 minutes, maybe
18. Yeah, the timer is not perfectly synced up with the scorekeeping table, so we're off by about 30 seconds to a minute. But the flag runner should be entering the field soon. We see him warming up in about 2 minutes or so. The flag runner referee also out here,
right, and
getting ready.
It almost goes without saying, but I will say it that the flag runner in this heat doesn't have substitutes and rarely gets water. Some people are nice enough to lend them a drink, but
which is another reason why we have those heat index timeouts at the 25-minute mark, so the flag runner can also get a break.
Oh, that gotta protect our players and our refs.
Flag runner is a referee. Yeah, it's technically an official.
So who would you say has the momentum right now? I mean, it's kind of a question of who gets this quad. I think whoever gets the quad ball, and this is a pretty important decision that the refs are making.
Yeah, not sure what they're really discussing here.
I see.
All right. So after all that, there was a foul, contact from behind on Journey. Not sure. It looks like it was a beater foul. Okay, so it happened away from the quad ball. That's probably why we missed it.
Always fixated on the quad ball game.
Yeah. So there was an advantage. So Australia was going to get the ball back anyway. So going for the steal, totally worth it. Ref hadn't called the play, but now the play is dead. So looks like Germany probably taking this timeout to regroup. They haven't scored. I mean, they scored at 14 minutes, but between the 14-minute mark and the 9-minute mark, it's sort of been Australia's game to sort of come back into it. Obviously, Australia is still down by 40 right now. Getting close to the end of the Seeker floor, but
it will be interesting to see whose style sort of lends itself to Seeker play. I have to imagine it favors Australia. I mean, because Australia seems to have been able to make a lot more one-on-one tackles, and they seem to thrive in the drive first, pass later sort of idea. But it's because whereas Germany has seemed to be very patient and pass heavy with a lot of their stuff, which is important at Secret Floor, but
Yeah.
it's not necessarily as explosive.
I don't really think Germany needs to change their game that much. I think what they've been doing has been working, and when Australia has been able to come up with stops, they've been more of like one-on-one defensive stops and not, sort of the coordinated attack, except for the opportunities when Australia was able to get dodgeball control and really apply pressure. So I think if Germany is able to maintain control, which every team would obviously prefer to have, I think their offense is a well-oiled machine at this point. So Australia probably will be more aggressive than Germany, I think, to try to come back and narrow the gap, so to speak.
Right. I would be surprised if Germany managed to pull away more during Secret Floor. Australia coming in, a great stop. That was a one-man effort.
Yeah, number 45 by Germany.
Tom Roloff. So I mean, that's a huge momentum swing because now Germany can run out the time on the penalty on Burgers. So again, once again, Foreigner carrying the ball slowly for Germany up top. It's a question of whether Australia is going to try to pressure them. I mean, they have not only control; it's 2 beaters versus 1 beater. So it's kind of a question of how aggressive they want to be here.
Yeah, it looks like the Seekers are getting ready for both teams to enter the pitch pretty soon.
There's a pass behind by Germany. Again, once a one-on-one tackle by Australia really saves the day. And it's sort of like any number of them seem to be able to do it. They seem to have sort of a platoon of pass back right into the beater. Australia is chasing after a quad ball, but wow, she got in time. Oh, maybe she's not. Maybe not. And the Seekers will be released in 3, 2, 1. Seekers have been released.
So Seekers have been released. The game clock for the live stream is off by about a minute, but we can't confirm it. Did just reach the 20-minute mark.
So let's see and the control is so crucial here at Secret Floor, and the control seems to lie with Australia. So they should be able to allow their Seeker to have more time.
Yeah, but look at this now. Even without any bludgers or without any dodgeballs on defense for Australia, Germany still being super patient with the quad ball, taking their time. They're not changing anything. They are comfortable playing their own game, and they're going to take.
And I don't know. They actually just pass it around. I mean, who needs?
Perfect.
Who needs to force the issue with a drive when you can pass the ball around?
Exactly. So Germany getting another point on the board. Textbook plays from Germany, as we've seen all day.
And I think that was number 55 for Germany.
55 from Germany, yeah. Hannah Robe?
Robe. So they sub in for a Seeker for Australia. See if there's a little different style. The snitch seems to be a bit of a runner, so it's it's hard.
Australia really needs to attack right now. There are no dodgeballs on defense. They need to get some points on the board. Force the Germany beaters to respect them a little bit more.
Coming, good pass, a good shimmy. Wow, goal! Oh, it's a catch. Oh, no called off though. It would have been a beautiful, almost simultaneous play, but I think
so unfortunate.
The ref seemed to be pretty adamant that was not clean.
All right, so but beat before.
But 33 Walker has sported lead.
He's tasted victory with the flag catch, and now he wants it even more.
Yeah.
Slipped away.
It's funny whether the Seeker can sort of keep the strong mentality of I was there, or they sort of the devastating of the beat before. But again, so Germany's slowly walking the quad ball up, probably giving their Seeker time with the snitch. The snitch is all the way over.
Oh, Germany Seeker with a lot of one time with the flag runner. Almost made a catch, but wasn't able to.
It's interesting that the Australian Seeker is being pushed out by the beaters, but the Germany can't seem to get a defensive stop, right? Like if the Germany beaters are sticking to the runner, then you would think that the beaters for Germany could clean up this defense, but
love the pump fakes from Germany. Oh, a little bit of a drop pass. Good look though. Back up top.
And again, number 33, can he take it? One-man army. He got past the first line. There's not too many defenders left.
Second one, pass it. Fumbles the pass. Germany's able to recover.
When passing the ball fails you. Oh, it's so devastating.
But I like the idea there. Walker took up so much space. There was a good opportunity to try to give it off to his teammate there, but another unlucky break for Australia, and Germany comes up with another shot.
The Quadball is just wrapped up right now by the Australian chasers.
Germany,
I don't care. I don't think Germany's
care about
Germany's
it.
totally fine with this.
Totally fine, is waiting. They have the lead right now.
Yeah.
They're patient. This is Germany's offensive plan
Absolutely.
right now. They're not going to wait.
You might
I believe
even,
the ref might call it after 10 seconds to turn up. All right, so Germany gets up with the ball. Yep.
wow, another. I did not have the chance to see that, but certainly Australia seems very excited. So 8-4.
This is Hannah Gross. This is S. Apparently. All right, Hannah Gross.
Good to know.
So we have another stoppage. It's been almost 23 minutes. Germany's up 80-40 over Australia.
Yeah, so that was number 10 for Australia, Sutherland, who has been a pretty impactful game. He hasn't scored, I don't think, but I feel like Sutherland on offense has been, or certainly on defense, have been impactful. So being able to be a chaser and a seeker is a crucial.
Talking about
skill.
Australia or
Australia?
Australia. Oh yeah, sure. The catch is good for Australia. All right.
Should I track?
Yeah. That's like a star. Let's mark it down. Yep. So catch by Australia, number 10.
So I mean, so this is now. So this, I believe, triggers the
overtime
rules. So it's the set score is now 3 points from
80, so which would be 110.
10. So all right, so it's first to 110, 3 goals for Germany and 4 for Australia. And the goals have been a little hard to come by in this game. So I imagine this might take a few minutes. Like I don't think this is gonna be a quick turn. But Germany may also benefit from not having to worry about the runner because their offense, they're unclear. That was close. Germany's offense in the half court has probably been the better of the two overall. So this probably benefits Germany to as much as losing the catch can benefit a team.
So target score is 110. All right, we got that set up. So yeah, so Germany needs 3 to win. Australia needs 4. Based off the pace of this game, Germany's been very consistent with scoring at least every 4 minutes. So Australia taking a little bit longer.
Was Snitch on? Was
flag runner?
What is on pitch?
So the flag runner on pitch, I guess.
Yeah. Runner on pitch.
Runner on pitch, yeah.
When was it 1-1 runner on pitch in terms of goals? Maybe even 1-0 favoring Australia. So I felt pretty good about my guess that a runner on pitch would favor the Aussies.
Yeah, it's so exciting now, this game. In the beginning, it looked like Germany was running away with it, but
certainly
the catch able to swing momentum possibly in Australia's favor. I'm sure the team is super excited to see a catch go their way as opposed to the other way. So now it's all about riding that momentum. In Germany, the situation is not dire for them.
Oh, absolutely.
The beginning of this game, they were in full control. And now that the beaters don't have to worry about the chaser or the seeker game anymore, they can focus more on the chasers and focus regaining control on defense and possibly stopping Australia's drives, which I think they're going to be looking to do a lot more of now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so the team that reaches a target score of 110 will win the game. So Germany needs 3 goals to win. Australia needs 4.
Yeah. And it's important to stress the difference between sort of transition offense and half-court offense. I don't know if Australia scored more than 1 goal in what we consider set half-court offense, against a settled German defense. So
yeah, I think Germany almost tripped up there, but good pass. Oh, looked like that was a shot actually.
Yeah,
barely missed.
And that was a decent offensive possession by Germany. They got an opening by a good drive by number 16, and then they saw a lane and took the shot. And maybe a pass, sort of a shot pass to someone behind.
I mean, good teams know that when you have a high percentage shot like that, you should probably take it because you won't make it 100% of the time, but you don't want to not shoot just because you're nervous about it, right?
Right. And then that sort of, but also important that because the ball went out of bounds behind, there's no chance for a fast break by Australia.
Also true, yeah. So take those opportunities as they come,
And it seems like Germany has possession as well. So it was unclear how much they used it on that offensive possession. It seemed like the German chaser sort of went through the defense on his own. But with control, I would be surprised if Australia scored on this possession. Or without control, I don't know if they can score.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit interesting. In about 3 more minutes, we're going to have our second probably heat timeout. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in the next 3 minutes.
I think I just noticed that. I think they might have been. Australia might have been man down a beater that whole time. I just noticed.
Australia did have.
Yeah. So it's actually so that could have been why he was able to slice the defense like that.
Yeah, a lot easier. Yeah.
Okay. So they didn't score man up, unfortunate, but they didn't lose possession and they didn't allow a fast break. So sort of no harm, no foul, as you were saying.
So Australia with the quad ball now, copying a page from Germany's playbook, being super, super patient.
Yeah, but that went right to him. That's not wow. I mean, Germany almost completely blew up that slow ball. As you're saying, maybe the Aussies aren't quite as good at slowing the ball down as Germany.
Yeah. Germany, really, you're taking our playbook. You know exactly what to do.
Exactly.
And intercepting that pass. Super clean from Germany. Chaser number 55, the keeper rather from Germany. Not the keeper, sorry. Number 7 from Germany? Yeah, number 7.
I think is their keeper. It's
Troll, yeah.
And Troll. I mean, he's been great for Germany this whole game. I think he has. I think he scored at least once, and then I think he's assisted a lot of their offense. I mean, that was a lightning play that's basically assured a goal. I think, as much as you can sort of draw a foul in Quidditch, quad ball, he basically drew a contact with that great defensive play.
Yeah, and Australia really had to do that stop because otherwise it was going to be an easy goal no matter what. Although now Johannes on Germany will probably have an easy goal potentially, but there is still one Australian body somewhere near the hoops. It depends on where the referees will reset the players for it to resume. But it looks like they're slightly step or two away from the keeper zone line.
This is maybe an assured goal. I don't even.
Yeah.
Nothing's assured, but unless he falls over,
we'll wait till the whistle to give the points away. But all right, there it is. 13 from Germany.
So, I mean, a very long drought of scoring, but now Germany's now 2 away. 3?
Yeah, score is now 90-70. Germany up 20 now. Force good pressure by Germany to force Australia to throw the quad ball away, basically. No passing options and just had to take a deep shot.
It seemed like it was sort of, the Australian beater was sort of off somewhere else finding the ball and Germany took advantage.
Those dodgeballs roll really, really far off pitch sometimes. Be very frustrating as a beater. But Germany walking it up, looks like we're going to stoppage. This time stopping it because the dodgeball seemed to have, like I was saying, was rolling extremely, extremely far.
Right. The speed trap. This turf field is a bit of a speed zone.
It's always one of the worst things as a beater when you miss a beat and then have to chase after it. And you see a ref try to stop it from leaving the hard boundary, and they just barely miss it, and you're like, oh no, I have to run even more now.
So once again, foreigner for Germany, or not foreigner, sorry, this is Han with Germany. Okay, so a little slow action. Australia only has one dodgeball, so Germany certainly can take advantage of that. It looks like they're doing 1.5, where the German beater tries.
Ooh. Such a clean cut.
It's it's just great offense.
Really pinpoint those precision plays. They're not worried about what Australia is doing. They know what their set pieces are, and they're executing it perfectly. Australia had a beater there, and they just weren't able to cover that cutting chaser at the last second.
I think that was Johannes again.
Again, yeah, number 13 for Germany.
So I think he has a hat trick.
Yeah, this is third goal for number 13, yeah.
So see what Australia can do. I mean, they're facing down, I think, golden goal for Germany. So the flat across pass like that is just really easy for the defense to swallow up and sort of force a turnover.
Yeah. So Germany needing one more goal to win, like you said, that golden goal opportunity for them. But Australia is still needing 4.
Yeah, they haven't scored in this overtime period.
Yeah, Australia caught at around 22 minutes, but the last time Australia scored is at the 20-minute mark. So it's been about 5 minutes since Australia's last goal. Obviously, the flag catch worth 30. Sure. So definitely a huge shift in momentum. But if you think about what the score is, Australia really has only scored 4 goals this entire game. Whereas Germany right now has scored 10 and is looking to score their 11th goal and end it very, very soon.
And I think, if you watching the game, you can feel that difference in the quad ball play. The Germany just has like a better, has a more fluid passing attack. They seem to be working better with their beaters, more cohesive. So it definitely feels like a 10-4, as you said, Quadball goal.
Yeah, the chaser game for Germany has outmatched Australia in terms of offense, but looks like Australia getting a lucky break, getting the Quadball back on the reset.
Germany with
number 75.
Trying to see.
Oh, Australia going for 1.5.
Oh, so Australia
had control losing both of their dodgeballs.
How many times did
Australia's beaters don't have a dodgeball right now? They want to score, but if they do score, if they're not able to get another stoppage.
There might have been an injury stoppage.
Oh man, that was so dangerous. Okay, so look, once again, the dodgeball's rolling super far off pitch. Australia's beaters used both of their dodgeballs to try to make a play for this goal. So even if Australia does score right now, they have to be careful because once Germany gets the ball back, they have no dodgeballs on defense. And I'm positive this Germany team is going to look to run and end it as soon as they can.
That's a great point. I think Australia actually has a dodgeball back. So they were running 1.5. Now there's no
beater back there. They're gonna have to sprint to get there. Yeah.
They have the ball. It's just not. It's sort of in their zone, but they don't have anyone who can throw it.
Yeah, looks lucky for Australia's beater that the dodgeball didn't keep rolling even more. Perfect pass back to the hoops, as they say. Oh, Australia discussing something with their chasers in the back. They definitely know that they have an opportunity to score, but they don't want to give up a fast break for Germany. So
there might be a German beater sort of on the far end of the hoops to worry about, I believe.
Yeah, it looks like they're lingering behind their teammate, sort of not really hiding, but sort of obscured by the camera. I'm not sure if you can see it on the screen. Oh, got to be careful. Can't you let Germany get this ball? Nice. Australia on the counterattack, pushing through, breaks one tackle, spins through, pass, beautiful. So Germany had a beater in the box for that penalty, but now it's a full 6 versus 6.
Yeah, that was Caroline Crawford. Great goal. I mean, that much needed for Australia. I mean, but now they need stop. That's
huge game changer. Yeah, now they need a stop. They cannot concede a goal. They need to use their bludgers to get a stop here. There's no use holding on to bludgers dodgeball control at this point.
And it'd be interesting to sort of see what is Germany's sort of go-to play. How do they ensure this goal? So they have Johannes to Forner. Two people have been huge impact on this game. Ooh. Wow. If that had ended the game, it would have been something.
Second clean shot from Germany to miss on the left hoop today.
So, I mean, Australia will take it. Even if it's, a miss is a miss, even if it was high percentage. So now we have Span coming up for Australia. And as we point out, Australia has been without one of their starting male chasers basically this whole game. So, maybe that could explain some of their issues scoring in quadball play.
Possibly, yeah. But Australia has a super deep team. A lot of these players very talented, a lot of experience.
Good
pass. Oh, there's a beater right there.
Okay, Germany again has the ball, and I don't know where the beaters are. They might be okay. So there's one beater sort of. Oh, that's a really ambitious play. No bludgers. This could be it. We need a tackle. Wow, and once again, Australia needed it. They had it. Now there's actually a counteroffensive.
Oh. Looks like an injury stoppage.
Is the dodgeball like all the way down at the far fence? That would explain why.
It looks like the head referee, aware of the current game state in terms of the score, Germany needing 1 goal to win, Australia trying to come back. Every single time these dodgeballs roll 50 yards too far, they're stopping the play to make sure all the beaters can get a fair shake. But yeah, Callum Malin, keeper for Australia, great play there to step up and stop Germany from scoring. And now Australia number 19, Span, having the quad ball. A lot of white jerseys in front of him, so doesn't look like he's going to score right away. But I
mean, this hasn't stopped Australia before. As again, they just charge right into him. I really do. That is such a difficult pass to make across, and now they're causing a fast break the other way.
Does Germany really have fast breaks, or really they're just patience breaks? Right? They're still so cohesive, even when they're moving quickly.
That should be a goal.
Oh, there it is. There it is.
Flashing through. And once again, speaking to how the Germany played this whole game, they slowly walked it up. Their beaters made an opening. He drove in and put it through. Well executed game by Germany.
Heartbreaking loss for Australia, but Germany proving to be the better team in the end.
I think they deserved this.
They definitely deserved it. Their their quad ball game was immaculate the entire time. Beautiful passes. I think everyone on their lines always got a chance to touch the quad ball at some point or the other. So great work from Germany. Valiant effort from Australia. The flat catch swung some momentum in their favor, but it just wasn't enough. But Until next time, this has been Germany versus Australia. Thank you for being here.
Hello and welcome back to Pitch 3 here at US Quadball, not US Quadball Cup, IQA World Cup 2023. And I am joined by two players from that magnificent game that you just watched. So can you give us your names here?
Khan, I'm the coach of Team Germany.
Khan from Team Germany.
And I'm Leander. Nice to meet you.
And Leander from Team Germany. So tell us about that victory. How does it feel to take down this Australian team?
Well, I just learned that it's one of the biggest victories of Team Germany from Leander, so it's good to be a part of it. And we put a name on the game before we started. The name of the game was Patience, and we played patient, and we had the game. It feels amazing.
Leander, what was the key out there? What was the key to that victory for you?
To me, it felt like we had a tactical advantage in playing a very high defense that the Australians did not expect, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Also, they pride themselves rightfully on their very physical game.
Mm-hmm.
And in the beginning, we played a very physical game as well. So we showed them we're not easy to take. And I think that boosted us and maybe gave them a bit of nerves.
What do you think is going forward from here, the rest of your day to day going to look like?
Well, we play against Canada and Japan, which is also going to be very interesting. We saw Canada hold their own against Australia for a very long time, and they played a very well-adapted game to their offense as well, doing the exact opposite from what we did. So they had a different idea, but they were also successful for a while. So yeah, it will be interesting.
And tomorrow, what do you think as you start to look forward to the next day out here?
Well, we don't think about tomorrow. We think about today first.
Okay, that's good. That's the right answer. I was trying to trick you. It was one of those old-fashioned devil went down to Georgia times. All right. So thank you both. Anything else that you want to say? Shout out to anyone?
Shout out to everybody supporting us from home in Germany and everywhere around the world. It helps a lot. Thank you.
Shout out to the unicorns, the best people ever.
Thank you both so much, and best of luck for the rest of your tournament. Hello, and welcome back to the IQA World Cup here in Richmond, Virginia. This is Clay Dockery. I'm coming to you with
Michael Rodriguez.
And we have a great game in store between France and Austria. France is in blue and Austria in red, and we have Vincent running for France toward, and that is blocked off. Vincent is off broom. It's number 7, Francis for Austria, who was able to get up there and knock him off broom, but France does come away with the quad ball. Little toss back and forth from this French national team that has put on a couple very nice showings and 2 wins so far today over India and Mexico.
Yeah, France dodged the beat right there. And a good pass.
That knocked that quad ball through. I'm going to give that score to number 9 for France, which is Poisse. And that is 10-0, France in the lead.
That was a good look there by France. It was almost a pass, but ended up going through the hoop, so they'll take the 10 points for sure.
All right. Now, Austria with their first real opportunity of the game. This is Frederica Klee here on the near side is beat out, and it leads to a fast break going back the other way. Nouvelle, number 29 for France, gets it to Michael Puisse, who puts it through. A quick 20-0 lead from this France team.
Yep, France looks like they're just taking care of business to start off the game.
Yep, an assist and a goal already, less than a minute in from Michael Puisse. And there's another exchange in the dodgeball game with Faris making a move to try to knock things around, but it is number 7, Richard Frasil for Austria, who's looking for an opening now. And that pass goes over the top and is knocked away by Vincent from France. But it is picked up in the back corner by Andreas Hodder-Kirgel.
Austria is taken down.
Yeah.
Quadball rolls out of bounds. Unfortunate for Austria.
Yeah, that's going to lead to a fast break for France the other way off of that nice tackle by Nouvelle. Nouvelle to Vincent.
Beautiful.
And that is a quick 30-0 lead.
Really like that that passing play there by France, not being selfish and finding the open chaser, doing the cut during the fast break. Very good play by France.
France spreading it around so far. 3 different players with their goals and 2 different players with assists. Austria wants to settle this thing down, get back into playing their game. Frisell with a beater in front. Makes a move. It's 2 beaters in front for Frisell now, actually. Marchart, and that pass or shot is too high and does not go in. Marchart and Hackle, the beaters in for Austria currently, both with dodgeballs. So Austria at least has picked up control here 3 minutes into the game. But this French team has shown a lot of fast break opportunity over the course of the day so far. And they...
Look at Austria right now doing a very, very deep tree zone in front of their hoops. Everybody with their hands up.
It's an interesting idea here with 4 trees and 2
almost 5 trees. They have a whole forest there.
Yeah, it's an interesting idea. I feel like it's giving France a little bit too much space, but we'll see if they're able to capitalize. It's a new look.
Yeah.
New look is nice to have.
I think Austria's keeper is still stepping up to play point. I think Austria wants France to take as much space as possible, but
Shade Jaola in, had the quad ball, gets it to Novell. Novell is able to dunk it through that short hoop as it's falling. And that makes it 40-0. France still in the lead.
Austria almost had a good chance to get the stop there. They had 2 dodgeballs thrown, but that's the risk you take. You give them so much space that they could just sort of walk it in. It didn't matter if you took out 2, even 3 of the chasers. France has 1. It only takes 1 person to score.
Matthias Renner with the quad ball at keeper now, passes it to Andrea Wolger.
Ooh, big shove from France keeper there to knock her off balance.
Nice couple looks here from Austria, but that attempted pass across is just sniped out of the air by Vincent. That's a little bit of face contact, and it is a back to hoops on the Austrian keeper. Lenny Vincent passes the ball back to Albert, who is Albert Brejo, who is in the game now. Flora Giaquinto in at beater for France has been dominating in the dodgeball game for France so far this morning.
Oh, it's good to see. Ooh,
good shot. Mikel Plus with a nice shot there. It just goes straight through. It's going to be hard to stop that.
France is on pace for about a goal a minute right now. It's been about 5 minutes. Their 5th goal. Not looking like they're not running out of steam. So Austria's definitely got to slow things down and try to stop France's momentum.
That Lenny Vincent is able to get a hand on that. It goes out of bounds. It's going to be a turnover to France. Mikel Plus with a caravan, 2 armed beaters in front, about to wreak havoc here. We have Alia Giardot, number 6, here on the near side for France. Is that option? Instead, it goes back into the middle to Bregot, and the pass is picked up by Wagner, who is able to get it inside to Lisa Teresa Schultz, and it's a nice stop from Austria there.
Yeah, that looked like a little bit of a sloppy offense from France compared to the other 5 possessions. First time I think they haven't scored since the game started, but yeah, good break for Austria now. See if they can achieve something on the counterattack.
There's a double beat in the center, both beaters knocked out, and then a nice driving tackle here. Pushes the Austrian chaser back toward the middle, but that chaser is not giving up. They are beat now.
Oh, well, now they're definitely beat. So
they were beat a while back.
Yeah. France not worried about it too much though. Another opportunity to potentially get some points on the board.
Theo Marquez in at beater for France. Now that goal is not good. So it remains 50-0 here about 7 minutes in. Matthias Renner looks for an open receiver in the center. It's Wolger. And that will at least be the reset and possibly get Kellen Mingay is able to pick up that loose quaffle off the ground and throw it through for a 60-0 lead for France. And that will lead to an Austria timeout and lead us to that eternal question. What should Austria be doing during this timeout to try to settle down and get themselves back into this game?
Yeah, it's been 7 minutes and France has scored 6 goals. So they almost scored 7 goals. There was just a little bit of a missed pass there. So it looks like France is getting everything they want from offense. Austria defense really needs to step up. Their offense has had some opportunities, but it doesn't really matter if Austria scores 2-3 goals if France is able to keep scoring on every possession. So I think really we need to see a defensive switch from Austria. The super deep tree zone has not been working. So maybe their coach would come up with a few different looks.
Austria with an unfortunate 0-2 on the day. The first game against India, that epic 220-110 last goal win situation that they were on the short side of. So it's been a hard day for them. While France has had 2 kind of quick wins.
Do you have the
220-140 against Mexico and 190-70 against India.
Okay, so pretty convincing victories from France. Seems like the story has been decisive, large margins of victory. So this game is certainly on pace for that. Once again.
Yeah, it seems like for France, it's going to come down, as it so often does, to England later in the afternoon.
Oh, is that going to be France's final game against England? Should be quite the matchup. Those two are very familiar with each other.
Yes, and we've restarted here. So here, number 44, Amel Sandovic in at beater for Austria. And it looks like they have an entire set of new players out there, including Daniel Mitterauer with the Quadball now at keeper.
Yeah, it looks like Austria trying to be a bit more patient, but
that long pass is too much, and it's picked off by Girardot, who gets it into the hands of Theo Coupé.
Oh, passes it off to number 7.
Mingay. Coupé to Mingay and puts it home.
France's 7th goal.
70-0 now.
So textbook. I really like what France is doing on offense. They could be applying more pressure, but they're just sort of finding an open pass and going for the high percentage easy shot. And then on defense, they're condensing, and then as soon as they have an opportunity, the beaters are going for it. Look, so much pressure here.
A lot of pressure. That turnover was that beater. Theo created that turnover, but Austria is able to slide on top of the quad ball. Oh, but it comes back out. Alia Girardot picks it off the ground there, taking it away from Friederike Klee. But that's going to be a turnover back to Austria and possibly a card on Girardot.
Yeah, but I like what France is doing. The aggression is good.
Okay, so it's just a turnover.
Just a standard turnover. But yeah, I think France's aggression, once they win an exchange in the beater game, they're not afraid to immediately press the chasers, and that forces Austria either to make those really deep passes or, like we just saw here, almost give up a potential fast break. So Austria a little bit lucky there to come up with not a goal, although after the stoppage now, we'll see what France does to recover and potentially run it back.
This is Felix Mittag, who passes the quad ball off to Mitterauer. Mitterauer with Rosser in front, and Rosser is beat out, and here comes the pressure again.
Yes, forced to basically kick it back.
And Mingay is the only person who can get to that, and that's what happens.
Yeah.
The speed of France. Here's Coupé and Mingay again running up together, but this time seeing the stout defense is set over here for Austria. France thinks better of another push to the hoops.
Yeah, there's not a lot of spectators watching this game right now, but this is France's textbook offense. It seems like good pressure, good defense, and then driving in.
Coupe gets around the
Beat
defense,
before.
but it's beat before, no good.
Unlucky.
No goal.
Well, I'm not upset about that if I'm France's coach. That was a good drive in. Just didn't get the release off just in time, but Austria definitely looking a little bit frustrated as this next line subs in. They came up with a stop, but I think they also felt that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Austria now. Quad ball in the hands of Katarzyna Walsbard. Gets it back to the top here to Mitterauer. Mitterauer over the top, tries to get that long pass in. That's a straight tackle from behind. That's going to be called.
That's going to be called. And then once again, France's defensive pressure there, deflecting that. It was going to be a very deep pass, but it was tipped up, so kind of sat up in the air a little bit. Unfortunately, ended up being a illegal tackle. But yeah, France doing sort of the same thing every possession, marking up, switching between zone and mark when they need to.
And that is there's a discussion. I think it's a yellow card on Hader Kurgel. Yep, yellow card.
Okay, so good distinction in the rules. You can tackle from behind if you do not have momentum prior to engaging, and referee decided that number 19 was definitely moving. So
Coupe trying to make a move this time on their own, passes over the top.
Oh, beautiful alley-oop pass.
This time it is Coupe to Brago. And the result is the same. 80-0. Austria is still trying to find any answers on offense. Mitterauer made a couple ill-advised passes. Instead, this time passes over the. Oh, that could have gone through. It would have been nice.
A good look, yeah, but
yeah, it was really close to going through. One of those good pass or shot situations because there was a cutting chaser on the far side for Austria. Unfortunately, neither thing worked out for them that time.
Yeah, now France on the counterattack, getting off a second pass. Easy goal for France, just slicing up Austria's defense there. It looks like there's nothing they can do to stop them right now.
Yeah, Coupe pretty much untouched that time and now going out.
This French team putting on a clinic in the beater game. So much pressure here. Just number 12 on France looking to basically eliminate anyone who steps in front of them.
Friesel here on the short side for Austria gets a pass off. Kind of ill-advised pass back into the middle of the field. Is able to be saved by
back. Is that going to be a reset? Yep, it is going to be a reset. Second reset.
The second
French
reset
pressure. So much. Must feel so stifling for Austria right now. Every single time you get the quad ball and you try to go forward, it just feels like you're always getting pushed back. And now this looks like it might be a fast break for, well,
there's at least
one on one, but solid wrap. Shakes it off.
Nouvelle gets around one, gets the pass.
Oh, good look.
That's in before that beat came in. The assist from Nouvelle and the goal by
number 18.
Goodrio.
Yeah, I love the selflessness there by the French keeper chaser rather, to engage those two tackles, but not drive and try to finish himself and give off a good, easy, high percentage pass.
It's now 100-0. Austria still looking for any type of answer.
Austria's beater is making a play at the hoops, but not enough space is being created.
Yeah, they're going to have to push them further out to be able to get anything because there's too much physicality from France on the inside for them.
Yeah, France is.
Now, Friesel was beat before that pass got there, and that's going to lead to another break going the other way from France.
Wow.
The dodgeball is knocked out of the air by Tarzan, and this is another nice-looking opportunity from France. Nouvelle to the back.
Pass. Spin move. Dodges the beat. Loses the quad ball, though. It's on the ground. Austria recovers it.
Oh, no. France
recovers it. Sorry.
That's Nouvelle. Nouvelle gets around the defender and puts it home. Wow. That was a lot of display of skill from this France team. 110-0.
I believe France is 11 for 13 on their offensive possessions right now.
Yeah.
Extremely high success rate, I think. The highest we've seen so far today, at least on this pitch, for sure. 11 goals in 13 minutes.
And there's an exchange on the far side that clears out 2 of the dodgeballs. And there's a tackle by Tarzan in the center. It's going to lead to a card.
Yeah.
Or at least a foul. We'll see if it's back to hoops. Probably going to be a card. Quadball gets back into the hands of Wojciech.
Yeah. One thing France wants to do is to not get into bad habits, right? They have a lot of control over this game. They don't need to make risky plays like that. You know, obviously they're not potentially in danger, but you know, if this were a closer game, you don't want to give up, you know, anything really.
Yeah. The other thing that the thing they don't want to do is take their feet off the gas. They've kind of taken their feet off the gas the last 2 games. They got it to a big start in both games. And then the other team made a small run back, made the scores a little bit more respectable. I feel like this France team wants to keep this thing as lopsided as possible.
Yeah.
And, that one goes in. The tip in from Norway. Did you get the number on the score?
Yeah, number 7 on Austria. Gets tip in scores.
Norway. But that is Kellen Mint. Nope, that's the wrong team. That's Frassel.
Yeah. So Austria with their first points on the board. This game is certainly not over, and Austria is not going to give up, that's for sure.
110-10 now.
Ooh, France.
And, nice goal from France to make it 120-10.
Quick stutter step to get by the keeper, catch him slipping, and then just rips a shot at the middle hoop.
Who was that one? The keeper? Was that Teal?
Sorry?
The keeper from France? That's yeah. Here we go with Frasil once again bringing up the quad ball for Austria. Tries to let the defense get set, or the offense get set. Does have both dodgeballs in the offense this time. Gets around a defender, gets off a mid-range shot, and that's 2 goals in a row from the Austrian keeper, Richard Frasil.
Yeah, 12-2 now. Austria coming to life a little bit in the last couple of minutes, finding some offense. Let's see if they can find some defense now.
Nouvelle here on the near side with the quad ball. Austria trying to get their defense set. Instead, their point defender is beat, and Nouvelle hits a mid-range shot straight through. Okay, so the goal is good. That will make it 130-20, and we are having the heat break here at 15 minutes. This is the 4-minute break, so it will give us a little bit of time to recap where we are in the game so far and figure out what it is that we would like to see for the rest of this game.
Was that France goal good right before the stoppage? So is that 13 now?
Yeah, 13-20 is what I have. Definitely looked good, and I didn't see anything calling it off. If you want to confirm.
Yeah, I'll go over and confirm the score real quick.
Okay. Here in our heat break, we're having it's a very humid and warm afternoon here in Richmond, Virginia. All the teams taking all the necessary safety precautions, making sure that everyone is doing well. All the refs getting a little bit of break as well. So here's what I'd like to see from the rest of this game. First of all, I would like to see Austria continue to play at the top of their abilities and get a couple more goals on the board. They've been able to get 2, but I think they can get some more if they play smart quad ball the rest of the game, and they don't fall into some of the traps that they've been falling into with this really, really quick French offense.
Yeah, and not only that, their offense is great, but their defense, the French press, where they just really just blow up whatever the offense is doing, and the beaters taking aim at every chaser that moves in front of them, and there's basically no one left to stop the French counterattack. So I think definitely things are going smooth sailing for France, but I think once they face some deeper competition tomorrow in the brackets, it'll be interesting to see, even I guess against England in the next game, what that offense looks like when they don't have as much room to run, as they say.
Yes, and that is what we saw earlier. If they did have to slow it down and play in the half court, they had some nice crisp passes and some really good strategies to be able to pull the other teams out. But those were teams that are not quite to the level that we're going to be seeing in the medal contenders, which includes both this France team and the England team that you're talking about. The other thing that I want to see out of the Austria team is unpredictability. right? So their standard set plays have not been working. I think that a little bit of something different would bring a new element to the table and maybe throw the French team off their guard, maybe allow them to step back. I play a little bit more press myself. I try to open up something.
Yeah.
It's like you're not going to be faster than them if you're both running down, but if you're running down and they're not there, then you don't have to be faster than them.
Yeah. Force France to work for their goals. Force France to work for the defense. This is an opportunity to be creative. Go into your bag of tricks. If there's a play you haven't done yet, now is the time to bust it out, because obviously, like you said, what they were doing wasn't working. And in a game like this, you're down by a lot. There's not that much time left until the end of the secret floor. So if you do have a chance to win this game, if you're Austria, you need to sort of make those decisions right now. And every passing moment is just going to go further and further away. So let's see what they do coming out of this heat index break.
And we talked a lot about France's last game, which is against England. The last game of the day for Austria is against Mexico. I think they should be working on things that they can bring into that game, because that is going to be their best chance that's left for a win on the day. Their game they almost won against India was probably their best chance, but
oh yes, that was a super close game.
Yeah.
It's important to not get frustrated when you have a close loss like that. And even a game like this, where the score differential is much bigger, focus on your game, the things you want to improve on, the things you want to get better on, and think about, you take it one game at a time, but also for the next game, you don't want to go into it thinking, oh, I left something, off the field in the previous game where I didn't go 100%. So I'm glad that Austria right now seems to be that they're coming into the back out of the stoppage with some confidence and some smiles. Looks like they don't look discouraged despite the score, so that's good to see.
That's very good. And I do think getting those 2 goals was key. If it had been a 0 on the board, it would be a different feeling than it is right now. 13-20 is a lot, but it's 13-20 is the wrong way to say that, because that's the way that's the most mixed up. 130-20.
Yeah, 130.
Yes.
France in the lead is about the 15-minute mark. So in about 5 minutes, the flag runner will be released, as will the seekers to chase after them. Whoever catches the flag runner will be awarded 30 points. And if they do so and have the lead at that point, the game will be over and they will win. However, if Austria is able to catch while behind, it will possibly go to overtime, or they could concede at that point. So we'll see how it shapes out.
It looks like new line in for Austria, including number 52, Michael Tazreiter. Frizzle's still in at keeper, but hopefully having a couple more options out there. This is Woger, once again.
I like Austria has some new players out here. Maybe they can come up with something the first line hasn't done.
Bounced into Coupe's hands, back into Nouvelle. It is a little... If that's also going to fall for France, there's not a lot that Austria can do. 140-20 off that little touch floater from Nouvelle.
Shooters got to shoot, as they say.
Yes, and it's been falling all game for France. 14 goals in 16 minutes. Number 52, that is Tazreiter, carrying up the quad ball now. Again, I like the idea of seeing something different out of this Austria offense. So maybe Tazreiter on quad ball and having a couple other players cut towards the hoops, which is happening here. But that's knocked away with a nice defensive play by the French chaser. And instead is picked up off the ground by Jacoulet, who passes it in.
Yeah. Ooh, beautiful look again.
That was Breguet with the assist to Bonnet for the goal for France.
Yeah, France once again finding Austria on their back foot in the counterattack. Just not quite able to set up their defense, and France able to execute and take advantage of every gap in that set defense from Austria. So
150-20. Austria is still looking for any type of opening here.
Here comes the French press again. There's also an interception and a counterattack the other way.
Jacoulet one more time.
Only one defender to beat 3 players on. Ooh.
That pass is a little bit too harsh in front, but well, Breguet picks it up and Breguet gets it over to Emerick Thiel, who puts it home.
Yeah, I think that was the first French offensive possession that didn't look perfect, but still ended up in a goal. So
yeah,
definitely, you hate to see it if you're on Team Austria, but super close, and the game just keeps going further and further away.
Quadball goes all the way to the far side of the pitch. Renner in the back gets the shot off, but it does not go through. That
But the rebound
cleanup
is so good. Love the extra effort there. Never give up on the play. Play to the whistle, always.
Lisa Teresa Schultz with the goal for the Austria team to make it 160-30.
It's a 1 minute call for the Seekers. France
pass over the top.
Their beaters are setting up behind the hoops now, trying to change up. Dodgeballs are flying. Quad ball's wrapped up in the corner. It looks like it'll probably get turned over to Austria, as it does.
I think that is Ajrafoy Wale for the first time in this game.
France's beaters causing mayhem center of the field.
Yeah,
they didn't even care where the quad ball is. They're just trying to get dodgeball control back.
Brego to Coupe. It's called no good. It's just off. But Brego gets the rebound.
Blocked by the dodgeball.
That is three. God. Three do not go in, but then the fourth, you always get the fourth.
That's so frustrating to have three stops and then unable to stop the fourth one. But I love the relentlessness from France's attack and Austria's defense. Once again, not giving up, but unable to stop the power of this French team.
It's Brego who finally puts it through for the 170-30 lead here as we hit 19:30 in the game. And the flag runner, Matt Cooper, goes out onto the field. That is a turnover on the missed opportunity for the pass there. So it's going to be Audrey Ramarisan with the quad ball.
This might be the highest scoring game we have today. It looks like so far.
I think it is going to be.
Yeah, it already is.
Well, if France catches quickly without scoring, then it won't be. That's Ajrafoy Wale, who has a whole Austria team on them, and they're pushed further and further back. And there is a scrum for the ball far behind the Austria hoops that Austria is able to come away with the quad ball from.
Francis Seeker having a lot of one-on-one time with the flag runner, but not being able to come up with the catch. Now playing defense while Matt Cooper, our flag runner, pushes the broom out to dismount the French Seeker. Austria with a diving catch, loses the broom off screen, but Austria being very patient on offense, looking to attack now.
Renner, Schultz, and Boger all trying different things to try to get that quad ball in. And there's a nice aggressive move by Woger to take down the French chaser with the quad ball deep in the French zone. And there's a scrum on the far side in the quad ball game. I'll watch that. Tell us what's happening in the Seeker game.
Well, Austria just subbed in a very big Seeker. It looks like both teams are not focusing too much on the Seeker game right now. There's been a lot of one-on-one time given to both, and when both Seekers are engaging with the flag runner, it looks like they're doing some defensive seeking, which is basically taking the position in front of the flag runner so as to not give the other opposing Seeker the opportunity to catch while you are present. Sometimes when both Seekers are going after the flag runner might make a move, might dive to the right or the left, but if they dive the wrong way towards your opponent, the other team Seeker can get a chance at an easy catch. So both teams being smart on terms of attacking, but also defensive.
I feel just bad about how long it took quad ball teams to realize strategies like that. I feel like I had been playing for 4 years and no one had ever thought to do something like that. It seems sad now, but it's a great strategy. And here is number 11, Felix Mittag, coming around, getting an open opportunity on the middle-sized hoop. That's a nice goal from Mittag to put another score on the boards for this Austria squad. 170-40 now.
Yeah, this game might go on for a while if both Seekers keep pushing each other off, not letting either of them. Oh, yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of a slip there. Okay, so now French Seeker getting some time one-on-one with the flag runner.
In at keeper now for France is Coupe. Theo Coupe. Looks for an opening. This is Vincent.
Matt Cooper throwing
that
seeker off
nice.
screen, but still has not been caught yet. Once again, some defensive seeking by the flag runner, and France looking to run up the score.
Rama Rissan gets it through. I believe that shot by Rama Rissan hits.
Yeah, and it looks like there might have been a catch off screen by the Austrian seeker. Looked like it was clean from my end, but of course they were going to talk about it. Score right now tentatively is 180 to 30. 40?
I have 40.
40, sorry. 40.
Yep. 3 calls on the play. I thought we were going to hear them, but we have not yet.
I'm going to go confirm with the ref real quick.
Yes, please do. Good goal, 180. Good catch.
All right, so it looks like Austria caught the flag runner, which means they have 30 extra points, which brings up to 70. So now they have the choice if they to continue and try to go to set score of 210 or concede.
And this is Mingay, who is in the box, a yellow card on the French seeker. And it was a catch by Florian Wagner for Austria.
But the score negates the foul.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, tricky. Wait. Net score shall be, doing this correct. This is correct. The next score here? Yes. So that's going to be for the catch. So the set score is 210. The set score is 210.
Set score will be 210. It is 180 to 70. Set score 210.
So, Austria coming up with the catch. Technically not out of this game yet. They need 14 goals to win. France needs 3.
And that will mean that we will not have the highest scoring game of the day, as India did win against Austria 220 to 210 earlier.
Looks like you were right. This game is going to end sooner than we thought it was, but also not as many points.
Yes. All right. So
I do like the tenacity from Austria to, despite being down by so much, choosing to play on and get some more reps in.
Yeah, get their reps in. Get another goal right.
Another goal right there. Yeah, could be the first of many.
I'm not sure who got that one for Austria. There was a lot of passing around, a lot of good opportunities, and that does make it. As long as it's actually called good, it would be 180 to 80.
Yeah. So 100-point differential for France. As long as they don't get complacent, this game.
Well, if they count this goal, it's great.
Yeah.
It's just pretty nice to let that go to the water and ice. And I think what Oh, Alec.
Long conversation here from the ref crew. I'm not sure what they're discussing. Did you see what they might be discussing? Here we go. Here's the call.
Illegal contact from behind is the call from MCP, the head ref.
Goal is good. No time.
Goal is good, so we'll cancel out the penalty time.
All right. And this is France with the quad ball and an opportunity to put their stamp on another goal.
Yeah. In overtime situations, because the goal is to get to the target or set score, you really can't afford to trade goals back and forth. You really need to score and then have a solid defense, which Austria has not really been able to establish this game so far. Their defense has been quite lacking against the French attack, but let's see if Austria's able to come up with something new.
It's been that was a good stop from Austria here. And they do have both dodgeballs. As they now, no, they don't have both dodgeballs. I thought that they both had dodgeballs, but they did not. Passing around here. Here's Mitterauer here, close on the near side of the field. Looks for an opening. Gets a screen set by Vogler.
And the pass winds up in the hands of Coupe.
So France walking it up. Sounds like Austria's calling for Hydra. Not sure what play that is, but
can't be good.
Can't be good for France. Better watch out.
Coupe back into the center. That's a slip. Down.
Loses the broom. Bobbles on the ground. Oh, looks like head ref will reset.
Vincent lost that quad ball there because of the turf.
Yeah, maybe there was a bit of a broom grab, caused him to slip.
It looks like it will be talking. Someone from Austria is going to get hit with this one.
Yeah. It might be a no harm, no foul, and just let him reset. Didn't seem like it impacted the play that much. The turf also was a factor there in terms of causing him to slip. So
the turf was definitely the largest factor, but you never know if there was a little something small that was a contributing factor.
Yeah. MCP gonna, call this game by the book no matter what, regardless of the score. So both teams it's kind of scoreless, after, hasn't really been that much after the flag catch. So
yeah, since the flag catch, there's only been one goal from Austria, and it does mean that 1, 2, 3. It's been 3-2 in favor of Austria with goals and the flag catch. So Austria on a little bit of a mini run in the right direction.
All right, so 2 yellows resulting in an ejection for number 19 from Austria.
At least with the IQA rules, it won't be 2 minutes down for Austria. It is just a standard yellow card, but an ejection to go along with it. If you still hear me out there, then give us a thumbs up. If not, then I'm just going to keep talking and as if you do. So back over on the middle of the pitch, the French chaser does have the quad ball at the top of the key, passes to Coupe. That was Andrefour. Coupe gets around the corner and throws the quad ball through. 190 to 80 now. I think our computer may have overheated.
Yeah, it gave us a weird beeping noise. It's getting really hot here. I'm going to try to cool it down. Try to move it out of the sun. You can keep going, though.
Okay.
Just pretend I'm not here.
Yes. All right, so here in the center, Friesel is looking for an opening. There's a dodgeball on the ground. Friesel has had an opportunity for the pass there, overshoots it, and Vincent comes away with it. Lenny Vincent with an opportunity here for France. Andrew Froy-Wallet here on the near side, running unopposed. Shade Jaola with the quad ball in the center of the field. Jacolet in the center of the field. Tarzan now out there. France looking to end this thing with a lot of flair. They still need 2 goals to end it. Shade was beat before that pass attempt. Everyone is being moved back. And it is a heat break at 25 minutes. Which is good. It'll also help our computer to have a heat break. Score 190 to 80. 2 goals away for France from ending this.
Oh, looks like they can't hear us on the screen. Okay, yeah. It's hit 91 degrees.
All right.
It feels like it's 10 more.
I don't know. It's too hot.
It's too hot, yeah.
Yeah, that's the answer. The answer is too hot.
It's too hot right now.
Yes.
No math. Too hot.
All right. Although, nicely, our break does coincide with a little bit of a sun behind a cloud and breeze.
Yeah, that feels so nice.
Which was definitely necessary.
Yeah, maybe Austria can use this as a strategic timeout and figure out how they can come back in this game, and France on the other side can look how they can close it out, because I don't think they want to be playing this game longer than they have to.
Yeah.
Especially with how hot it is, and them only needing 3 goals, they probably want to conserve their energy for England in the future. So
yeah, Austria needing to go on a 13-1 run in order to win it might be a tall task, but again, continuing to put up, which they've done in the last few minutes, to put up a score, to make it a very nice performance, and to work on their skills, make sure that they get everything rolling for their last game of the day against India.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it's complacency on the part of France because they have so much talent and depth to their team. They could just be trying different looks, What they were doing was working before. Maybe they wanted to try something else. It doesn't really seem like Austria is doing anything that much differently in terms of what we were seeing at the beginning of the game, besides, being aggressive. And it seems to be working for them now, like when it wasn't earlier.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the third game in a row where I've seen similar things out of this France team. One time,
post catch, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, late in the game, just a little complacent, not putting it away. That falls through. Good shot right there. Falls through for Mitterauer for Austria.
Austria once again showing that they are still in this game. Right now, technically, after the flag catch, Austria would be winning this game. If everything reset out there and it was 0-0, Austria is the only one who's been scoring at this point. So let's see if France can do something. Oh,
France goes 1.5.
Napalm action from France.
Gets it in. And that shot
was too low.
Was too low from Audrefroy Wallet. That one is picked out of the air by Tarzan on the other side. Dodgeball coming straight for us is knocked back into the hands of the Austria beater Russer.
Deep pass to France.
Up top. Oh.
Finally, some action from the French side. Deep pass. Almost, they didn't control it and almost wasn't able to catch it, but able to finish it off in the end and control everything.
Thibault Jacolet with that goal that will put France one goal away from winning this match. Austria still trying to play their game with 2 dodgeballs in offense. Mitterauer had that nice shot last time. Passes over to the near side. Friesel, who had some goals earlier. Back to Mitterauer. Another mid-range shot goes straight through.
Austria has seemingly found the cracks in the French defense.
There's a stoppage here. I think we're going to see whether that goal is going to count.
I like what Austria is doing, though. The French keeper is one of the taller members on the team, and he is doing what most keepers do nowadays, is playing point defender, right, at the keeper's own line, using the keeper immunity to ignore beats from the dodgeball. So as a result, sort of leaving that middle hoop wide open because the other French players can't adequately defend it with their height. So Austria taking advantage of that and starting to rip some shots at a, basically a wide open hoop for the most part.
So what's going on here, I saw a blue card shown to a French player, and then the goal I thought was good. So I think they're deciding who should get which balls. Or when the timing of the play may have happened too. It was a play in the dodgeball game. It did happen after the goal.
But it looks like it won't be against Austria, so the quad ball should go to France no matter what, because Austria did score. Although it'll just be a question of where the dodgeballs will be placed.
Well, I'll say the reason why. I was going to say something else for that in a second. Goal is good, 200 to 100. The reason I thought there was a possibility it might go back to Austria, because it was for a second, was if the actual foul in the dodgeball game was after.
I see, yeah.
Gerard Doe gets that pass, gets it up, but it is not corralled by Andrew Floyd Wallet, and it does lead to a run back the other way. Fast break for Friesel, and Friesel puts it home. This has been an entirely different game since the flag runner on pitch.
Austria stopping this, the game would have been the game-deciding goal for France right at the hoops. A remarkable defensive play by Austria in answering back, turning defense into offense and getting some points on the board. They've cut the lead in half now. They're only down by 9.
Yeah, not even just a respectable score now. This is getting closer to being a game. It's a lot of times that they'd need to stop France. I feel like something's going to fall through, but nothing has in the past 4 trips down the field.
Yeah, Austria needs 10 to win still. France looking just for the final goal. This might be it, passing it off, deflecting it on the ground. Austria comes up looking at fast break again, maybe?
I think Austria is like, we might as well fast break. We got a lot of breaking we got to do.
Oh, there's a good pass across.
Gets the pass off.
Pass behind the hoops. Oh, intercepted by France. Great play by number 6 there to read that play.
This has been a really nice game from Alia Girardot, number 6 for France. Tarzan, number 10 with the quad ball now. 2 beaters with dodgeballs in front. And there's
There's
Napalm
Napalm
again.
one more time. Looking for it.
Into the
Oh,
corner, and
no, that's got to be no good.
That was definitely beat
way
before.
after. So once again, the French attack, a bit lackadaisical, right? Not really precise. They only need 1 goal, so it doesn't really matter how they get it. They're giving up the dodgeball using 1.5 or napalm to try to use their physicality to overpower Austria. But Austria's like, hey, if you're not going to use the dodgeball, we'll use it.
Yes.
Austria being super patient on offense. This is important because Austria obviously wants to score, but they don't want to give up a fast break.
Yes.
Right? France is almost willing to give up an easy goal if it means they can just end the game on the counterattack. You can see how far out Tarzan is pressing now as keeper. With the interception.
There's a steal from Tarzan.
Loses the quad ball,
the quad ball goes out, and Seyfried avoids
there might be injury. Tarzan goes down hard. Unlucky for France.
That dodgeball did miss, so I do think that Seyfried does have the quad ball going back the other way for Austria. But yes, that is a little unfortunate on the other side. Hopefully Tarzan will be able to walk off the pitch.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of pressure on France to close out this game and make it look convincing. You know, the longer it goes on, the longer Austria is able to claw its way back. It doesn't look like France has lost this game yet, of course, but it must not feel good if you're on the French team to see Austria sort of doing everything they can whenever they want and seemingly not being able to connect on your offense.
So Tarzan is walking off the pitch under their own power, which is great.
Yeah, good to see. Key player on the French scheme, so
yeah,
he'll definitely be back for the game against England. Probably better off to rest him, to be honest. You don't want to risk an unnecessary injury in a game like this if you're France, but you do need someone to close out the game. So who will that be on the French squad? Who is going to be the one to step up and seal the game away?
There are a lot of the first line players for France that we have not seen in a long time in this game. Yellow card for Mitterauer of Austria.
Okay, so this might be the opportunity France is looking for. They have a power play for a minute while Austrian chaser is in the penalty box. Will Austria be able to come up with a defensive stop being down 1, or will this game be over in a short moments?
And that does turn the quad ball back over to France on the far side.
Yeah. And number 34 in France is wide open, essentially turning around, no one there to stop. Although there is a Austrian beater holding a dodgeball behind number 9.
Thiel with the quad ball. Andre Froy, Wallet right in front of the hoops. It's there it is. Thiel to Andre Froy, Wallet with the game winner for France to make the final score 2-10 to 110.
France over Austria. Wow.
France over Austria.
What a game.
What a game. What a nice showing from Austria, coming back from what looked like a complete blowout early.
Yeah, France was definitely in control for 90% of this game, but the last 10%, the most important part of the game, closing it out, that's when they sort of lost control of the wheel, and Austria wasn't quite able to make the comeback they might have hoped for. But I think it was I was impressed watching. They definitely didn't give up, and you love to see that in the sport.
That is amazing. So until we see you, be sure to tune in here. In just a few minutes, we'll start up our next game, which will be Belgium versus the African Nations squad. In the meantime, if any players come over for an interview, we'll click back on. But otherwise, we will see you later on today. Till then, I've been Clay Dockery.
This is Michael Rodriguez, and thanks for watching.
We are just about to get started. We have Victor Marks running up for the quad ball up against Trey Presley.
Yeah, what a good start for Belgium. They need that.
And Marks gets the quad ball on that runoff.
Tyler Walker pressing the middle. Pretty high right there with Christian Barnes on defense. That's Lee Hodge, 34 for African Nations.
Over on the Belgian side, that's Sepe DeWitt, who passes off to the back corner.
Reset used.
They use their reset early here, and that causes Tyler to press. Belago here on the near side passes all the way across. They have to be careful not to use their second reset. Oh, that was close. And that is going to be the second reset.
Lee Hodge is going to get a fantastic opportunity here.
Lee Hodge will have no eligible defenders in front as DeWitt. Sepe will have to turn and make a bad angle to make any type of contact with Lee here.
Lee's quick. He's gonna gun for that far side small hoop.
Yeah, it's gonna be headed straight for it. And just so you know, the Belgian player in the middle there does seem to be a beater, right?
Yes, that's Sepe. Not Sepe. That's
Sepe goes high, but Lee Hodge with a spin move gets around, but that is called no good, and that is going to be a block out of the air. That is nice. Sepe and Joy Agamans are able to stop it. Thank you. Are able to stop that Lee Hodge drive. Very nice work there from this Belgian team. Agamans.
That 33 is Lamit.
Agamans here now carrying the quad ball for Belgium. Looks for an opening, passes to the far side.
Great beating right there from African Nations.
That's Wilput on the far side for Belgium. Near side is picked off by Trey Presley. Trey Presley looking to run the other way. Trey Presley with an entire convoy in front. Goes through two defenders, shoots, but it's too low. Too low and goes out of bounds. And 1 minute and 30 seconds in.
Belgium's yelling right now for a fast break here.
There is a stoppage in play. African Nations is out of position over here. I don't see any dodgeballs back. So this could be an opportunity even still for Belgium.
They're 100% not going to give it.
I don't know exactly what they were saying and yelling, but you could tell it was, hey, they got none.
Sepe now with the quad ball.
Lamit's going to lead this right here, 33 in the middle of the field here.
Wilput is the number one option in the center for Sepe. Sepe looks to be taking it themselves, and they do.
Great goal.
Goal by Sepe going coast to coast to make it 10-0. Belgium in the lead.
This is a game that both of these teams need to win if they're looking to contest for a spot tomorrow.
Yeah, they both really need it. This is passed all the way across to the short side. Ty Bird is not able to make the connection, and is a turnover to Belgium.
Belgium have beat Hong Kong today. They've lost the U.S. and they beat Norway. And African Nations has played Hong Kong first thing in the morning. They won. U.S. Earlier today, and then they're playing now.
So they still have Hong Kong later?
Oh, no, they play Hong Kong first thing.
Okay. Oh, right.
They have Norway later.
Okay.
So they need to win this game in case in case they lose against Norway.
That is a goal from Belgium to make it 20-0. I did not see who got that shot off.
I did not either.
Lee Hodge here in the center.
Oh, here comes Lamette right there in the middle. That's pretty standard Belgian defense from him.
Natasha Connerly in, making aggressive moves at beater now, taking away possession of a dodgeball. And
they need a drive here.
On the near side,
what a slip there.
M.Y. Mawinar, who is unable to get that quad ball in, but the shot by Lee Hodge with a leaping attempt.
Yeah.
Yellow on Wilput.
You might have noticed that 99 for our African Nations slipped there. The turf here today is a bit slick. It's got wood pellets instead of traditional rubber pellets.
All right, so this is this is going to put the quad ball back in the hands of Lee Hodge behind the hoops.
If there was
the Belgium
advantage,
team
why
is all
was
set
that
up.
not
Refs love to deliberate.
More conversation
Making
here.
the right call, no matter what.
Having
having
MY take off
here.
a scarf.
Why was that goal not good? Because they had advantage, did they not?
The goal was called. The goal was called off by being off the hoop, like not in.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Yeah.
Okay. I see.
And that is a turnover. So Belgium is able to hold on defense there, and now they're going to try to slow play this penalty out.
If I was African nations on that penalty, I would have taken that ball at the boundary.
Nice tackle there from. That pushes across the. I don't know if that's going to count as a reset or not because there's a lot of possession changes.
African nations touched that one.
Agamans with a nice play to keep possession for Belgium.
Wow, that move right there by Tyler Walker.
And that's passed directly into that.
He should have gone on this.
Presley.
He should keep going on this.
Trey Presley goes around 1. Trey Presley goes around 2. And Trey Presley goes through 3 to put it home.
I think that's exactly what they needed. A tough goal.
It's 20-10 with the goal from Presley. I'm actually looking for Presley's number.
I don't. There it is.
Oh, yeah, number 25.
What is this stoppage for?
We're good if you can. You're also good there. All right. Okay. So, it's 2010 here. What was the conversation?
It's just an official stoppage. It looks like the referee forgot his flag.
Okay.
Belgium there arguing that Tyler Walker's throw to the ball carrier was not an eligible beat attempt, but it was well within 3 feet of him.
Sepe with the quad ball now.
Tyler Walker needs to make this play.
Going up top, Trey Presley catches it out of the air.
They're going to call that back contact or a bad tackle, which it was.
Yeah.
He did not engage in front of him. He is engaged clearly from behind.
So that's going to be a yellow on Lee Hodge.
Lee Hodge is going to switch with Chris Dorsey as keeper here.
Dorsey, number 4, the closest African nations player to us.
Sepe is going to get a good look here with the beaters being out of position here.
MY in front. Natasha Connerly is screened out but pushes away the defender. That's a little drop shot that goes in.
What a drop shot right there. And Lee Hodge is back in with that goal.
30-10 now. Belgium still in the lead.
Here comes a line change for AN here.
In it, beater for African nations, Philip Sam, along with Natasha Connerly still.
And
Tyler Villegas on the near side. That's a wrap up top that is picked out of the air, and then a nice little pass back to Sepe from Van Steinekist, who's come in. Van Steinekist, number 9, with the height for Belgium, picked that out of the air. Elizabeth Rayners tries to blow up Natasha Connerly. Wasn't able to, but Belgium does get the goal from the
number 12.
Goal by Emil Arts, number 12, makes it 40-10. African nations need to settle down here.
Oh, what a catch right there by Louis.
Oh, that beat in the middle leads to
Great
a
beating right here.
opportunity going back the other way from Van Steinekes. And that beat comes in, but the pass is off.
Nice shot fake too. African Nation needs to be a little more either defensive or aggressive. They've got to pick one. They can't sit here in the middle, or Belgium's going to pick them apart.
Van Steinekes to Sepe to put it home.
Here comes Quincy Williams.
Quincy Hildreth, number 8 here on the near side. Christian Barnes and number 0
right
at beater
there.
now for African Nations. That pass
They
over
need
the
to
top
drive on
gets to
this.
Quincy.
Wow.
Oh, and another pick out of the air. Van Steinekes is just doing wonders out there using that height, but then both Sepe and Van Steinekes go out. Wilput comes back in along with Nick Deleu, number 11, along with Arts and Wilput in at chaser for Belgium now. A lot of changes in the beater game leads to a pass behind the hoops, leads to Deleu.
What a hit right there by Quincy.
Quincy Hildreth shows what's happening. Knocks that quad ball to the ground.
I think Deleu will be feeling that one tomorrow.
Exchange between the beaters. Between Christian Barnes, the beater, and Deleu, it looks like, is leading to some conversation on the far side. A lot of people concerned about what's going on over there.
Yeah.
7 minutes and 17 seconds into the game, it is 50-10, Belgium in the lead. African Nations needs to settle down. Will Richardson, number 13, in for African Nations, along with Quincy Hildreth.
In my opinion, African Nations have been going too fast right here. They played really nice and slowly against the U.S. earlier today and had some mild success. They need to slow down a bit here. Because this Belgium defense is for real with Lamette in the middle right there.
Yeah, those dodgeballs
They haven't figured this out.
Those dodgeballs have been dominated by this Belgian defense. Richardson on the far side tries to get around Wilput, is taken down. Nice physicality there out of Belgium. Leads once again to the other way.
Wilput with the tackle there.
Wilput
Here comes Wilput again.
Nice hit once again. Oh, that was a hard
tackle too.
That was a hard hit from Quincy Hildreth, but that's going to be called. And the quad ball went through the hoop, I thought. Yeah, that's going to be a yellow card on Quincy Hildreth for that tackle from behind.
Yeah, I do think they need to discuss that Belgium chaser was beat as well. The ball carrier. I thought he was beat with a nice beat from the far left by Christian Barnes.
No goal on the play. They called
Wilput should have been beat right there, right before that tackle was made.
It was before the tackle, right?
Yes.
The beat. Yeah, that's.
And I don't think they saw it.
Well, if they don't see it,
they're gonna discuss.
They're still talking. They saw what they saw, and this is what we got. We got Wilput with the quad ball right in front of the hoops
against
those look like
one African Nation player, chaser, and Chris.
Anaya Dillard, I think that is. Yeah, and then that is a score to make it 60-10. African Nations calls a much-needed timeout.
Yep.
James Hicks, former Team USA coach, Team USA player, back in the 2012 team, displays a definitely needed timeout there. What should they be talking about in this huddle on the African Nations side?
I think they need to calm themselves down. They are going so fast and furious on defense and offense. There's a lot of situations in which someone's taking a drive in which they shouldn't, and they're getting caught in this Belgium defense, the Belgium trap, where Lamette stays up top high, and African Nations pushing it to the left or right, and then they're pushing it behind, and that secondary beater is just cleaning up from behind, or they're making a tackle out in space. Now, and they're getting caught in that every time, it seems.
Yeah, this Belgian team, they want to make a run for the gold medal. I talked to Margot Albrecht earlier. That is their goal this weekend, is to do better than they did last time. That's what they say. So this is the type of showing they need to do in order to do that.
Absolutely. To do better than they did last time is to win it.
Yes, exactly.
Right? If they put on a good showing right here, I think they'll have a good good proof that they can hang with the U.S. Before their final match against them.
Yeah, that's going to be a spectacular match later on today.
U.S. already beat African nations, I believe, 270.
Yeah, 270 or 60.
60. My bad. And that game was very physical by both teams. And this game, I think, both teams looking to pick up the physicality as well.
Yes.
Another line change here for African nations.
Villegas passes to James Hicks in the game for the first time. It's like Darren Creary in the game for the first time. Here on the near side, number 43, big Darren Creary, using that size has always been an advantage.
He is even bigger in person. 11 with a great deflection there.
That, all right, I'm not going to say anything. That was a little bit of incidental hand-on quad ball contact by the beater from Belgium.
We'll call it incidental.
Yeah, I'm not making any judgments here. Yes.
Wilput looking to give it to DeWitt here.
Yes. Sepe looks for an opening. Has Wilput back on the far side.
Wow.
Has Egemans on the far side short. Passing back and forth on this near side. Does get it to Egemans in the middle of the field.
African nations now condensing into this this hoop zone.
And that was
great collection there.
One too many passes from Belgium, and the quad ball winds up in the hands of OB.
I think this hoop zone has slowed African nations' pace for them, because that was a great defense by them right there.
So much better look out of the African nations teams there. The question is if that timeout and line change has caused it, and then of course there is also the question of making any inroads through this stout Belgium defense. Yes,
they keep falling for this Belgium trap, and they need to figure it out soon, because I mean we're almost 10 minutes in this and they've got one goal.
60-10, Belgium in the lead. Discussion with the referees. I'm not sure what it's about.
I don't know either.
And
did you see 43 on hoops? That hoops defense, by the way, covering 2 hoops with his wingspan, literally just standing there, both hands out, able to touch both hoops easily.
That's
quite an advantage.
Yes.
And both hands up, and he's just as tall as that tallest hoop there.
Oh. All right. So for the African nations team, conversation happening between Christian Barnes, one of the coaches, and the entire referee crew. While the rest of the team hangs out and waits to get started again.
Yep.
OB, Creary, James Hicks, and over there on the far side, Villegas.
It looks like Goob just checked in as well for AN. Looks like for Belgium, it is Joy Hagemans, Sepe DeWitt,
Glenn Belago.
And I can't see the number of the chasers standing to our left. What number? 40? Oh, there it is. Nathan Wilput. And then beating is Lemit still, and 88 Jonah Piens.
Stout defense from this entire Belgium squad.
Absolutely.
All right, this has been a long conversation between the referees.
Barnes is arguing. I wonder if he's going to use his challenge.
Oh.
If it's that dramatic.
No red flag on
appears to not be. Just a long stoppage right before our 10-minute stoppage. Our 10-minute heat stoppage.
Oh, I thought that was at 15. And there is OB on the quad ball now. Passes to James Hicks here on the near side. Hicks gets it into that back.
Oh, there's the trap here. See?
And that
there it is.
At least OB is able to catch that one.
Lemit's gonna make this beat here.
Oh, that one goes inside.
Great defense.
With the catch out of the air. And it's another fast break going the other direction. Sepe.
Here comes Sepe.
Goes around 3 players. Oh, that's
wow. That was no good. Goal, though, finished by Nathan Wilput.
2 goals in a row from Wilput to make it 70-10.
Belgium is pumped.
Oh, and I guess that is the 10-minute stoppage. I don't remember that one, and maybe I was having heat exhaustion.
With the sun out now, it's properly hot out here. It's about 35 Celsius, about 96 Fahrenheit.
And humidity, 120.
It is humid, to say the least.
I like to get a good glisten, and man, do I have one right now.
Yeah, I think they did. If it's over 90 degrees Fahrenheit, over 32 Celsius, they only do a 15-minute break, and if it's hotter than that, they do it at 10 and 15, which is new, and it's honestly nice.
Yeah, it seems necessary out here.
There was a blue card, no penalty time served, because the goal was good. The card was on African nations here.
Yeah, and it's blue, so it doesn't stack, so I'm not writing it down. You saw what happened, whatever happened. All right.
Oh, it was a poor sub exchange.
Oh, I see. And here's James Hicks.
And Lamette right there, stout in the middle.
Oh, that pass is ill-advised right into the hands of Wilput. And
African nations being aggressive.
Wilput is able to get out of it. And that leads to African nations being down one player. Oh, but Belgium
taking it slow.
Takes it slow.
I'm unsure why. They've only got one dodgeball there.
Yeah, and they let Tyler Walker get back into it. Tyler Walker was not really in the play. They had a really nice opportunity for a fast break there.
I would have taken that one. But against this Trees defense.
Although you and I are not up 70-10 in this match.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. And I'm not running right now.
And there's another stoppage. This has been
an irregular amount of stoppages for. Like, I did not see anything illegal happen there. It was kind of slow ball play. Maybe that's what they're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, too slow.
No call.
All right. Conversation results in nothing. Egemans with the quad ball. And tries to fake out Tyler Walker. Does get it to Belago behind the hoops. Back up to Egemans here on the near side. Into the center.
Taking their time against this hoops defense. So you have to.
Wilput from behind. Oh, just misses that one.
Oh, missed off deflection. Good luck tackling that guy.
Yeah, Creary knocks it and holds it in the air, and there's nobody who's going to get it from way up there.
Way. That is easily 8 feet in the air.
Not that these Belgian chasers are not tall.
No, they are tall, but
all right. Obi in the center of the field with the quad ball. Nice move by Tyler Walker to clear up some space from the point defense.
He's got to keep working against this. Great deflection by Belgium.
Those passes straight through the middle are not working.
They're not going to work.
They will not work.
They have to be patient. They have to let Tyler Walker work that there with his beater partner.
Number 99, Matthias Heinenbach in at beater for Belgium now. Arts, number 12, in at chaser here on the near side. We've got
passes a bit errant.
Van Steenenbach behind.
Oh, good move by
with a nice move on
Oh, collision there.
That is the disadvantage of the size.
I didn't see anything really illegal. I mean, she didn't have the ball, but everyone was kind of going. If anything, I would personally call that a bang-bang, but they might call something on that.
There's a possibility that Creary's arm hit Egemans near the top of the head.
Yeah.
I think that she was naturally there, but if that happened, then it's going to be called.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, it was just a size situation,
That's tough.
But it's that head contact. Let's see. Yeah, elbow to the top of the head is what Egemans is saying.
No foul on the play.
No foul.
She was in, I think, incidental contact.
That's probably a good call, but I was not expecting it.
No.
And Creary.
They've called pretty much everything here, right?
Yeah. Hands back off to OB. Tyler Walker in front.
I really hope they take their time right here and work together as beaters, and chasers need to wait for it, or they're not going to get a score.
A coordination. They've got to try to push this Belgian defense out of this just impenetrable square.
Thus is the Belgium trap, is what they call it.
Yeah,
over there in Europe.
It is a trap.
Way to
And
take
it's
their
back up
time.
top
Way
to
to
James
take their
Higgs,
time right here.
who does not take the reset, which is good. It's the reset without the reset.
Yep.
In the hands of OB on the far side of the field with a screening beater in front. Oh, that toss is knocked out of bounds. Knocked out of bounds by
African
Seven.
nations will take their time again, as they should here.
Yeah, just continue to look for a good look. Continue to try to pull the Belgian defense out of this set.
They need to go now, though. There's no dodgeballs in the way.
They've got to take the opportunity when it presents itself. Tyler Walker was there, and there were no dodgeballs from Belgium, but African nations gun shy.
Why does he not want to? Now he should drive.
James passes across the defense instead.
Across two defenders.
And it's Van Steinekes with an open lane in front over to Sepe. Van Steinekes to Sepe.
A little celebration there by Van Steinekes. Well deserved.
80-10. Still nothing from this African nations team so far in this game. Christian Barnes in with Tyler Walker now, trying to change things up. Hegemans and
Deep.
Rainers.
Right into the trap again.
Yeah, that one they got out.
That one they got out.
If these
That's a loss of Lee Hodge right there, though.
These
drive
long
on this
looping
Quincy here.
passes.
Oh, yes, there we go.
That is Ty Bird, gets around the defenders and puts home a score. It's been a long time.
Christian Barnes and Tyler Walker finally got it there, and they were able to drive and hit that score.
That makes it 80-20 as we're almost to the 15-minute break. Sepe with Van Steinekes here on the near side. Almost certain it's Egemans and Arts over on the other side. Oh, no, it's not. They finally sub out Egemans with Hermans. Sepe.
I don't think I don't think Sepe has stepped off the field yet, to my knowledge.
And this is the first time that Egemans has been off the field.
Yeah, it is. Good beating there by Walker.
That beat on Lee Hodge causes it to be a turnover and a reset instead of a turnover.
Yeah.
But this is the 15-minute weather break, 4-minute break here. I'm going to take a chance to take a couple sips of water. This is an exciting game for one that's 80-20, but the African nations team really needs to.
I think they're getting it together.
Yeah.
I really think they are taking their time now, waiting for the drives. Their beaters are going to clear the way now. It looks like Tyler Walker and Christian Barnes is a formidable duo for anybody. I will say this 4-minute break during the game is glorious. Glorious. You don't need to sub anyone off. The 4-minute break is a great built-in timeout to recollect yourself.
Recollect yourself, get some water.
Get some water, get some shade.
Yeah, and then also talk a little strategy as well. And I like what we've seen out of African nations in the last few times down the pitch. I've liked what we've seen out of Belgium for the entire game. Belgium, as we were kind of mentioning there, has not gone into their depth at all in this game.
No. Well, against this now hoop defense by African nations, it's really just take your time, wait for beaters maybe to make a move, and then drive and hopefully have enough time to dunk. So you might not see any subs by Sepe again. But, I'm actually very curious to see what goes on for flag runner on pitch, though.
Yes.
Because this beater battle is going to wage on quite a bit, and then it's going to be really chaser on chasers.
Yeah, it's definitely going to change the complexion of the game, and a game that this game could go in an entirely different direction if if either of the teams lets it. So both have to stay on their game. Belgium needs to keep putting on scores. African nations needs to keep chipping away, and they have about 5 minutes to
do so.
To do so, yeah.
I think if they get within 40 or 30, I think they've got a really good chance here. So that would require 3 more, 4 more goals, or 4 or 5 more goals. Excuse me.
Yeah,
but it's very possible.
80-20. We're about to go back out there. So no, we're halfway through this long break.
The break isn't entertaining from our point of view, but again, as a player, it is glorious to have this 15-minute break.
And they start. All right, so
which we don't get in USQ, and I'm from Dallas, Texas, and it's way hotter than this.
Yeah, this is the moderate humidity happening right now. So as we were talking a lot about a couple things that are going to be happening, I think the biggest things for everybody to be looking forward to, the next game slot, not here on this pitch, but over on pitch 4, England versus France.
Wow, that's going to be a fantastic game. France have won all their games. England have won all their games.
Then right after that, on that pitch, is this USA-Belgium match that we've been talking about. And then also the African Nations last match against Norway, which may be key for both of those teams as well. A lot of great quadball still to come, but the 2 in a row on pitch 4 coming in the next 2 slots are really where you might want to focus. England, France, USA, Belgium. A lot of interesting work will come out of those games.
Huge games.
All right.
That England-France game, I think, is going to be a fantastic game to watch. Honestly, USA-Belgium is going to be fantastic too. I mean, you really can't miss right there. I'm actually also curious about the England-India game. I think that will be more interesting than we think as well.
Yes, that India team has a lot of ability. They haven't put it together yet today, really.
Well, they put it together against
the first game of the day against what's your name?
Not Norway, but
Austria. Huh. All right. So we are coming out of this long break. Tyler Walker trying to enact some changes over on the far side with the dodgeball. Christian Barnes in the center with another dodgeball. Here's Sepe in the middle. With
African nations need to press this right here.
Wilput tries to get around Bird.
They're going to call him out. He was already out of bounds, I think. He had already stepped out of bounds. I mean, great hit by 44.
Yeah. Yeah, Wilput steps out of bounds. Bird gets the quad ball. Good call here from the referees. You got Lee Hodge as the closest outlet.
He's going to pass it right here to Lee Hodge, I think. No, wow.
He's going to run with it.
Yeah.
And run fast.
Yeah,
trying to get through everyone. Passes across, but no. And
that is a play that Belgium has capitalized on all the time. And African nations has yet to capitalize on that fast break and pass back to small hoop or far side hoop to finish.
It comes down to this African nations team is used to knows the teams that they don't have a decided physical advantage over, and I think they thought they might have one in this game, and
they don't.
They don't.
They flat out don't.
Yes.
That's why they switched to this hoops defense. Oh, actually now they're in 2-2 defense because they have dodgeball control.
Sepe here with the quad ball at the top of the key.
Now they don't have dodgeball control.
Yeah,
I wonder if they're going to switch back here.
All the way to the far side. Belago from behind. It's
missed shot.
Wilput is able to save it before using up a reset. Sepe trying to make a move around the African nations defense, makes a no-look pass to Belago from behind.
Yep, he needs to take him out there. Take out the options if you're African nations here.
Long pass back to the middle to Wilput. He takes the shot. It's a little low. And that is a stop with the missed shot from Belgium. African nations wants to keep moving. Still only 80-20.
Much needed stop. Let's see if they can get a much needed goal.
Scoreboard over there has gone out.
I think it's 8:20. What's that?
Okay.
Lee Hodge looks for an advantage here. Has Tybird on the near side. Passes instead to the far side.
Oh, ill-advised pass once again across the field. Belgium's going to clean it up easily.
I'd love to see this African nations team stop making those passes into the center.
How many times do they have to do it?
And that's a give and go that winds up back into the center of the field and somehow in Belago's hands. Belago to Sepe. Sepe gets around the defense.
Great
Gets it
pass
over
there.
to Wilput, who goes low to Belago.
Fantastic passing there by Belgium. What chemistry to get that goal.
That is these teams playing together. Two teams, Ghent and can't remember the other one right off, Antwerp, are the two main feeders for this Belgium team. So they have a lot of work together a lot of the time.
You can obviously see it. I mean, to just know where your open man is everything, and they know exactly where everyone's going to be. There's a yellow card on African Nations number 20 for illegal back contact. No time is going to be served because goal was good.
I thought they said slide, but yes.
Oh, maybe it was slide. Maybe it was slide. That's Philip Sam.
Philip Sam the beater. I think for
it is a legal slide.
Yeah. Number 30?
Number 30.
There is no 30. I think it's 20.
I'm pretty sure it's 20.
Yeah. Referees a little bit off on some of the things there, but that's understandable.
Yeah.
They're
Here comes a beater change for African Nations here. Here comes
Natasha
Amani.
Connerly here on the near side.
And Amani.
Amani Burton, yes. All right, that is far side over there.
Slow down, Lee. Slow down,
gets
slow
it
down.
into the middle here.
There it is.
Yeah, Lee gets it to MY in the center. Yeah.
And wise to slow it down.
Yeah, they should slow it down. This is Trey Presley back in. If anyone can go faster than this Belgian team, it is Presley, but I'd love to see Presley get it to someone else and then have them make the cut.
Correct. He needs that open space.
Molinar on the far
Finally,
side.
there it is. There's the patience, and there's the attack when it's open.
That is 90-30. That is a desperately needed goal from this African nations team.
Oh, it looks like Sepe is going to take a break.
And Sepe is going to take a break right as we're about to go into flag runner on pitch.
Nick DeLue is going to take his spot as keeper here.
DeLue had some great minutes earlier in the other games.
He did.
Yeah, and earlier in this game. Mark's going to come in for Seeker for Belgium. The pass behind gets back to DeLue. DeLue over to Wilput. Wilput gets back to DeLue with a dodgeball right beside. Oh, two dodgeballs right beside. This dominance from the dodgeballs from Belgium continues. Wilput at the top of the key.
Being patient.
Natasha Connerly tries to make a play for control, is knocked out.
You got to be patient
back
against
in
this
with the quad ball in the center.
And there's the man step out here to add pressure.
That's Hermans in the back.
Belgium gets a nice. Oh, that's from behind.
Lee Hodges.
Oh, maybe not. Yeah, they're gonna call him off room there. Wow, what a move! What a great move and a great pass and a great finish by 19 from Belgium. Hannah Hermans, excuse me.
Hermans with the goal off the assist from Wilpert. It makes it 100-30. Now the Seekers are out there.
That was a pretty textbook chemistry play. Wow, what a great catch by Kella Piper. A quick one, too, at that. And I think that is their first catch of the day, as they did not catch against Hong Kong and they did not catch against the U.S.
Let's see if it's
successful. From my point of view, I didn't see a reason why it wouldn't be, but I'm no referee.
And if the catch is good, it is only 100-60. That is a 4-goal difference. That is doable.
The set score, the set score would be 130.
Yeah. So they would need 7-3. So it would be, it's a doable situation if this is called good. And it looks like it is.
All good. What a fantastic catch there by Piper.
160. Belgium's still in the lead, but things are much tighter now.
And I'm hearing from African nations from here. Now we work. Now we work. As they've got their work cut out for them, and I think they're ready for it.
So
Tyler Walker needs to work together well with his beating partner here.
And
great drive.
Knock it through.
She needs.
Did you see who got the goal for African Nations there?
Yes, that was a goal for African Nations. That was 44, I believe.
Yeah, Bird with the goal. 170 now. Tighter and tighter it gets. Egemans.
Oh, lost control, but a deflected shot right there.
Great shot. Knocked into the air.
He's looking to drive on
Bird, another block. Bird wants to
wow,
take
he's
this one
fast.
in. That goal
goal is good.
Yeah, that dodgeball was nowhere near. The goal is good.
No, that dodgeball was not near him.
Yeah.
Belgium wants to argue that, but from this point of view, it was not close.
The dodgeball was not remotely close.
Belgium beater is shaking her head.
I think it's going to be 100 to 80. Well, I don't like to make definitive statements. There could be any number of things that are happening here.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's definitely a good play by Belgium if they were able to stop it, because that was an uncontested drive from Hurd.
Goal was good.
Goal is good. 100 to 80. Oh, wow.
And now we have ourselves a game.
We really have ourselves a game. Oh, do we?
Oh, do we?
I feel like this is a good time for us to cut away to one of our sponsors.
No.
No.
Too interesting.
We're getting a hard no.
Wilfoot here with the quad ball in the center. Belgium needs a score to settle things down. They have not scored since the flag runner went on pitch. Egemans.
Yeah, but here comes Lamette for Belgium.
Back to Wilpoot.
Wilpoot looking for a drive. Easy drive.
Opens it up for Wilpoot. Number 40 with another goal to make it
Lamette
110-80.
and company making that kind of happen right there in the beater game. Tyler Walker couldn't do anything against that.
5th goal of the game for Wilpoot.
All right, African nations gotta take their time. I can't emphasize that enough. How effective this Belgium trap is.
Yeah, Belgium wants to settle things back down. They dominated 3/4 of this game. Egemans almost with the amazing steal. Instead,
Barnes and Walker end up getting control. Now here's the drive.
And Hildreth gets it over.
Whoa!
Oh, I thought that.
That was not good. DeWitt is fuming mid-pitch as he had a fast break opportunity.
NY Molinar misses the point-blank dunk, and that is going to be critical time here. That would have been a real downer for Belgium.
Yeah. Quite a bit of heckling there across the pitch, but as to be expected, this is a tight game. What do you think DeWitt does here against two dodgeballs and Quincy? You think he wants this fast break still?
I would slow it down.
I would personally slow it down.
Slowing it down.
But you know what?
But you know what?
DeWitt is a better player than I can say that for sure.
If Sepe wants to go, let him go.
The smart thing here would be to slow down, and I think he's going to. But he was well within his means to take that fast break without that stoppage, I think.
Yeah. All right. Looking for any opportunity here. Sepe.
Lamette making it happen right there.
Oh, the shot is a little
off by DeWitt.
But it's nice. It's a pass. One of those great pass shots.
Yeah.
Egemans marked immediately. Passes it out to Wilfoot.
Back up to Lamette. DeWitt.
Sepe, yeah. And then the beaters both come into the play. Christian Barnes says, Belgian beater climbs on Christian Barnes, and another one of those shot passes, and this time
it's
it
good.
pays dividends. Another goal from Wilfoot, 120 to 80, and that puts Belgium 1 goal from the win.
In my opinion, African nations is when they have dodgeball control. They're switching to 2-2. Why switch to 2-2? Keep in trees on hoops defense.
Trees is what was working. Trees is what was keeping Belgium out. Here's Lee Hodge. Clearly, they need a goal here.
They got to be
Pass
patient.
all the way across to Quincy.
He needs to go
Quincy's
back up
alone
top
in
here.
the back. And
And he's
Quincy
beat.
is that's
textbook
just,
Belgium trap.
Yeah.
He needs to get rid of it before he gets beat to the sides or to back up top.
Yeah, he cannot get caught with it back there.
No.
And that is probably the 7th time that they've been caught with it. Back
Easily
there.
7, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Belgium looking to finish this right here, right now.
Although it is two
Lamit's going to lead the
dodgeballs.
way here, though.
Natasha Connerly and Tyler Walker with dodgeballs.
Lamit with a great beat.
Defense.
Another one. Here comes
Wilfit with the
Wilfit.
shot. It is
It
good.
is good. I think referee is
Confirmation.
checking on the goal.
Confirmation on the goal is that it is good. And that ends it.
Final being 130-40. Belgium.
130
Oh,
for
130.
Belgium, 80 for
80.
African nations. 40 getting all the goals.
I see. 40. There's a lot of 40 on this on the scorecard here.
That would be Nathan Wilput, who is my player of the game with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 goals.
7 out of 130, so more than half of the goals for Belgium.
But that was a very nice game. Really loved how African nations came back into it. Really loved seeing Belgium really execute their strategic play and their physical play in all the aspects of the game. It's a really, really good team, as we learned at last World Cup and in all of the tournaments in IQA since then. But this African nation team continues to impress in tight performances.
Yep, absolutely. They're going to have an interesting match as the final match of their day against Norway, for sure.
Yes. Well, again, if someone gets sent over, we'll do an interview with them. If not, then you can stay tuned here on this pitch for Germany versus Canada, another game that should be very good. Germany picking up that win against Australia earlier, whereas Canada holding Australia in the defensive slugfest with a 7-10 loss.
Post-game interview? Anyone? I'm here with Belgian player
Josse van Steenkisten.
What did you think about that game against African nations?
I think we played really well.
Yeah.
We came in with a game plan beforehand. We knew they were going to be really physical, so we had to be physical back and intercepting the long passes that they were going to throw behind the hoops. That's why we played that box defense, and it turned out really well. And we finished our offense. So yeah, really happy with it.
Okay. Coming up, you guys are playing the U.S. next. Any thoughts on that?
I think we're just going to have fun, but we do think we can win it overall. We are upper bracket now, so I think we will rotate through every player on our team. But we're coming in with confidence. I think we have a strong team, and let's see what happens.
Absolutely. Any player on your team that you think played better than any others for this match?
I think it's a little bit not nice to say who played better than somebody else. I think everybody played on to their level, but of course, I always have to give a shout out to Seppe de Wit. He's kind of our anchor, our center point. You can always rely on him, as well as Nathan, of course. But I'm Nathan sub, so that's difficult for me to say.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you so much for this interview. Good luck against the U.S.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone from African nations want to do the post? I'm here with James Hicks from the African Nations team. That was a tough game against Belgium. Tell me, what were you seeing out there from Belgium?
It was a very tough game. Their beaters really controlled the pace of the game. They have very experienced beaters. They're very quick, physical. They like to push the pace, put a lot of pressure on our offense, and they pressured us into some difficult passes. They pressured us into some moments where we couldn't get set up into our offense. So really kudos to their beaters and also to their defensive chasers. Their beaters were putting pressure on us. Their wing chasers were able to float freely and pick off any passes. So their defense was really ironclad. So that was tough to get through.
Absolutely. Tell me, give me some information on how you guys thought you played against that game. What your mindset was going into that game, and then how you think you executed that.
I think our mindset going into that game was we really need to neutralize their beaters, and we knew that was going to be a tough task. They came out and did exactly what we thought they were going to do. We knew they were going to do, and at the end of the game there, we staged a bit of a comeback. We made some adjustments there offensively. Christian Barnes, who's in charge of our beaters, made some really good adjustments to the beater game, and we were able to get some scores up. It wasn't enough at the end. We were able to get a catch, and that's great. So we were able to stay in the game. But again, just they're really good beaters. They're silver medalist runner-ups from the last time for a reason. They practice a lot. They're a well-oiled machine. They're a really good team, and they came out and showed it.
Absolutely. Your last game coming up today against Norway, right?
Yes.
Tell me what your mindset going into that, what the team hopes to do against them.
So obviously it was a really tough bracket that we're in with the U.S. national team. So we had the gold medalist from last cup and the silver medalist from last cup in the same bracket. So we took care of business first game against Hong Kong, but now if we want to be in the winners bracket tomorrow, we need to take care of business against Norway. We got a chance to watch them quite a few times today, so we have a game plan going into it. They're also a very good team, very good shooters, very good beaters again too. Number 4, I don't know her name, but I think I've heard she was a handball player. She has a great shot. And great juke moves in the half court set. So we're really gonna have to focus on her and try to stay in our zone the whole time. So we're coming together as a coaching staff and trying to figure out anything we can to win that last game so we can be in the winners bracket.
Absolutely. Tell me about this team. It's their first time, being a team together.
Yeah.
Tell me about your team. I think we're all curious about, how the chemistry of your team is going. When you guys practice, how you guys are coming together as a team. So give me a little insight.
So we first came together as a team this week. Thursday morning, a few of us were out here trying to build some chemistry together. And then we had 2 practices yesterday. And that's really the extent of it. So we're kind of like gelling on the fly and learning each other's tendencies on the fly, which is difficult when you're playing against teams like the United States and Belgium. But we had a very good showing, the coaching staff thought, against the United States national team. We wanted to build on that momentum. We just weren't able to into the last part of that game. But we've seen some great things from everybody here in the 3 practices that we have had. So we know what we're capable of, even though we haven't been together long. So we really have to come together, trust each other, follow the game plan for the next game if we really want to go to where we want to be.
Absolutely. Well said. This has been Alec Weber here at IQA World Cup 2023. Absolute pleasure. Great playing.
Thank you.
We'll see you.
Into 2 equal halves. You can score from each side of the hoops. The hoops are all worth the same points, 10. Players knocked out of play must touch back in at the center hoop on their half. In their own keeper zone, the dotted line, keepers cannot be knocked out by dodgeballs. Players cannot step out of the hard boundary with the ball in their possession. This causes a turnover. There are 6 players on each team for the first 20 minutes of the game, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. Players' positions are denoted by the headband color they wear. After the first 20 minutes, a seeker is added for each team. Since this is a mixed gender sport, teams must maintain gender rule while playing, which means a maximum of 4 players who identify as the same gender and play at the same time. For example, 4 women are the chasers and keeper. There must be 2 non-binary players, or 2 male players, or a combination of both, or the team will suffer a yellow card. Positions. The keeper wears the green headband. They play with the quad ball to score points. They can tackle opposing chasers or keepers, and they cannot be beat within their own keeper zone. Chasers wear white headbands, play with the quad ball to score points through the hoops, and can tackle opposing chasers and keepers. Beaters wear the black headband. They play with the dodgeballs to temporarily knock players out of the game. They cannot score points, and can tackle opposing beaters to gain possession of the dodgeball. Seekers wear the yellow headband. They pursue the flag runner, an official with a tail worth 35 points if caught. They do not start play until after the 20-minute stoppage when a flag runner is released. They cannot interfere with the other players on the field. Equipment. The broom is a plastic pipe that must stay between the player's legs while in play. Being off broom, or holding the broom outside of your legs, denotes that a player is not active in play. Players cannot grab or swat at an opponent's brooms. Players whose brooms get hit by a dodgeball are considered out. The quad ball is one volleyball. It can be used to score points. It can be possessed by either chasers or keepers. It can also be used to block beats. 3 dodgeballs are on the field at any time. They can be possessed by beaters, can be thrown to temporarily knock players out of the game, and can be caught by opposing beaters without knocking them out of the game. Flag runner is an official with a tail worth 35 points. It can only be pulled by the seekers. The flag runner can physically interact with the players, such as pushing seekers away or outrunning them. Terms you'll hear. Dodgeball control is when one team possesses 2 of the 3 dodgeballs, giving them a competitive advantage. Dodgeball immunity. When a team has possession of no dodgeballs, a beater can raise their hand to declare that they are immune until they pick up the 3rd dodgeball. X-chaser, or at X, is a term used to describe a chaser playing behind hoops on offense, or the space behind the hoops in general. A point defender is typically the chaser who marks against the offensive player with the ball, usually intended to stop drives. Point keeper. When a keeper is a point defender while staying inside the keeper zone, so they can't be beat out of play by dodgeballs. Common penalties. Play after beat. A player continues to move with, pass, throw, or roll the ball after being beaten by a dodgeball. Illegal contact. Any contact that is not engaged from the front or side, as well as above the knees and below the neck, on a player with the ball, is considered illegal. Illegal reset. When a team on offense retreats across the half line twice in a single possession, the ball is turned over. A blue card is a penalty of 1 minute in the penalty box. A yellow card is 1 minute in the penalty box, and 3 yellow cards stack on a player as a red card. A red card results in 2 minutes in the penalty box, and the player is ejected from the game. Thank you for watching.
to move anyway. All right, welcome back to the IQA World Cup here in Richmond, Virginia. We are just about ready to get started on the Canada versus Germany match.
I'm Dave Chapman, one of your wonderful commentators.
I am Diego Rojas. I am also a commentator.
Less wonderful, apparently.
Oh, yeah, no.
Take the credit where it's due. You are wonderful as well.
No, I'm wonderful in every way except. The camera can't see the curls I've grown.
Yeah.
I've been growing this hair for years.
Viewers, feel free to tell Diego just how wonderful they are in the comments.
Spam it in chat.
Spam it in chat, exactly.
All right, the teams are doing their cheers. They are ready to go. And
Rooms up.
Big jostling from.
All right, Canada gets first possession of the volleyball.
Chris Radievsky, veteran player for Team Canada, keeping and moving the ball forward.
Germany, on the other hand, on their defense, they have control of 2 of the dodgeballs. All right,
pass off
to number 44 on Canada, Jeremy. And it turns over to Germany. Pass to number 18, Nadine.
Moving forward, number 10.
Christian Forner is coming in hot.
Lose the ball, gets passed back to it.
Gets it back. He's searching for an opening. Goes in. It is blocked by Canada.
Blocked by Canada's face.
All right, Canada's coming in.
Beautiful pass back to Chris. Germany's got the ball. Germany on a breakaway.
Oh, there is no...
forward. It's taking the ground, and the goal is no good.
Canada 44, Germany. Beautiful tackle that stopped the score from happening.
Jeremy Burrow-Balka with a great takedown. I'm shocked.
I didn't think that anyone would have been able to stop Christian at that point.
I could see it being stopped. I did not expect him to be stopped in a point that would not have still resulted in a goal.
Yeah, it was only a few feet away.
Yeah.
A few meters away for our international audience.
Meanwhile, Canada back on the offensive.
All right, number 7 coming in. Pass behind the hoops, back to the keeper. Blocked by 73 on Germany. By Pascal.
Hubert Pascal with a beautiful block. He's not a small player, so he's got a heck of a reach.
A beautiful catch by German beater number 96.
And no goal shot by Chris Radievsky.
This is shaping up to be a very evenly matched match.
I am excited about this. Germany is coming into this tournament, I think, a little bit underrated. They've got a very, very strong team, and a few years ago, they did not. So I think if this was 2020, we might be seeing a different game. But this year, I am tempted to put my money on Germany, quite frankly.
Speaking of which, they're coming up. They are nearly get that score, but
beat.
Canada number 7 is able to get control of the volleyball. If you all were watching earlier during the Canada-Australia game, you would know Canada will continue attacking very aggressively throughout the entire match. That match was a somewhat low-scoring one, but it was amazingly intense. It reminded me of soccer or football matches where low score, but incredible plays throughout. And that is a score for Canada.
Meanwhile, we had
first scored.
We had some really nice beater action as well. And there was a little bit of a battle going on the ground.
I can't see his number, but I appreciate the hair of the Canadian that scored. 28.
Tall, slim one?
Yeah.
With Michael Wanless?
Or not 28. I believe 29. 20. Is it?
20?
There's a 2 something. We're here for our voices, not for our eyes. Yeah.
Oh, that is Michael Wanless. They are fabulous.
20.
The number 20. They are speedy. They are wonderful. They are a great player. They can get some great. If they get their speed up, they got air like you would not believe. If you're here and you can get your IQA World Cup trading cards, the Wanless card is a beautiful, beautiful picture. I'm not saying that because I took the picture or anything.
a little bit of a self promo.
Maybe just a little bit.
That does remind me, I need to get more of those trading cards signed by the players. I have a few signed.
If you come across an extra wantless, I do want one for my myself.
Well, now that I know it's in high demand, I can sell it. Like a whole $1.
Will you take a Canadian dollar?
Sure, why not?
Will you take the 25-cent American that would be?
See, but the novelty
yes,
of the
true.
Canadian dollar. All right.
We have 2 yellow cards.
One for Germany and one for Canada. Canada number 5.
Germany needs to. Oh, there we go. Those reversible headbands are tricky.
Useful.
And useful.
They are the best and worst of both worlds.
It's so true.
Do we have a Ben Stonish here? Do we know? Won't be weird.
All right, Canada is coming up. Walking up past midline. Long pass to number 4. Out to just in line with the hoops. They're shifting back past it 16. 16's looking for an opening. And shoots to score. Second goal for Canada. That brings it to 20-0 in their favor.
21, isn't it?
21.
Yep,
I apologize.
2010. Yep, 2010. There we go. Delightful year.
20-0. All right, Canada passes, Germany passes. Behind hoops, running in. A beautiful block by number 4 right out of the air.
Haley Yap doing an amazing job.
All right, we have a few Canadian subs coming in. One of the tallest players that I've seen at this tournament, number 25 on Canada.
And a correction, it looks like the score is in fact 20-0. You are correct.
I was also incorrect. The scoreboard was making up its mind as we spoke.
Yeah, there we go.
All right, that is 30-0 for Canada. Germany is coming up. They have the volleyball. They have 2 dodgeballs. Can they use this advantage? I believe they will.
I hope so. Number 8, Laura Messier.
Oh, play is still live, still live.
Big collision. Somebody's off broom. German beater off broom.
All right, German chaser is inbounding. Passes it back to number 8.
Almost a reset there.
Almost reset, but they still not only maintained dodgeball possession, but they are still on their offense. They hit the middle broom.
A beautiful beat.
Still remaining in. They still have the volleyball. They are going to try again.
That's how beaters shoot. They just aim for the pole. Beautiful.
All right.
It was a great block, but he gets beat.
Germany has used their reset.
Time is at just coming up on 6:30. Score again.
All right.
30-0.
Quick passes to number 23 and then 82. 82 looking for an opening. Passes it to 23. Back to 45. And Canada is able to successfully defend.
Beautiful. Beat on the German chaser. Jongola. Arms again. Probably the tallest player at this tournament.
I would say the German player, Christopher Foreigner, would be a solid contention. I haven't seen the two of them next to each other.
Yeah, I want to see that. We'll have to see that.
Now, for those of you that might just be watching us for the first time, just so you are aware, the players on the field that can score, there are 4 players. 3 of them are wearing a white headband. They are called chasers. The other is the green headband. They are the keeper. They have special privileges that make them more special than a chaser.
More special.
Yes.
More specialer.
Special
Or
arrest.
specialist.
Sure,
They're
every
the more
keeper
special
around the
arrest.
globe nodding in appreciation.
Absolutely. I just validated all of them right now.
Second keeper, Canada. The yellow card. I'm in the box.
All right. Number 4 on Canada underestimated her strength and pushed the German keeper down to the floor where he was protected.
It's one of their special
Carry.
powers
Yes.
in the keeper zone.
One of their special powers is that there is a line a few meters ahead of their hoops, where behind that line, the defending keeper is immune from any contact, physical, or any beats from a dodgeball.
Hannah Gross with a ball cap over top of their headband.
Oh, Germany's coming in. No goal. Oh, never mind.
Oh,
good goal.
Good goal. All right.
Oh, we have a call.
Might just be to retrieve that bludger that went on a holiday.
It wasn't perfect, but a goal is a goal.
A goal is a goal.
All that matters.
Especially at
It
this
is.
point.
It is their first goal, which brings it to 30-10.
Still a very tight game.
Absolutely. This is within a snitch or flag catch, which we will get more into as that approaches.
Canada with moving up. They also have bludger control, dodgeball control, pass off to Soleil Haney.
Back to keeper number 13, Stevie Venuta. All right, Germans are in not total possession, but they have essentially full possession of both dodgeballs. Now official possession.
I have no idea who that German player is because, again, we have an incorrect number on here. See if we can spot their name.
Things wouldn't be exciting if it was all perfect.
Exactly. And who would want perfection?
Nah.
There is nothing fun about that.
I, in fact, put my posters at a crooked angle just to be special.
You are a terrible human being.
Exactly. I want to be special like a keeper. So all my posters, all my signs, photos, all crooked. Solid offense by a solid block by the German chaser. Passes it back across the hoops to the German keeper. Resets.
Requesting for the hoop to be brought back up. Smart.
Very smart decision. It does sacrifice one of their resets, the only reset they have, without causing a turnover, but it does offer more opportunities or more availability for a goal. All right. German beater number 22 is coming up behind hoops. He is going to attempt to sneak behind Canada's beaters.
Germany 16 crossing in front with the volleyball. Takes a shot, just misses.
Perfect positioning, but just barely missed the catch.
Hannah Grosek almost picked it up as well. That was all the fun there.
All right. Canada's coming up on offense with both dodgeballs.
Austin Wallace putting on the afterburners.
Back to the keeper, number 36. All right.
Solihini. Back to Chris Radievsky.
Oh, missed the catch.
And it's a turnover as a result.
All right. German keeper number 7 is in possession of the volleyball. Passes it out to number 16. Looking for an opportunity.
A bit of a rush shot there.
A bit of it, yeah.
Couldn't tell if that was going to be a pass or a shot, but either way, it did not reach its target.
Very uncharacteristic of the German offense that they've been playing the rest of the tournament.
Yeah.
Very patient, methodical. This is not them rattling.
I think Canada might be rattling them a little bit.
It has also been a very long day in the heat and the humidity. I would not be surprised if people are playing very differently from how they played earlier this morning.
They're also playing from behind, which is not something they're used to.
No,
They're used to having a lead at this point in the game.
Even just like I was saying, it's like I think this would be
all right.
It is a good game.
Keeper number 7 on Germany coming in on offense.
No goal.
No goal, but
That
he was
was
very
really
excited
close.
for it.
That was really close.
Almost abandoned his other teammate, but
well, from his angle and ours, really, it looked like
no goal.
Another no goal. Oh, their aim is not true today. But Canada now moving forward, slowly, methodically, carefully. They do have dodgeball control.
Right, they have the advantage. Will they be able to use it?
Ball's
a solid throw that threw or a hit and took down a hoop. There is a dog pile happening at the back of the field. Sorry.
And there are no beaters.
All the beaters are occupied.
Definitely going to be a turnover.
Yeah.
Yes. Germany had the initial control, but since a chaser caught it, the chaser is not immune. So Canada tried to take advantage of that and still go for the volleyball.
It prevents a fast break from Germany.
Exactly. It gives them time for the rest of the defense to set up and prepare.
Germany on the slow offense. I think that's what they need to do is just keep that pace down.
All right. Solid pass behind hoops. And that is a good goal for Germany. Number 55.
The 30-20. Still for Canada in the lead.
Getting a little windy here at this pitch.
I am not going to complain about that.
Oh, no, this is a beautiful breeze. All right, Canada's coming in, running across. Attempts to fake out a pass.
Nathan Unruh,
Canadian beater. All right. Oh, intercepted.
Big takedown from Chris Rayevsky.
German number 7 dropped his headband. Intercepted again by the Germans. Number 16.
Dumps it up to 25.
All right, pass it back to 16.
German beaters have to come all the way back. Both of those dodgeballs rolling deep into their own end, even though they are on offense.
The Chasers are starting the offense without beater support, although there is one that is attempting to distract opposing and defending beaters, and there is a call on the field. Now, for those of you that are, again, joining us for the first time, a beater. There are 2 beaters on each team. They wear the black headbands. They are the ones that can hold the dodgeballs. There are 3 dodgeballs total on the field. If an opposing player gets hit by a dodgeball, unless a keeper is in their special zone, they are knocked off broom, meaning they have to return to their home hoops and tag back up to re-enter the game. All right, play continues with Canada in possession of the quad ball.
And we are going to be coming up to a heat stoppage here fairly quickly. Technically at 15 minutes, but they'll probably let this drive go through.
That has been it depends on the ref.
It does depend on the ref.
Some have stopped in the middle of a play, which
for a lull.
Yeah, for the lull, it's one thing, but yeah.
They want to. Ideally, they do not want to stop in the middle of the action like we are seeing right now. Canada charging in, attempts a shot on hoops, short hoop again. Another fallen soldier.
Almost a recovery by the Canadian keeper in the deep.
All right, we have hit.
There we go.
15 minutes.
So we will now have a 4-minute break.
Again, because of the heat and the humidity that we have had this so far today and that we will have tomorrow, every game has a mandatory heat break. So at 15 minutes, we have the 4-minute break, as you mentioned. Then at 25 minutes, we have a 2-minute break. After that point, every 5 minutes, there will be a 2-minute break.
The IQA does, if it was hotter, there would be more breaks. But thankfully, it's not. Yeah. It is
we're in late afternoon right now, and luckily it's cooled off.
For everybody that is not an American, we are sitting at about 32 degrees in here in Richmond.
And for all of you Americans, that is about 90 degrees Fahrenheit.
Feels like 37 apparently.
91? Wow, is that the actual temperature? Or?
That's what the live stream laptop says.
Yeah. The technology tells us it is 91 degrees Fahrenheit.
The technology says it is too hot.
Yes.
The technology says it is too hot.
Cooling it down with
But it can't.
jacket.
It can't be that hot. The technology is still working.
Yeah. As long as the technology works, we cannot complain.
The warning is
But we
saying,
can.
be careful. It's getting too hot.
Yeah, so according to our weather app, it is 89 degrees here in Richmond, Virginia. It feels like, with the humidity, like 99 degrees. For those of you that do not know Fahrenheit, think of it like a percentage. It feels like it is 99% hot.
Yes, we'll go with that. We'll go with that.
Fahrenheit is based on temperature relative to people, while Celsius is temperature relative to water. We are sentient water bags, so we're different.
People,
no, but we're sentient water, so we're different. We got our own.
Keepers that are special,
Right.
special sentient.
Yeah,
Keepers. We can get that new water wheel.
There should be a cart coming with the water ferry will provide. As a former water ferry myself.
Yes.
All right, welcome back.
We're both talking at the same. We'll just talk over each other.
We are
That's just
professionals
fine.
here.
Lies. We are not at all.
I'm
but
a
yeah, we are.
professional volunteer.
There you go. All right. We are back, however. We've got a score of 30-20 for Canada just after 15 minutes on the clock. Germany on the offensive here. Big beat. Second big beat. Nathan Unrau just like a sharpshooter. Meanwhile, number 2, German beater, takes a really good try to tackle Unrau, but that is not an easy thing to do. Props to Alyssa Schneck for even trying.
Wow. There's a bit of a chaotic moment there at the short hoop at Germany's hoops, but they were able to successfully defend.
Good goal is good. That ties it all up, 30 all. 16:30 on the game clock.
Like we said at the top of the game, this is looking like it's going to be a very close game. Very evenly matched. I did not
see.
Someone very, very special.
Someone very, very special who tied up.
Could
the
have been
game.
an extra special person, like a keeper.
Yes.
This goes out to all you keepers out there. Keep on keeping on.
Big long drive.
Germany brings it to 40-30.
Taking the lead for the first time today. Number 10, Christian Farner. Absolutely amazing.
Very nice player.
Yeah.
Christian Farner. Although he beat me in a board game a few nights ago.
What game?
Chinatown.
Oh, okay.
I'm not good with money, so I built a restaurant, and that was my win condition. Not the game's win condition, but mine.
Well, there you go.
All right, Canada's coming up on the offense. Both dodgeballs somewhat in possession.
Canada
Passing over the hoops. Always a dangerous thing because it can be blocked. No goal.
Oh. And that was interpositional. Ass.
All right. Canadian players checking up on or German players checking up on the Canadian, making sure that they're okay.
Yeah. Timeout Germany. So we've got a minute timeout. I believe the German player did have priority in that interpositional collision.
I didn't fully see what happened.
They just ran over. They basically just ran over the beater. But I don't think either of them had a ball. And I think the
rule is if the beater doesn't have a ball, the beater has to move away.
Yeah.
That's happened to me a few times, unfortunately. One time when I was chasing the person that I was trying to tackle, they dropped the volleyball. I ended up being beat, and there were so many people around me. I got pushed to the ground directly on top of the volleyball.
Oh.
I got not carded, but there was a call that I was interacting with the quadball or with the volleyball after being beat, which was true. Wasn't my fault, but
yeah,
it is what it is.
Sometimes
I was, in fact, and that's the reality of it. It was just bad place, bad time.
Yeah, sometimes the rules, as well as they are written, are immutable and not always accurate to what the reality is.
Sometimes the best thing you can do is just keep playing with the cards you're dealt.
Exactly. Now, you don't want cards. You don't want if they're giving you cards in this game, things are bad. Don't
you want to play
with
with the volleyballs and dodgeballs that you are dealt. Maybe hoops if you're a keeper.
And flags. You do want to
and the flag.
You do want to play with the flag that is being dealt. We are at 17:48 on the game clock. Timeout is just coming to an end.
In about a minute, you will see a flag runner come out onto the field.
And what was your name again?
John Smutney.
John Smutney.
Michael is now.
Oh, Michael Porter.
Never mind.
Yeah, okay. Michael Porter is going to be doing it. He has done a great job so far this tournament. I am a little disappointed though, because John there lasted 11 minutes in the last Canada game, a few games ago on a different pitch. So,
if I'm not mistaken, I believe one of my teammates was able to catch him at a tournament, which is incredible.
He's good.
He is a very hard snitch to catch.
He very much is.
Flag runner.
So again, if you're new to this, yes, you're going to hear us occasionally using two sets of different terms.
Some are outdated.
Some are outdated. We are no longer using
certain words,
certain terms for reasons that I do not wish to express with a
luckily, you do not have to express them because Germany just scored, bringing it to 50-30. They want to help you out.
There you go. Yeah, I'm rambling because my usual response is
yeah
to a certain person.
I need someone to manually stop me from talking.
Yes,
I will continue talking.
Sometimes that happens, especially when you get into microphone mode. We're just the words are coming out of our mouths.
An amazing block by Germany. And German keeper gets control. They are successful in defending.
Beautiful. Totally missed. The German beater tries to a little Hail Mary beat.
I'm surprised that the German beater was trying to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's again. We've seen that a lot this game where they're just kind of rushing some of their shots, rushing some of their beats.
It was a Hail Mary before their chasers were even up ready for an offense.
I mean, if it had worked,
opening would have worked.
Canada had enough of a cluster in there that it could have actually beat a few different players. Meanwhile, on the volleyball game, Keeper has retrieved the ball. Play is continuing. Passes that off to Wyatt.
Two Canadians are subbing into the game with a new keeper.
Pass
number
back to
30.
Chris Radieski, 36.
36.
He's been a part of this team for a very long time. Currently living over in London. And playing with the Werewolves of London. I love that name. 4, 3, 2.
A call stops the release of the Seekers.
Way to take the wind out of the sails of everybody.
That definitely. We had the sideline here excited.
Yellow card to the ref for taking the wind out of our sails.
Oh, eject the ref.
Is that a blue? Yeah, blue card for the ref.
So Canada came out to a very quick lead in the first 3 minutes of the game, but now
they have not scored in a while.
The last 5 goals. Yeah, they came back from 0 and have taken the lead going into the end of the Seeker floor.
I believe that. All right, that said, Canada did just score, bringing it to 50-40 in favor of Germany. Now the flag runner is now being attacked by the Seekers. Pursued, yes.
Yeah, I think this game was a lot closer than most people thought it was going to be.
Absolutely. I don't know. I think I called.
Yeah, I think we did a good job of projecting how this is.
I am a big fan of both of these teams.
Yeah,
there are great people that have gotten the chance to meet over the past few days. Canada coming in, tying up the game, 50-50.
At this point, I'm honestly, having dealt with Seekers personally on both of these teams, I definitely feel like the advantage is in Germany right now. I really do. It is tied, just coming up on 21 minutes, 50-all.
Oh, good dodge by the Canada Seeker.
German Seeker number 66, Robin, a very kind person, but I doubt he'll be showing any mercy on this pitch here.
Canada has a lot of time on the flag runner right now.
Canada's beaters have been doing a very good job. Though Canada did just lose one of their dodgeballs.
That was beautiful. Germany just stripping it right out of their hands.
Now, for those of you that don't know, catching the tail on a flag runner gives the catching team an automatic 30 points. I don't believe it'll end the game.
If they have lead.
If the catching team has a lead, it will end the game. Which Germany,
great job. That is a tired flag runner.
So basically, the goal's good, but he just ran into the hoop while he was doing it, which was
reckless.
Like that.
Yes. Again, we need to respect our hoops. They get bruised and battered a lot.
It's true.
Without the equipment, we couldn't be able to play.
Yes.
The German player is on the wrong side of the penalty box, I think. Are they not? Oh, no, they're not.
Almost.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Where's the center line? I don't even know. It is the white one? But yes, they should actually be on this side.
All right. Canada scores another goal, tying it up 60-60.
That also does spring the German player. They're back into play.
The Flyers.
Second dodge by the Canadian Seeker.
All the dodgeballs flying off at us.
The Seekers are getting physical, which is allowed to a certain degree. A close call by the Canadian Seeker.
It's amazing that Germany's having trouble scoring when there are no dodgeballs to stop them at the hoops.
Right.
Canada's showing up when they need to.
Now, the appearance of the flag runner in this game can shake up an entire match, no matter who's playing.
Big arcing pass from Canada across to Bell.
A good goal, assisted, unfortunately, by the Canadian or by the German defense.
It just tipped it just in. Flag runner still holding strong.
And a goal by Germany.
These teams are just trading goals at this point.
They are. It is going to come down.
Seekers.
It is going to come down to the Seekers and how well they do.
Corey Smith then for Canada. Goes in. We got 13.
What an amazing dodge by number 13 on Germany, the Seeker.
Johannes.
Oh, that was a beautiful catch. That was a beautiful catch. The rest will now be deliberating to confirm.
That looked really, really clean from my angle. Beautiful dive, switched hands as he was.
Did anyone see here towards the Canadian hoop or the German hoops? Because I believe they might be discussing if there was a goal.
Wouldn't matter, regardless if there was a goal or not. I think Germany just wins anyway.
Oh, Germany will win if the catch is good, but it will make a difference on the score.
Which will affect standings.
Exactly.
Yeah, that is important.
Yes,
absolutely.
Well, especially in this tight of a game.
And I've received confirmation that yes, one of my players did in fact catch one of the most difficult snitches or one of the most difficult flag runners in this entire league. Alex, I see you. Hello.
Hi.
A good catch for Germany, winning them the game. Look at the camaraderie between the Germans and the Canadians. This sport is all about love and respect and also hitting each other with the dodgeball. My favorite part.
Yes. I show our love with that.
Exactly.
Physicality.
I show tough love.
Exactly. If we didn't love you, we wouldn't beat you in the face. Wait, we're not supposed to beat you in the face. If we didn't love you, we wouldn't beat you really hard, not in the face.
The thigh.
In the thigh.
All right. And as the teams line up, high-fiving each other, congratulating each other for a beautiful, truly beautiful game.
It was.
Please make sure to continue watching our matches. I believe we have 2 more sets matches to go.
Sounds about right.
We have 3 pitches worth of matches, 6 games remaining. Today, day 1 of the World Cup. All right.
This is, I just realized, kind of crushing for Canada. That is at least 2 big losses and very tight ones. Australia that we announced together earlier today was similarly just a much even lower scoring game than this, and very physical and very tight, and unfortunately very crushingly defeated. So that is not.
That said, I don't think they have anything to be ashamed of.
100% not.
What they put out there is one of the best games I've seen here today, and in many different tournaments.
I can't disagree with that at all. They've done such an amazing job. I have no idea what the standings are going to look like. I don't know what the rest of their games have been because I've been on other pitches, wearing stripes.
Yes.
But I am glad that I was able to come and announce for these couple of games with you. It has been a pleasure.
It has been an absolute joy commentating with you.
I agree. Big handshakes.
Big handshakes.
And a big props to our producer over here whose name is...
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
We couldn't have done this without you.
Ah, shucks.
Well, we could have. But
don't let it go to your head.
We wouldn't want to.
All right, with that, thank you so much for joining us. I've been Diego.
I've been Dave.
I've been Michael.
And please join us for the next games coming up. Get some water. It's probably hot where you are too.
To play quadball. A quick viewer's guide to the sport. The basics. The field is broken up into 2 equal halves, each with 3 hoops, and a set of lines for the keeper zone. Players can score from each side of the hoops. The hoops are all worth the same points, 10. Players knocked out of play must touch back in at the center hoop on their half. In their own keeper zone, the dotted line, keepers cannot be knocked out by dodgeballs. Players cannot step out of the hard boundary with the ball in their possession. This causes a turnover. There are 6 players on each team for the first 20 minutes of the game, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. Players' positions are denoted by the headband color they wear. After the first 20 minutes, a seeker is added for each team. Since this is a mixed gender sport, teams must maintain gender rule while playing, which means a maximum of 4 players who identify as the same gender and play at the same time. For example, 4 women are the chasers and keeper. There must be 2 non-binary players, or 2 male players, or a combination of both, or the team will suffer a yellow card. Positions. The keeper wears the green headband. They play with the quad ball to score points. They can tackle opposing chasers or keepers, and they cannot be beat within their own keeper zone. Chasers wear white headbands, play with the quad ball to score points through the hoops, and can tackle opposing chasers and keepers. Beaters wear the black headband. They play with the dodgeballs to temporarily knock players out of the game. They cannot score points, and can tackle opposing beaters to gain possession of the dodgeball. Seekers wear the yellow headband. They pursue the flag runner, an official with a tail worth 35 points if caught. They do not start play until after the 20-minute stoppage when a flag runner is released. They cannot interfere with the other players on the field. Equipment. The broom is a plastic pipe that must stay between the player's legs while in play. Being off broom, or holding the broom outside of your legs, denotes that a player is not active in play. Players cannot grab or swat at opponents' brooms. Players whose brooms get hit by a dodgeball are considered out. The quad ball is one volleyball. It can be used to score points. It can be possessed by either chasers or keepers. It can also be used to block beats. 3 dodgeballs are on the field at any time. They can be possessed by beaters, can be thrown to temporarily knock players out of the game, and can be caught by opposing beaters without knocking them out of the game. Flag runner is an official with a tail worth 35 points. It can only be pulled by the seekers. The flag runner can physically interact with the players, such as pushing seekers away or outrunning them. Terms you'll hear. Dodgeball control is when one team possesses 2 of the 3 dodgeballs, giving them a competitive advantage. Dodgeball immunity. When a team has possession of no dodgeballs, a beater can raise their hand to declare that they are immune until they pick up the 3rd dodgeball. X-chaser, or at X, is a term used to describe a chaser playing behind hoops on offense, or the space behind the hoops in general. A point defender is typically the chaser who marks against the offensive player with the ball, usually intended to stop drives. Point keeper. When a keeper is a point defender while staying inside the keeper zone, so they can't be beat out of play by dodgeballs. Common penalties. Play after beat. The player continues to move with, pass, throw, or roll the ball after being beaten by a dodgeball. Illegal contact. Any contact that is not engaged from the front or side, as well as above the knees and below the neck, on a player with the ball, is considered illegal. Illegal reset. When a team on offense retreats across the half line twice in a single possession, the ball is turned over. A blue card is a penalty of 1 minute in the penalty box. A yellow card is 1 minute in the penalty box, and 3 yellow cards stack on a player as a red card. A red card results in 2 minutes in the penalty box, and the player is ejected from the game. Thank you for watching. Play quadball. A quick viewer's guide to the sport. The basics. The field is broken up into 2 equal halves, each with 3 hoops and a set of lines for the keeper's zone. Players can score from each side of the hoops. The hoops are all worth the same points, 10. Players knocked out of play must touch back in at the center hoop on their half. In their own keeper zone, the dotted line, keepers cannot be knocked out by dodgeballs. Players cannot step out of the hard boundary with the ball in their possession. This causes a turnover. There are 6 players on each team for the first 20 minutes of the game, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. Players' positions are denoted by the headband color they wear. After the first 20 minutes, a seeker is added for each team. Since this is a mixed gender sport, teams must maintain gender rule while playing, which means a maximum of 4 players who identify as the same gender and play at the same time. For example, 4 women are the chasers and keeper. There must be 2 non-binary players, or 2 male players, or a combination of both, or the team will suffer a yellow card. Positions. The keeper wears the green headband. They play with a quad ball to score points. They can tackle opposing chasers or keepers, and they cannot be beat within their own keeper zone. Chasers wear white headbands, play with the quad ball to score points through the hoops, and can tackle opposing chasers and keepers. Beaters wear the black headband. They play with the dodgeballs to temporarily play quadball. A quick viewer's guide to the sport. The basics.
Hello, I am Michael Rodriguez.
And I am Justin Bogart.
And we are here with Austria versus Mexico for potentially Mexico's last game. No, there's one more game block after this, I believe.
There's one more game slot. I don't know if any of these teams are scheduled for them. But
Gotcha. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this should be an exciting game. Austria looking for the first win of the day, and Mexico looking to potentially come away with a third seed in their group. England and India will be up next on this book.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You've got brooms up. Looks like Austria comes up with the quad ball first and gets dodgeball control. Start off the game. Austria's walking the quad ball up the pitch. Mexico going to a classic hoop zone. We've seen that a lot.
Yep.
Seen that a lot. A lot of trees, a lot of forces, a lot of lumberjacks tearing it down, but very, very prominent defense. Austria rips a shot, barely goes through. The right hoop falls down at the same time.
Ooh. I was gonna say that it's usually hard to shoot on trees. Like I feel like the point of doing tree defense, you have hands at each of the hoops. So
absolutely. Usually when people do shoot, they usually shoot at the middle hoop because it's the tallest
Okay.
one, hardest to defend.
I think that's what happened.
There are definitely a couple of teams here that have really tall keepers who can shut down those shots. But another thing we've seen a lot is keepers playing point defender, right, at the keeper zone line. So sometimes a quick pass behind the hoops opens up a shot against the trees zone. But of course, that only works if you have good passing. So all the teams here are very good, very talented. So I'm not sure if I've seen that many passes behind the hoops for shots from the other side, but it's always a potential bag they're saving for tomorrow.
Yeah, and it also helps if you don't get illegal contact. So.
Yes. Everyone playing by the book definitely makes the game a little bit easier to score for sure. And all right, looks like that possession ended in favor of Mexico, and now they are going to get their turn to attack. Austria setting up into a 2-2 zone with dodgeball control.
So there's a chaser in the box for Austria. So Mexico should be able to find someone open here.
Yeah, for sure. Mexico has a power play. They definitely want to take advantage of this opportunity to get some points.
I think Austria does have dodgeball control though. So yeah.
Very hard to score against dodgeball control, regardless of numbers. Austria doing a good effort there to potentially get a score on this fast break. Even though they're down a player, they're going for it. Takes a shot at the right hoop, and it goes through. Strong drive from Austria. First blood drawn in their favor. Always impressive to score when you have a player in the box.
Yeah, I was going to say a good way to kill your penalty and to score while your player's in the penalty box. So
Quadball is a team sport, but only one person needs to score. So all things considered, that was a great team effort by Austria. Beaters should get the assist on that play for clearing up all that space. But now Mexico wrapped up at Austria's keeper zone line, passes it back, dodging the beat, looks at it, loses some footing, slips, punches through, and dunks it with authority at the small hoop. 10-10, Mexico all tied up.
I think that dunk went in while the hoop was falling down. I think.
Yeah, which I think per the rules allows it to go through if it goes as it's falling down. But yeah, strong finish by Mexico. Way to push through. Whoa, long beat from Austria. Ends up in their favor though. Long pass over the top. Swings it back across.
Oh, good wrap. Off broom.
A strong tackle by Mexico knocks a chaser off broom. Looking to drive in, passing it across.
Speed. Yeah.
Connect off by inches, and that beat coming in at the last second to finish it off.
I do love an alley-oop. That was so close.
Alley-oops are one of my favorite favorite ways to score in quadball. Austria on the counterattack.
That was a hard tackle right there.
Stoppage looks like it might have been right before the goal. I'm not sure if the goal would even count, but
they're going to discuss if the hit was a little late because I think the ball was being passed while the hit happened. So
yeah, absolutely. In quadball, you can only make full contact with someone while they're in possession of a ball. So in a situation like that, when you're passing, usually refs will say ball out so that players know that, hey, you no longer make contact. But in the heat of the game, in the moment when you're running full speed, sometimes it's hard to slow down. And it looks like there was...
Yeah, I mean, it definitely was a bang.
Bang.
So I don't know, it may have been within the time frame of like, yeah, your momentum is taking you into this tackle. So
Usually a hard call to make in the moment. Usually
Yeah.
you see it and then you get that gut feeling, and usually experienced refs know what to do. So we'll trust Chris Lecomte, our head ref, to make the right call. Multiple years of experience. Been going on 10, maybe 12, not quite sure. Right, so it looks like we're going to have an injury stoppage. So we will cut away for a moment, but we will be right back. Yeah, all right. So it looks like the goal was good. It was before the whistle, so play will continue, and Mexico will get the quad ball. And thankfully, the Austrian chaser was able to off the field on their own power without any assistance. So that's always a good sign to see. So hopefully, we might see them back in this game in a little bit after they're checked out by the EMT.
Yeah, and I think the refs are just discussing whether that contact warranted a foul or not. So
yeah, definitely, if there's an injury, they do have to stop play for that. So I think there was this nature of the beast, so to speak. Bang bang play goal ended up in goal for Austria, but lost the player in the process.
All right, yeah. So
Mexico will be resuming shortly, though. Score is still 10-10, Austria Mexico, 3 minutes in.
Yeah, so I guess it was just no call, but just hard contact, legal contact there.
Yeah. Mexico driving all the way around, loop to loop, round the hoops, pump fakes, chooses not to go for the shot and passes it back to Mexican chaser. Number 1, Roger. Ooh, number 2, dodges a beat. Avila passes it back. Oh, love the sportsmanship there. Oh, the selflessness, passing the ball, sharing, and everyone getting hands on it. Number 10 from Mexico, able to put that through and finish. Sanchez de Leon.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, Austria went for that beat there and just barely missed, and that just opened up the opportunity for Mexico.
Yeah. So they can drive in, but Mexico beater driving in on him, putting a lot of pressure. Oh, quad ball rolls out of bounds. Good pressure by the beater from Mexico to force an errant pass to the backfield.
The other dodgeballs were all on the ground, away from the play. So really, there was just that one beater.
Yeah, the chaos of the beater game is hard to describe to someone who truly hasn't seen the sport before, but it is something to comprehend, admire, and also fear. I think sometimes it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, when I was playing as a chaser, we usually waited for the beaters to make the chaos, and that's when we
capitalize on the confusion.
Yeah, we
Alvarez with a spin move puts it through number 41.
That was Reyes.
Reyes, sorry.
Yeah.
Good footwork there. Hard to take down, but with footwork like that, even harder. A good stutter step from Austria, but didn't see the beater. Definitely going to be a turnover to Mexico. Back to Reyes. Reyes looking to drive. Gets by one defender. Drives through. Got no one in front of him, and he's surely going to put this through. Mexico up 4-10.
Yeah, Mexico is finding their rhythm now.
Yeah. Mexico going quite a bit of a run, scoring 3 goals in the last 2 minutes after a very slow start. Game's still early. Still in the early game, so we'll see how Austria is able to adjust.
I think they're now, playing a version of the trees that back in my day we called Bailito, as
small
baler, where one person was guarding both hoops, but that allowed that open shot opportunity there. Sure.
Looks like Austria is able to score against the Bailito defense there, but it's interesting. I'm surprised they changed it since the hoop zone seemed to have been working for them earlier. a tried and true classic. But sometimes it's good to have offer different looks on defense so you don't get too obvious and too stagnant. Keep the offense on their toes.
Well, why we did it is it opened up someone else to mark a passing option. So if you think the other team has a dangerous passing option, doing that type of, variation of the trees zone defense could work because it opens up a chaser to mark a passing option that he's
Yeah, absolutely. Reyes going for another, gets wrapped up, gets beat, unfortunately, loses the quad ball. Austria trying to pick it up. A lot of confusion there. A lot of bodies. Austria chaser getting beat. Immediately gets picked up by Mexico again. Beat again. So much chaos in the beating game. Gets picked up. Dodges a tackle. Center steps by one. Breaks the second one. Passes it through.
Finds.
Gets blocked at the last second. Blocked at the last second by Austria. Solid defense there. So close for Mexico, but not quite on the money.
I mean, I didn't know how that Mexico chaser found that passing option there. That was nice. From the knees or something.
One of the weaknesses of hoop zone is that it's really hard to stop someone driving when they have a full, 10, 20 yards of speed on you. So when they do get wrapped up, if they're able to make that quick pass off to the side, it's hard for the hoop defenders to adjust because they're so prepared and ready for the potential charge and drive. But now Austria looking for their opportunity, rips the shot at the right hoop, and that one. To me, that one looked good, but
called it off.
Called it off. Unfortunate.
But those shots are there now with that, variation of the trees zone that Mexico's doing.
Reyes for the pump fake, looking to drive it all the way through. Playing ring around the rosy by himself, scores, puts Mexico up again, 50-30.
Yeah, Reyes is seeing, that opening to just drive. Austria hasn't found a way to answer yet.
Yeah, I think for a team like Mexico, it isn't looking to shoot as much. I think at least for someone like Reyes, they want to have maybe 1-2 bodies up at the keeper zone line to meet him, as opposed to waiting for him at the hoop zone, which is
or dodgeballs, but they had no dodgeballs there. So
yeah, easier said than done for sure.
Yeah,
maintaining control, one of the hardest things you can do in a quadball game, especially at this level. And we've got a timeout for some reason. Stoppage.
Yeah, I missed that.
All right, so yes, I'm still not quite sure what the stoppage is about. But yeah, so the score is 50-30, Mexico up over Austria at about the 7-minute mark. Looks like it looks like a player stepped out of bounds. That's going to be a turnover of the quad ball. A little bit unfortunate. So sometimes it may be a little bit hard to see the lines while we're running full speed on this field, but yeah. So no foul, just a basic turnover.
I guess I didn't see it because it's hard to see that out of bounds boundary from our vantage point.
But I'm sure the goal ref.
Yeah.
Was close enough doing their job. For the most part, this has been a pretty clean game. There was that one big hit early on, but for the most part, these
which was a legal hit.
Legal hit, yeah.
Oh, sneaky!
Picked his pocket.
Sneaky.
Reyes, not expecting that, and now going to get beat out of the play. Austria looking to drive.
That's when
Mexico has dodgeball control.
That's when you rely on your teammates behind you to scream that there's someone trying to
beat her behind. Yeah. Communication breakdown on Mexico's part, but
they recovered.
Reyes in no man's land, getting caught out.
Yeah,
good look by Austria to capitalize on it. Mexico looking to slow this down. We're going to set offense. We got Prado on the right in 37, potentially looking to make a cut. Calling for the pass, gets it up top. Oh, drops it right in front of the hoop. So close.
But they recovered. Oh.
Austria intercepted. Oh, that was so close. Vega had a great pass over to Prado. Just wasn't able to control it. Playing after dismount from Austria. Okay, so it's going to be a turnover to Mexico. All right, yeah. So it looks like Austria, number 23, interacted with the player when they weren't supposed to. And so now...
that's the second card on them.
Blue. That was a blue card, yeah. So
this one was blue. The other one was the yellow.
So Wilger will be in the box for about a minute until Mexico scores. Torres with the ball, passes it back.
All right.
Pump fakes. Second shot goes through. Prado, number 37 for Mexico, scoring with the assist by Torres. Mexico up 6-3.
Yeah, that was a good pump fake there.
You would think with the discipline of the hoop zone, you would be expecting a lot of pump fakes, but really the hoops don't move. So really, you got to stay disciplined to your defense if you're going to be running it. Austria finding themselves in a similar situation when they were playing against France earlier, getting done.
Oh, good shot there.
Seemingly able to rally this time, not letting themselves get too far out of range, only down by 20 now at this point.
I mean, that shot's been open for them. They just missed it, won an earlier possession. They got one there.
Ooh, and there's a stoppage.
Contact from behind, maybe.
Rays have been doing a good job driving in, drawing a lot of contact.
Oh, trip. Okay.
Oh, it'd be a trip on number 37 from Mexico, Carlos Prado. All right, so 1 minute in the box. Unfortunate for Mexico. Austria looking to capitalize on this power play opportunity to hopefully score and get within one of Mexico's score. Austria very excited about this power play opportunity. I don't know if the chance can be picked up on the live stream mic, but they are very excited.
I'm just looking at all the beaters over here in a triangle.
Yeah.
All right.
Off screen, there's a trio of dodgeballs in the middle of the field, but now Austria is pressing the attack. Reyes providing some defense up top. 23 from Austria, looking to shoot it. Shoots at the right hoop. That you're right. Ooh, way to put it through.
See, that medium-sized hoop for them has been open like every possession for the last like 4 offensive possessions for Austria. So
you are absolutely right. Oh no, bittersweet moment. That was a really good shot. Like you said, the hoop was open. Didn't go through on the initial attempt, but the rebound also looked really good. So unfortunate that goal is being taken away by the refs, but
by the beaters.
By the beaters, yeah. That was a good effort by Mexico. Beat before.
The refs are just calling what the beaters did, so
absolutely right. All right, we got Mexico back with the quad ball. Reyes walking it up. Oh, we're gonna take a sub now. Switching off to. So, well, I can't quite see. Avila? Yeah, Avila subs in as a keeper, number 2 for Mexico. Gets the pass from Vega. Vega chooses not to pass. Vega looking to drive in. There's one dodgeball in the hand of the Austrian beater. Looking to pump fake. Sees a passing option behind. Being patient, taking his time, waiting for trying to kill the penalty right now.
All right, so Mexico's back to full strength.
Yeah, they were able to kill the penalty time, so now we're gonna get an extra player. Takes the shot. Oh, a lot of bodies in front of that hoop too. I don't know if it would have gone through.
It went too low. It went underneath the hoop.
Yeah.
You can't guard the third.
Oh, great
pass.
Wow. To almost get dodgeball control back, but not quite able. Oh, good passing play from Austria. Way to finish the give and go, making it clean. Austria pulling back into range against Mexico, 50-60.
Nice. That's like a passing drill we used to do, where you just pass it back and forth as you go down the pitch.
You can't tackle someone if they don't have the ball, right? So if you have perfect passing, technically no one can ever bring you down. But it's good to see that passing play from Austria. Definitely looking to show different ways to score. Not being selfish and trying to take all the glory for yourself. Mexico over top, whoop and alley-oop goes through. Potentially beat before. It looks like the refs might discuss it, or at least Austria is definitely trying to get them to discuss it.
Lacombe shook his head.
Lacombe says no, not beat before. So Mexico will be going up 70-50. Too strong for Mexico.
Again, Austria trying to go through 2 dodgeball defense. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, Renner with the quad ball passes
Ooh,
off
but
42.
as I say that,
passes it
Austria
back to the top,
gets
behind the hoops.
control.
And for your source. Go ahead, what were you saying?
I was saying right when I said that, Austria immediately got control.
Oh my, hard beat. That was a bit of a rush possession by Mexico there. I think I'm always in favor of fast breaks, but if you're gonna do a fast break, you do want to score, right? You know, if you're gonna just run into a bunch of people and get shut down, you might as well wait for your team to help you out.
Well, I mean, they almost caught Austria sleeping there, even with 2 dodgeballs in their possession. But
definitely a risky play. But if you see an opportunity to score, you know, shooters got to shoot, right? Isn't that what they say?
Drivers got to drive.
Drivers got to drive. Ooh, good beat from Austria to clean out space.
Oh, that person's tall, but not that tall.
That tall. Almost a pass to the middle hoops, but getting knocked down in the process. Mexico being very patient slowly. They see the dodgeball on the ground from Austria, deciding to drive in now. Pass it through up top. Good alley.
Oh, what? Oh, did he block it?
Block the initial beat attempt by the beater. Great work. Looks like it's going to be a stall out here. And we're going to have a stoppage. The live stream clock is a little bit behind, so we're going to let it run during the stoppage to catch up. But score is 70-60 in favor of Mexico. Current game time is 13:42. 13:42. It's been great work so far this game. The score being super, super close. What have you seen from Austria that stands out to you?
Well, I think they've, acknowledged that that medium hoop has been open, and they've been targeting that hoop since Mexico moved to that variation of the trees where now they don't have one player guarding each hoop.
Yeah, they sort of have like a like an off 2-2, but they're favoring small hoop side.
Right. So one player is on the small hoop, and then another player is trying to guard both the large hoop and the medium hoop, which is obviously harder.
Much, much harder. And the Austrian players, usually they tend to drive in towards the middle, which pulls the keeper ever so slightly to the left, and they're ripping sort of a bank shot to the right at that
so I think
the medium hoop.
Mexico's got, I think, it's going to want to look to kind of be more disciplined at guarding that medium hoop that Austria seems to be targeting.
Right, but I was told. I'm not sure what the discussion is here from the referees. Pretty sure the quad ball will be going to Austria. All right, so Austria has a beater in the box right now. Obviously impossible to have dodgeball control when you only have one beater. Beaters are only allowed to have possession of one dodgeball at a time. Important rule to remember.
Yep. So I think the strategy here is Austria's going to try to go slow, but Mexico's got to is pressing.
He's pressing. This is good. I like this. A lot of teams usually don't press, but
now is backed off, so kind of allowing Austria to kill this penalty.
Good beat, but Austria's able to get the ball out.
Oh, good hands there.
Austria maintains control of the quad ball. The stutter step to break a defender and loses the quad ball, slips right out of his hands. So that would have been a really good goal scoring opportunity for Austria, despite being player down. Time is 14:30. About 30 seconds. We're going to have our first heat index timeout.
17, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 17 seconds.
You got that, Jaden. Mexico scores.
Okay.
Lets the Austrian beater back into
go.
the game. And we have another stoppage.
$68. Yep. All right.
This Mexico team, previously was ranked 11th overall internationally, while Austria was ranked 9th. So Mexico definitely looking to hopefully get a boost in their rankings over Austria if they're able to win this game, which is very tough to do in a competition like this. A lot of the games today have been surprisingly close. There's been a couple of blowouts, but this one is definitely not one of them. It's super close, going back and forth. Couple of lead changes, but Mexico right now maintaining control so far.
I try to seek out the close games. To me, that makes for more exciting spectating.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's something about if you're watching a game and the score's 200-0, you usually start to tune out a little bit, but when it's 60-80, like it is right now.
All right, so we're taking that water break. I'm gonna drink some water.
Yeah, everyone at home, drink water too. Stay hydrated. If you haven't drank water today, strongly encourage you to do so.
Being a commentator is nice because we are underneath a tent. So
you do have some shade.
If you're thinking about perks of commentating and you want to try it out for yourself, that's one of them.
Yes. Plus, you have the opportunity to share your opinions to the world on the live stream and talk with your friends. And
my opinion is I like that I'm underneath a tent and in the shade.
Yes. You get to talk about tents and water.
Yep.
Yeah. Good times. Good times.
It's super close. Both teams coming out of this timeout, hydration timeout, is just gonna want to look to maintaining their game. I think both teams coming out of this are thinking their game's working. It's 80-60.
It's working a little bit better for Mexico.
Yeah,
right
just
now.
just a little bit.
It's a little bit better, but Austria in their last game against France on this pitch, France went out to a resounding lead over them. I believe they're up 12, 13 goals at one point, and Austria actually caught the flag runner and chose to continue playing and was able to cut that lead in half. So they are a tenacious team. They are not going to give up. So if Mexico is caught sleeping, Austria could very well come back and take the lead away from them. So it'll be eager to see what Mexico does coming out of this timeout. As you mentioned, their Bailito zone hasn't been working. Will they change it? Or maybe are they thinking it is working because they still have the lead? Maybe it's sort of the false equivalency there, but Austria definitely looking to attack that medium hoop, as you were saying before.
Yeah. How you close out a game is super important. I've been on the losing end of games where we probably should not have lost because we just didn't close out the way that we should have. So
closing is a skill. It's easy to start off a game fresh when you're got all your energy. It's your first game of the day, but after a very long tournament, the hits start to wear on you. They add up over time, and with conditioning and cardio that helps. But closing out the game, you have to finish strong. That's what matters. Another bonus of the water break is the referees get to drink some water as well. So super important. They're also out there running, maybe not as much as the players are, but they're out there in the heat just like the rest of them. So looks like we got Brazil and Australia on pitch 5 also. So if you want to check out that game on the other stream, you can find all of the games on the IQA YouTube channel for the Richmond World Cup here. 2020.
This game seems like the game to watch. So,
oh yeah, definitely stay on this stream. But if you have 2 monitors, pull up both.
Exactly.
And then type
Split
in
screen,
type in
picture
the
in
comments.
picture.
Yeah, which one you're enjoying watching more, pitch 2 or pitch 5. We got a nice cloud cast overhead now. Felt like the temperature just dropped like 2 degrees. Feels slightly cooler.
Well, that's what in the morning it was overcast and we didn't know how, good we had it. And then the sun came out and we were like, wow,
this is it.
I missed the morning weather. Yeah. All right, so we started playing.
All right, so we got Austria with the quad ball, number 47, bringing it up. Renner passes it back. Ooh, all the way to the deep corner. Passes it back to Renner. Renner looking to potentially drive in after the beater makes a play, deciding instead to just run off to the side, buy some time for his teammates. Passes it back up top to number 23. So it looks like there was some miscommunication there between the beater and the ref in terms of what they were supposed to be doing with the dodgeball as it was rolling on the ground.
Yeah, I think the beater for Austria thought they maybe were beat, but the ref was trying to call them safe.
Oh, it's going to be a foul in Mexico. Interesting. It seems like Mexico's defense is predicated on using dodgeball control to take away the gaps in their Bailito zone because it is very compressed on the left hoop and the middle hoop. So hopefully Austria able to recognize that and compress and attack that right hoop this time.
They're trying 1.5 right now to distract the Mexico beater.
Yeah, 1.5 or napalm as the Europeans like to call it sometimes. Ooh, ripping a shot low, misses the small hoop. Rips another shot at the right hoop, gets blocked though. Austria maintaining quad ball, but gets wrapped up. Probably going to be a turnover to Mexico, and surely it is. So Mexico able to shut down that offensive possession by Austria despite being down a beater and down a dodgeball. A lot of times teams use 1.5 or napalm because they don't want to risk losing dodgeball control. But, when you have the advantage, sometimes it's good to use both to actually press it and take advantage of the space that having twice as many dodgeballs can create. Mexico driving on the left side, dancing around, passes it up top to Avila.
Ooh, great.
Right on the ankle.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow.
Looking to drive it all the way. So unfortunate. But Austria maintains control of the quad ball. Gets wrapped up, falls over. A lot of bodies on the ground right now, but Mexico comes up with the quad ball. Huge tackle by the Mexican keeper there to stop that drive.
Well, I was going to say Austria challenged them because ran straight at them. Didn't try to, juke in either direction. And Mexico's player was up for the challenge and good wrap and
that was a great tackle by Avila, but now Avila gets beat out of the play, looking to. That was almost a snipe from downtown. I don't know if you saw the dot was flying across the screen there, but it looked like it almost hit the Austrian chaser. Fortunately for them, it missed, and now that means Austria's up another 10 points. 1 goal away from tying with Mexico. Avila for Mexico bringing up the quad ball. Vega, number 16 on the right-hand side, looking to potentially make a cut after his teammate here draws some attention away. Quad ball moves back up to the side. Ooh, a pump fake from the beater. Huge pass from behind, but Vega able to recover it. Dodges a beat, pushes it through. Nope, looks like the head ref deciding it was a play after the beat. So that goal is not going to be good, unfortunately for Vega. I think Vega dodged it. I think Vega thought he dodged it too. That's why he continued playing, but looks like it's going to be a stoppage. It was beat before. Number 8 for Austria. People are waiting for the dodgeball to hit the ground.
I mean,
deciding not to drive though, passing it back off, showing a little bit more patience here. But now Mexico has dodgeball control, and there is no space for Austria to run. Ball goes back, using the reset unintentionally, but a good pass up top. Over the top.
Wow.
Down. Austria tying the game up 80-80.
Wow. I was going to say they maybe missed their opportunity there, but they found another one. So
yeah, you don't normally see alley-oops like that. Normally players catch it and then shoot it through, but there's very little time there. Mexico, as I said, had dodgeball control, so if you'd taken even 1 extra second to catch the ball and then release it, probably would have been beat before, but good instinct to just smack it down into the hoop. Mexico looking to answer back and reclaim the lead, driving around behind the hoops, takes a beat into the leg. Austria managed to recover the quad ball with their chance to take the lead and put their mark on this game.
All right, this is exciting.
Flag runner is entering the pitch. Seekers are about to enter as well. Got Wagner for number 54 for Austria, and Reyes, the keeper for Mexico, donning a yellow headband now as a seeker. Versatile utility player, able to play a lot of positions.
Oh, good hands. Good hands. Wow.
Mexico keeper Alvarez. Alvarez chaser.
Good hands, but it rolled out of bounds, I think. So
Seekers getting a countdown now. Looks like Austria's going to wait for the Seekers to get out.
all right, here we go.
Austria going for a stiff arm. There's still one dodgeball. Ooh, snipes the beat. Definitely beat before.
So the beaters are going to have to, pay attention to the seekers and the flag runners. So it should open up some things in the volleyball game.
Absolutely, yeah. The chasers are going to have a lot more opportunities to drive on no dodgeball situations, which personally, as a chaser, is my favorite way to play offense against no dodgeballs for sure. But it goes both ways. So Austria and Mexico could start trading goals potentially. So defense is going to be the most important because, of course, the game only ends if someone catches the flag runner. So trading goals isn't really going to help you that much. So the beaters are going to have a tough time creating space for their seekers to close out the game. At this point, the catch is going to win it. So that's what matters most.
I kind of miss, the situations where a catch wins it because, I've gotten used to some end game procedures where not necessarily the catch ends it. So
yeah, in USQ and MLQ, the end game rules are different. A catch does not always end the game. But in IQA, if you catch and have the lead, you'll end the game no matter what. So definitely more emphasis is placed on the seeking game, which is an interesting dynamic that a lot of the the play goes back. Austria fumbles the quad ball so close, but yeah, it's an interesting dynamic because obviously it makes the beating game a lot more difficult.
Austria has some look at the flag runner here.
Villa on Mexico looking to pass it off. Ooh, drops the pass a little bit there to Alvarez. Alvarez looking to drive, passes the quad ball back up top. Number 11, Garcia takes a pass behind. Rogue dodgeball flies off pitch.
All right.
Garcia with a good pick, drawing up space for Avila, and it is good. Gets the unmarked assist there, creating space for her teammate there. Great work by Garcia, number 11, to help Avila get open up a driving lane. And now Mexico, for the first time in a while, is back on top of the lead.
But it's not 30 yet, so it's not a 30-point lead yet.
Not a 30-point lead.
Oh.
Looks like we will have an injury stoppage. Yeah, so Mexico right now looking like they, game's not over yet.
On their way.
I'm going to call over EMT here to make sure the players are okay. This injury stoppage is almost like another sort of timeout, I guess, for the teams if they want to recalibrate what their strategy is. Not sure how long it's going to last, but Mexico doesn't seem like they're changing that much on defense. Seems pretty content to keep doing what they're doing. I think their offense has not been as efficient as they would like it to be at times. And I think that's probably what they're focusing on now to really close out this game. Hopefully score 3 more goals and get out of range and make it impossible for Austria to come back.
Yes, I believe they did or do have dodgeball control, and that's super huge in flag runner on pitch situations. So it's been tough for Austria to kind of get into the bubble that the Mexican beaters have put around the flag runner.
Yeah,
so.
Absolutely. It's really tough as a seeker when you don't have a lot of different, if you don't have a lot of one-on-one time with the flag runner. You might have 1 look or 2 looks, but once you figure out what kind of a strategy you want in order to catch them, you get tired, right? There's a lot of running back and forth to your hoops to tag in because the beaters are going to put all their attention on you. So ideally, you would hope that your chasers are able to put enough pressure to maybe pull them off of you just a little bit because you don't want, the other team to run away with the score. But right now, it seems like the offense for Austria and Mexico are basically evenly matched right now. The defenses on both sides haven't shown enough willingness to adapt to what the offense is doing. So I expect to see a lot more trading of goals as the game goes on. Looks like this might be a longer stoppage, so we're going to take a quick break, but we will be right back.
Play quadball. A quick viewer's guide to the sport. The basics. The field is broken up into 2 equal halves, each with 3 hoops and a set of lines for the keeper zone. Players can score from each side of the hoops. The hoops are all worth the same points, 10. Players knocked out of play must touch back in at the center hoop on their half. In their own keeper zone, the dotted line, keepers cannot be knocked out by dodgeballs. Players cannot step out of the hard boundary with the ball in their possession. This causes a turnover. There are 6 players on each team for the first 20 minutes of the game, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. Players' positions are denoted by the headband color they wear. After the first 20 minutes, a seeker is added for each team. Since this is a mixed gender sport, teams must maintain gender rule while playing, which means a maximum of 4 players who identify as the same gender and play at the same time. For example, 4 women are the chasers and keeper. There must be 2 non-binary players, or 2 male players, or a combination of both, or the team will suffer a yellow card. Positions. The keeper wears the green headband. They play with the quad ball to score points. They can tackle opposing chasers or keepers, and they cannot be beat within their own keeper zone. Chasers wear white headbands, play with the quad ball to score points through the hoops, and can tackle opposing chasers and keepers. Beaters wear the black headband. They play with the dodgeballs to temporarily knock players out of the game. They cannot score points, and can tackle opposing beaters to gain possession of the dodgeball. Seekers wear the yellow headband. They pursue the flag runner, an official with a tail worth 35 points if caught. They do not start play until after the 20-minute stoppage when a flag runner is released. They cannot interfere with the other players on the field. Equipment. The broom is a plastic pipe that must stay between the player's legs while in play. Being off broom, or holding the broom outside of your legs, denotes that a player is not active in play. Players cannot grab or swat at opponents' brooms. Players whose brooms get hit by a dodgeball are considered out. The quad ball is one volleyball. It can be used to score points. It can be possessed by either chasers or keepers. It can also be used to block beats. 3 dodgeballs are on the field at any time. They can be possessed by beaters, can be thrown to temporarily knock players out of the game, and can be caught by opposing beaters without knocking them out of the game. Flag runner is an official with a tail worth 35 points. It can only be pulled by the seekers. The flag runner can physically interact with the players, such as pushing seekers away or outrunning them. Terms you'll hear. Dodgeball control is when one team possesses 2 of the 3 dodgeballs, giving them a competitive advantage. Dodgeball immunity. When a team has possession of no dodgeballs, a beater can raise their hand to declare that they are immune until they pick up the 3rd dodgeball. X-chaser, or at X, is a term used to describe a chaser playing behind hoops on offense, or the space behind the hoops in general. A point defender is typically the chaser who marks against the offensive player with the ball, usually intended to stop drives. Point keeper. When a keeper is a point defender while staying inside the keeper zone, so they can't be beat out of play by dodgeballs. Common penalties. Play after beat. The player continues to move with, pass, throw, or roll the ball after being beaten by a dodgeball. Illegal contact. Any contact that is not engaged from the front or side, as well as above the knees and below the neck, on a player with the ball, is considered illegal. Illegal reset. When a team on offense retreats across the half line twice in a single possession, the ball is turned over. A blue card is a penalty of 1 minute in the penalty box. A yellow card is 1 minute in the penalty box, and 3 yellow cards stack on a player as a red card. A red card results in 2 minutes in the penalty box, and the player is ejected from the game. Thank you for watching. to play quadball. A quick viewer's guide to the sport. The basics. The field is broken up into 2 equal halves, each with 3 hoops and a set of lines for the keeper zone. Players can score from each side of the hoops. The hoops are all worth the same points, 10. Players knocked out of play must touch back in at the center hoop on their half. In their own keeper zone, the dotted line, keepers cannot be knocked out by dodgeballs. Players cannot step out of the hard boundary with the ball in their possession. This causes a turnover. There are 6 players on each team for the first 20 minutes of the game, 1 keeper, 3 chasers, and 2 beaters. Players' positions are denoted by the headband color they wear. After the first 20 minutes, a seeker is added for each team. Since this is a mixed gender sport, teams must maintain gender rule while playing, which means a maximum of 4 players who identify as the same gender and play at the same time. For example, 4 women are the chasers and keeper. There must be 2 non-binary players, or 2 male players, or a combination of both, or the team will suffer a yellow card. Positions. The keeper wears the green headband. They play with a quad ball to score points. They can tackle opposing chasers or keepers, and they cannot be beat within their own keeper zone. Chasers wear white headbands, play with the quad ball to score points through the hoops, and can tackle opposing chasers and keepers. Beaters wear the black headband. They play with the dodgeballs to temporarily knock players out of the game. They cannot score points, and can tackle opposing beaters to gain possession of the dodgeball. Seekers wear the yellow headband. They pursue the flag runner, an official with a tail worth 35 points if caught. They do not start play until after the 20-minute stoppage when a flag runner is released. They cannot interfere with the other players on the field. Equipment. The broom is a plastic pipe that must stay between the player's legs while in play. Being off broom, or holding the broom outside of your legs, denotes that a player is not active in play. Players cannot grab or swat at an opponent's brooms. Players whose brooms get hit by a dodgeball are considered out. The quad ball is one volleyball. It can be used to score points. It can be possessed by either chasers or keepers. It can also be used to block beats. 3 dodgeballs are on the field at any time. They can be possessed by beaters, can be thrown to temporarily knock players out of the game, and can be caught by opposing beaters without knocking them out of the game. Flag runner is an official with a tail worth 35 points. It can only be pulled by the seekers. The flag runner can physically interact with the players, such as pushing seekers away or outrunning them. Terms you'll hear. Dodgeball control is when one team possesses 2 of the 3 dodgeballs, giving them a competitive advantage. Dodgeball immunity. When a team has possession of no dodgeballs, a beater can raise their hand to declare that they are immune until they pick up the 3rd dodgeball. X-chaser, or at X, is a term used to describe a chaser playing behind hoops on offense, or the space behind the hoops in general. A point defender is typically the chaser who marks against the offensive player with the ball, usually intended to stop drives. Point keeper. When a keeper is a point defender while staying inside the keeper zone, so they can't be beat out of play by dodgeballs. Common penalties. Play after beat. A player continues to move with, pass, throw, or roll the ball after being beaten by a dodgeball. Illegal contact. Any contact that is not engaged from the front or side, as well as above the knees and below the neck, on a player with the ball, is considered illegal. Illegal reset. When a team on offense retreats across the half line twice in a single possession, the ball is turned over. A blue card is a penalty of 1 minute in the penalty box. A yellow card is 1 minute in the penalty box, and 3 yellow cards stack on a player as a red card. A red card results in 2 minutes in the penalty box, and the player is ejected from the game. Thank you for watching.
All righty, so we're back after that long injury stoppage.
Hope everything's okay with that player. Best wishes.
Yes, I heard that they were in good spirits when they got carted off, so that's good.
No, just keep recording.
All right, so again, it is 90-80, and so whoever catches the flag will, as of right now, win the game. So, right now, Austria having some alone time with the flag. We have a stoppage of play,
Really tightly wrapped up there. Looks like they were trying to go under between the legs for the flag runner. Technically, the game time should be at 21 minutes, 30 seconds. We're off by about a minute, but you got a really long injury stoppage, so this game hopefully will be close to ending pretty soon. Although now both these teams are probably feeling a little bit more refreshed after that break, so
I mean, it again is right now going to come down to this catch, but I think this flag runner seems pretty strong. So,
yeah.
May take a few handicaps, but we'll see.
They even got tape on the wrist wrap, which is a common thing you see with like football players to make sure you don't get jammed on your thumbs or on your wrists.
So I believe, illegal play by this Mexico beater. He's going to spend a minute in the box.
I'm recording him. Oh, okay. We'll keep it going. Sorry about that. All right, score still 90-80. Mexico with a small lead. See what happens after we resume here. I think Austria is just going to go for a dive right now. Just got this flag runner off guard. Nope.
Nope,
Not
backed away.
I would have gone for it. As soon as the ref says go, just go.
Oh, good dodge.
All the action is on the flag runner now.
There's a scrum pile up by the hoops for Austria. So, wait, we may have a catch. Play stop. So Austria's seeker has possession of the flag. We will all be anxiously awaiting the decision by the referees right here. But if this catch is called good, then Austria would come away with the win, since currently it's only 90-80 for Mexico. So the catch is good. So Austria does pull off the win here. So Austria wins 110-90 with that flag catch.
I'm sorry about that. My bad.
Wow, what
a
game.
Yeah.
It took us a little bit longer than we thought to get to the end of this game, but we got there, and Austria pulls off the win. I believe that's their first win of the day.
Yeah, kudos to them. So that makes Mexico, they're tied now, 1-3, both of them, right?
Yeah, so
interesting to see how the brackets shake out after all this.
I believe so the next game is going to be India, and I don't know who in England, maybe. I think it was India, England, I believe. But anyway, I am Justin Bogart, and I'm joined here with
Michael Rodriguez.
And we thank you for watching.
And thank you for your patience. Tune in to the next stream.